first speaker of the morning is Dr. Marietta Pelavanova, and we have not worked together, but we worked together at DOPS. Dr. Pelavanova is a researcher within the Department of Perceptual Studies and a research assistant professor of psychiatry and neurobehavioral sciences within the University of Virginia Health System Department of Psychiatry and Neurobehavioral Sciences. Her research interests include personality correlates of psi beliefs and psi experiences, near-death experiences, children reporting past life memories, after-death communications, and she holds a PhD in experimental psychology, cognitive neuroscience focus, an MA in experimental psychology from American University, Washington, D.C., and a BS in statistics. She resides in Charlottesville, Virginia, with her cute little family and her little daughter, Ella. So, Dr. Marietta Pelavanova.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for being here today, especially after a late night of spoon bending, which I unfortunately had to miss. So, as Nancy said, I'm a researcher at the Division of Perceptual Studies at the University of Virginia here in Charlottesville. So today I'll be talking to you about a follow-up study that we did with American adults who had been interviewed about past life memories as children. And before I tell you about this study, I'll briefly introduce the Division of Perceptual Studies, a little bit about our history, and also the phenomenon of little kids talking about past life memories. So our story begins with this man. This is Dr. Ian Stevenson. He, in the mid-60s, he was chair of the Department of Psychiatry at UVA, and he had a mainstream research career in clinical psychiatry at the time. And over the course of his career as a psychiatrist, he had become interested in cases of little kids who appeared to be talking about past life memories. So with the help of a wealthy donor, he was able to start traveling the world, initially in Asia, to look for these cases and study them. And as his interest grew and as his findings became more compelling, he decided to step down as chair of the psychiatry department to found our division in 1967. So we call ourselves DOPS. And the name has changed over the years, but the acronym has stayed the same. Initially, it was called Division of Paranormal Studies, and academia is not very accepting of the word paranormal today. So we've undergone a lot of changes in terms of the name. So today we're part of the Department of Psychiatry and Neurobehavioral Sciences at the UVA Health System. And our work is still funded by very generous private donors who are interested in the topics that we study. And unfortunately, there's no public funding for this kind of research. If you're interested in supporting our work, you might talk to Pad Belial over there. So once DOPS was established, Dr. Stevenson still continued to do this research for another 40 years. So he essentially had a second very productive research career. This is a picture of him in India in 1999, meeting with a family and investigating the details of a case. So DOPS was established to evaluate evidence for what we call the survival hypothesis, which is the hypothesis that some aspect of human consciousness may survive death. So with this mission, we're still a unique research unit in the world that specifically focuses on this hypothesis. And even today, we still investigate these cases of little children who talk about past life memories. Initially, the work was mostly in foreign countries, especially in Asia, and countries with a cultural belief in reincarnation. But in the past 20 years, we focused solely on American cases. In addition to that, we study near-death experiences, after-death communications, altered states of consciousness. We're going to be having a new OB research program. And we also have a neuroimaging lab that does experimental work. So these are the faces of the DOPS researchers today. There's one person who's not included, but we're growing. We're going to have one other researcher joining us in November. So here on the left is Dr. Jim Tucker, who is our director, and he's also the person who took over the investigation of these cases of little kids who talk about past life memories. So Dr. Jim Tucker is, I think I said he's a child psychiatrist. So in any given year, we might get around 120 contacts from families who are reporting that they have a child who's talking about past life memories. And we do not solicit these accounts. People just find us and get in touch. So we're not able to investigate all of the cases in depth, but we investigate cases where the child provides enough details about this previous personality that we might attempt to identify a deceased person who matches the details of what they're saying. So Dr. Tucker is able to interview 2 to 3 of these children a year. So he goes and interviews the child and their family. And one of the goals of the interview and investigation is always to eliminate what we would call normal explanations of the memory. So perhaps the child might have watched a movie or heard stories, etc., which is usually not very likely when we're dealing with a very young child. But that's a big focus of the investigation. So next, I want to tell you about some typical features that we see with this type of case. So the first thing is that they're spontaneous memories, meaning they were not retrieved using past life regression. And that spontaneous element is very important. So these memories typically start when the kid is between the ages of 2 and 3, and they can be very involved in the memories for a few years. And around the ages of 6 to 7, on average, they tend to kind of move on and become less involved. Usually they report memories of recent ordinary lives, usually in the same country and of the same sex as what they currently are. And the median interval, according to our database, between the death of the previous personality and the birth of the child is 16 months, so not very long. Another interesting feature of these cases is that around 70% of kids report deaths of the previous person that happened by unnatural means, so an accident or murder sometimes. So the child makes statements about the previous lives. Previous life usually could be about the life that they lived or how they died or family relationships that they remember. And usually there's some emotional involvement when they talk about the memories, so they can get very emotional. Or on the other hand, they can be kind of detached and very matter of fact when they say certain things. And we also see sometimes preferences, phobias, or nightmares that are related to the life or death of the previous person. So they might relive how this previous person died, which of course can be very distressing sometimes. And finally, there's some kids, we don't have that a lot in American cases, but especially in Asian cases, there could be birthmarks, birth defects related to the mode of death of the previous person, which is rare. So researchers have wondered what happens to these kids as they grow up. And so far, there have been 2 prior follow-up studies where researchers have contacted these kids that they studied and then interviewed them as adults. The 2 studies are in Sri Lanka, which is an island nation off the coast of India, and also in the Middle East in Lebanon, but specifically with this Druze community, which is a big religious community in Lebanon. And both of these studies were conducted by Dr. Erlendur Þorvaldsson, who is an Icelandic researcher in our field. So What they found across both of these studies that most of these kids just grow up to live normal, productive lives. And about half of the participants in both studies said that the memories had a positive impact on their lives. And they also asked them if they still retain memories of the past life memories they had in childhood. And in the Sri Lankan sample, 38% said they still had some memories from childhood. And in the Lebanese Druze sample, that went up to 75%. So this is extremely high. So the common thing between these two samples in these two communities is that they both have this strong cultural belief in reincarnation, which actually might affect how the memories impact people and whether they're transferred into adulthood. However, that's not the case in the US. Yes, a lot of people believe in reincarnation, but it's not really a pervasive part of the culture. So we became interested in conducting a study here with American adults to see how they're doing and how their lives turned out as they grew up. So our pool of participants was these 92 adults, American now adults in our database who had been interviewed as children about their past life memories by DOPS researchers. And we had 92 people who at the beginning of the recruitment phase of the study were between the ages of 18 and 64. And so we used information in their files that we have, including names, places, and dates of birth, family relationships, and addresses to look for them today. And we used services like White Pages, LinkedIn, Facebook, etc., to track them down. And that part of the project was like investigative work. It was a lot of fun, but it was also a little bit distressing to realize how much information is out there on people. So in the end, we attempted to contact 82 of these people because some of them were deceased, some of them we couldn't find. And most of them we contacted by letters in the mail. We made up to 3 attempts to contact each person. So in the end, we were able to enroll 23 adults into the study. So statistically speaking, it's a small sample, but given what we're studying, it's the best that we've got. So we're going with it. And we also had a second arm of the study, which is with parents whose children were interviewed by DOPS researchers about past life memories. We're able to get 29 parents, but I'm not going to talk about this data today because we don't have a lot of time. And participants were not paid to be in the study. So what did participants do? So the study for adults consisted of 3 things. So first we did an online pre-screening survey, which included questions about demographics, whether and what they remember of the memories. Importantly, questions about how the past life memories may have affected their life and development. And we also asked about belief in reincarnation and life after death. The second part of the study was a phone interview, which we were only able to do with 10 people. And this was with myself and Dr. Jim Tucker. And in the phone interview, we just asked them to elaborate on different answers they gave to the pre-screening survey. And finally, we also had an online survey about various personality assessments and assessments of spirituality and subjective happiness. And hopefully I'll have time to get into the personality data a little bit. So before we dive into the data, I want to show you a picture of one of the participants in our study. This is actually her with Dr. Ian Stevenson when she was a kid. This is during his visit, I believe it was in Alaska, and I'm sharing this with her permission. And this was taken 50 years before we went back and interviewed her. And she's one of the people who still remember things. So a little bit of demographics about the people who ended up participating. So the average age in the sample was 44 with a fairly wide range between 19 and 62 years of age. We had 56.5% women. People identified, 100% of them identified as Caucasian, but 3 people also endorsed other categories, including American Indian or Alaska Native, Asian, and Haitian. In terms of education, 56% of the sample had a college education or above, which is higher than respective population level estimates. And of course, doesn't mean that these are the people who responded to our study, not necessarily the population of people who have past life memories. In terms of occupations, there was a fairly large range covering all kinds of professions. We had teaching professionals, health professionals, including physician assistant, registered nurse, other professionals like an architect, an air traffic controller, business executive, higher education administrator. We had service workers like a donut and cake decorator, a waitress, and we had a couple of machine operators, and also a few other occupations. There was a stay-at-home dad and a couple of unemployed people, including one who was unemployed due to disability. There was also one person that we knew for a fact was an assistant district attorney, but she declined to participate from what I gather because of fears of how people finding out she may have been part of this work may impact her career, which is interesting stigma. But okay, so we asked our participants if they still have memories in adulthood, and 52% of our participants, PLM here stands for past life memories, 52% said that all memories have faded away, and 48% said that they still had some memories, and no one reported having clear memories since childhood. And they most commonly remember the mode of death of the previous person, and also things they used to do in the previous life. So in order to evaluate the strength of cases that we study, Dr. Tucker has developed this scoring algorithm that assigns different weights depending on several factors of the case. And those include whether they're birthmarks or birth defects, how many statements the child made about the previous life with a focus on verified statements. Also, the presence of behaviors related to the previous personality, including likes, dislikes, skills, and whether the previous personality was identified. And we track this score for every case in our database. So based on this strength of scale score, we found differences in the original cases between participants who had no memories and people who still have some memories. So on average, participants who still had memories had significantly stronger cases than participants who didn't have any memories in the present day. So it would seem that stronger cases are more likely to result in memories that are retained into adulthood. And notably, the average score across all of our American cases is about 6. So it's higher. The people who don't remember anything tend to have weaker than average cases. So next, I want to tell you about the importance people assign to these memories. We asked them how important of a role did the past life memories play in your childhood and development, and then separately in your adulthood. So the majority of people, 56.5%, said that the memories had either somewhat or were very important in their childhood and development. However, when we look at the role of the memories in adulthood, it would appear that it's less important, and 74% said that the memories had no importance in childhood, in adulthood. Okay, I'm gonna skip this. This is asking about different domains, specifically effect on family relationships, friends and peers, and school performance. So I guess overall, more than a quarter of participants, the orange bar here in the beginning, said that the memories had a positive impact. So when we look at the combined effects of the importance or impact of the memories that participants endorsed across different domains, we found that only 35% of participants said that the memories had no effect, no impact, or no importance. Of course, it's important to note that people who were not affected by these memories in their childhood were probably less likely to participate in the study in the first place. So this is probably biased towards people who did experience some impact from the memories. But nonetheless, from this particular sample, 65% of people said that the memories have some effect or importance. And so I want to share a few quotes first from participants who felt that the memories had no effect on their life. So one woman said, "To me, the whole experience is a mystery as to why it happened or how it was allowed to happen. I did not dwell on the issue as I grew up. I was a child and pushed the memories to the back of my mind and never dwelled on it. My mom did not make a big deal of it, and so I didn't also. I've gone years at a time without thinking of it." A 53-year-old man said, "I have absolutely no memories of any conversations regarding past life memories. I only am aware of anything regarding this because of conversations in the past with my grandparents." And another woman said, "I don't remember any past life memories, therefore I cannot say whether or not they have affected my life. However, they may have affected me without my knowing it." And finally, a woman, a different 57-year-old woman said, "Past life memories are what they were, a part of me. They did not shape who I am today, nor did they shape any of my life choices." And so next, I want to share a few themes that we found from the people who said that the memories had impacted them. So a big one we found is this idea that having these memories as a child may make people more open-minded in seeing a bigger picture in reality and the possibilities of life. And one person said, "The whole idea that has made me open-minded about a lot of things that some would consider paranormal or whatever. I don't consider these things to be weird. I realize that the connections that we have in this lifetime are part of something bigger. They don't exist in a vacuum. Whatever happens romantically in this lifetime is part of something bigger. It's in the here and now, but not only in the here and now. Most people in my life are a lot less open-minded. There aren't very many people who see the world the way that I do. But the positive thing is that we're all part of something larger." And a 50-year-old man said, "It made me open-minded as a child to the possibility of something more." Well, I guess I'll skip this. Some participants were also able to benefit from the memories by getting a different perspective on life and death as a result of having the memories in childhood. This 26-year-old man said, "As a child, I lost a great-grandparent, both grandparents, and a step-grandparent. It lessened the blows. I started to understand that they will be back. They may suffer in the end, but there may be a new beginning for them. Losing 3 people in a matter of a year to a year and a half, I started to understand that I may run into them." And a 57-year-old woman said, "I don't think this is the only life that we have. I believe that people who passed in my life are still around, and more than anything, it has affected me to have these people around. These souls or persons don't go away and are still around." So some people talked about needing to talk about the memories, but not being able to talk about the memories, including it showing up in romantic relationships. One woman said, "It's interesting, but society shuns it, so it's hard to talk about it with most people. I'm guarded." And that same woman said, "It's hard for people to understand, especially people in larger metropolitan areas. forgive me, but I think men are less understanding of it than women. They think of it differently, crazy. It's an integral part of my life, and I still feel that way as an adult. And I guess the last piece of data I want to show you is some of the personality data we collected. So we evaluated other things as well, but I want to show you these 3 traits that we looked at. So first, absorption, which is a tendency to become invested and absorbed in one's mental imagery, and sort of an amplification of sensory experience. We also measured dissociation, which is a tendency to detach from reality, which is not necessarily pathological. It's only pathological at very extreme levels, but there could be normal variability in dissociation among people that is not pathological. And finally, we also measured fantasy proneness, which is a tendency to experience deep involvement in one's fantasy. And these 3 things tend to be correlated, and they were in this sample. So we wondered, how do these personality traits correlate with whether people were felt they were impacted by the memories or not? And we found that people who felt the memories had some impact, on average, were higher in all 3 of these traits, but the difference was only significant for the absorption trait with this small sample. And interestingly, it's been theorized that absorption is a trait that underlies all kind of spiritual and mystical experience, including communication with God and having vivid mystical or psychedelic experiences, etc. So a bit of a summary. So in our sample, 48% of participants still had some memories from their childhood about the past life that they reported on. We also found that stronger cases of childhood past life memories are more likely to be remembered into adulthood. We found that 65% of participants said that the memories had some impact or importance in their lives. And okay, I'm going to end. I was going to give you a very interesting case study. Shout out to Monroe Institute people. I'm a big fan. This is a picture I took there 10 years ago. And thank you for your attention. Please check out our website. Sorry.
This on? Okay. I think we have a few minutes for questions. Yes, the gentleman in the back had his hand up.
Sorry. I don't understand, there's a cutoff of memory between 4 and 6 years old. So what I want to see is interviews with the children or little recordings of them, and then you go back and correlate it, and you find the person they were describing, and you go back to the place and you correlate it. And then psychedelic research should be able to uncover the things that you can then go back and verify. So I myself have had an experience where I recall my life in India under high-dose LSD psychotherapy. And I drew it all out, and then I went to look for it, and I asked an Indian friend where this could be, and I found the exact location with the exact structures and temples, and everything was exactly as I recalled. So just interviewing a person about what they happen to recall can be completely different than knowing how that memory influenced them, because it's influencing them on a subliminal level through their lives. So they won't be able to tell you the answer to that. But can you speak to the cutoff of memories at 4 to 6 years old? There's something that happens to the brain. So if you interview kids, from 1 to 4, and then people like Alma Deutscher, who is at the age of 3, recalled her life in Austria or Germany and began to compose music that was coming in while she jumped rope. And she actually, at the age of 9, constructed her first opera with all the instruments written. And, you know, at the age of, she started music at the age of 3, and her parents kind of nurtured that belief that she must be especially gifted. And when authorities in musicology analyzed her music and her belief that she could be Mozart's wife from you know, when Mozart was around, her music was analyzed to be extremely close to how that kind of composure. So the overall question is, where's the interviews of the children and the correlation and finding the validity of what they were saying about their pets?
So I'm sorry, I don't know if I made it clear, but when we do the initial investigations, so like I said, for interviewing the kids when they're kids, not when they're adults, we only pick cases where the child is providing some details, like my name was this, I lived here, and where we could verify details, meaning we could find a deceased person who matches that description. If such an identification is made, then we begin this process of verifying, well, what can we figure out about this deceased person? And these days, there's lots of information on people online, and then does what we know about the deceased person match the different statements that the child is saying beyond the ones that contributed to identifying this person? So that's always part of the original investigations. The case that I was going to talk about, so was just this one particular person from the follow-up study that I didn't get to. In her case, she still had memories. She reported what she remembered to this day, and it affected her in a very interesting way. But we were able to go back to her file from 45 years ago, and we verified that what she still remembers today is the same stuff that she reported back then. As far as what you said about when the memories stop, I mean, we don't know why, even if kids are very involved in these past life memories when they're young, why do they stop at some point? We don't know for a fact, but one of the hypotheses is that when they start school and their breadth of experience becomes a lot wider, a lot more interactions with other people, they tend to become more engaged in the here and now. That's just a hypothesis. There's no neuroimaging studies. I mean, maybe one day. And as far as skills, yeah, even some people in this follow-up study reported that they thought this transfer of skill from a previous life may happen. I don't know if I answered all your questions, but thank you.
So Yana currently serves as a senior advisor to MK Advisors. In her role, she is leading an R&D effort for multi-phase long-term studies on remote viewing and ESP applications and technology development, helping to leverage the organization's projects. Yana Roga is the current editor for the Aperture magazine, published by the IRVA, and editor of the New Thinking Aloud magazine. Yana runs several projects in the remote viewing field, such as Psi Unit, the Psi Vision Institute, and local work groups. She's also a trained CRV and TRV remote viewing with several teachers, including David Morehouse, Gunther Rattay, Manfred Jelinski, and Paul Smith. And we're ready. So, okay.
We try to see all of the screen here. Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. I'm actually the third German presenting here on the IRVA Conference. And I'm telling you more about my actual research project, or one of my actual research projects. This one correlated to this IRVA Iris Award. I may use a short overview of where we are going. So you have these indicators down here, see where we are in this presentation. I will first, yeah, we are here. I will tell you briefly about the history, what brought me to investigate this question, and how we set up the experiment and what we got out of it. So we are not really finished, but I have some, I would say we have about 80% of the data, and I can tell you about some preliminary results. And we have a ton of questions that results out of this. So usually you get more questions and answers from one experiment. Our internal term is, we call it the remote viewing benchmark project. My first thing is saying thank you to all of my team members and to the viewers who contributed sessions to this project. This is actually the proposal I turned in for the Workaholic Award. We had to rename it. I proposed to call it Workaholic Workaholic Award. There was a lot of work in here and more nights and days without sleep, but it's still interesting to investigate it. We look back on 50 years of remote viewing research. I give you just a short overview. We celebrated last year the 50 years of remote viewing research. Started 1972 with naming the remote viewing program, the remote viewing program at SRI. Then we have 45 years since the Army founded their remote viewing program. We have 40 years since we began training the IRV method-based remote viewing, and since 27 years, we have remote viewing out in the public in training and use and utilization. What do we know so far is we have proof of ESP functioning through remote viewing and remote viewing research, and we have evidence for the validity of remote viewing as a method to gather information. Why do we know that? Is because we just looked at the hit rate of sessions. Means we have this target, right? We assign targets, the viewer has to do a session, and then we can just evaluate how good or bad this session matches to the target. And we have different methods of doing this. First is what they came out, this is 1980. They had a scoring method that assigned numbers from 0 to 7 to show how big the correlation is between the session and the actual target. And then they somehow boiled it down to four stages to differentiate. I found another description of these 4 stages in 1983. These are all just captures from the document in the title. And what we can do with this method is just, right, we show for each session how big the correlation is, and we have a certain resolution to show how good the viewer is in average compared to a larger set of sessions. So we do not measure just one session, but a larger set. We had another method to try score this. This is called sum of ranks matching. It's a bit more difficult. The viewer works a series of sessions, does not get feedback, gets feedback in the end for all of these 6 sessions, for example. And then he's asked to describe, what do you think when you compare your sessions with the targets? would you say your first target is your session 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? What's your most likely choice? And for your second session, or for the second target, which one of your sessions would it be? And he can name or designate sessions twice in one place. Yeah. So, but turn out we have a problem with this kind of rating because it's just human psychology. People tend to exclude a target when they are sure this was like session 1, and then don't name it twice. So this gives us a higher resolution, theoretically. In practical use, it has some, flaws. We also have a ton of data about ARV application. ARV data, or just the outcome of ARV data, is binary. In most cases, it's just binary. So we know the session is a hit or a miss. And we know it just like after doing ARV, what we have to know about ARV is just, it is not a different method, it is an application that you can do with several methods. What you usually do is you have a question with a binary outcome, and then you assign one target to outcome A and one target to outcome B. Let the viewer do a session in advance, so it's precognitive mostly. What you usually get is this one. You don't get a clear outcome, you get some mix of perceptions. Actually, it feels different for the viewer to do an ARV session than it feels to do a strictly on-target session. And then you have just to count how many perceptions do you have from which target, and make a decision about your choice. The upside of ARV is that we just have a clear outcome. We know after whatever task is resolved, if we had a hit or a miss. And we have calculations of the viewer success rates in ARV. So summarizing, what do we know so far? Most of the evaluations we had in all these years refer to the whole session, right? The whole session. We can show what percentage of a number of sessions tend to be right, or how good a viewer is in his perception. And through all this work, we clearly prove that ESP is a factor that is a method to work with. So we know a viewer is on target or on signal. We barely know how well he is. So we have one exception. I mentioned this. Lynn has done a ton of research on figuring out the single data points in sessions, and this was actually what brought us to this idea of this investigation. So we have pioneers in the field. And why do we want to know more about the hit rate inside of a session? This comes out of operational work. So when I do operational work with remote viewing, I go for the unknowns, right? We had this, I think, yesterday when we talked about the target feedback photo. It's not useful for the project, the analyst, whatever, to know what we already know about the target, right? We want to know something that we don't know yet. And we ask ourselves, how far can we trust the viewer and the data he or she brings us? So we have to know how good this viewer would normally score on a session, or how good the data is in principle, like this resolution I showed you. And then I can just see how far I can work with the data he brings me, that I don't know if it's true or not. And we have several options to work with this question. What we usually do in operational work is we have not only one viewer, but several viewers assigned to the same target. All of them bring us a session. And we then try to overlay the data and try to find out where we have matching points and try to form a full picture somehow. And usually we use a lot of viewers for one project. So between 5, 10, 15 viewers for one target. It's a lot of work to do this and to figure out all the data and yeah. So the analyst has more work than the viewer, a ton more work than the viewer. So what do you think, how many data points are in one full CRV session? Who knows? Huh? 200? Other guesses? Oh, I had one viewer who was, no, 250 to 400 data points in one single CRV session. So we are not talking about ARV, where just identify if it's the ice cone or the box, right? We are talking about CRV in operational environment. But the sheer number of data doesn't tell us anything about the quality of the data, right? So you can have far less data, but better data than someone who is just describing the blue sky and the green grass. Yeah, do not get anywhere. So our previous setting is when we find out that we have like a hit rate below or around the 50%. That means to us in operational work, we need more viewers. We have to filter the data for similar data points, and we should only use those data which is similar in most of the sessions, and we should just forget the rest. If we have a higher accuracy on the far end of the scale, means we had the opportunity to use less viewers, and we could interpret even the data which is given by only one or two of these individual viewers, which tend to be more correct then, and makes a lot different implication for the analyst work with sessions, right? So what we somehow I always end up with 5-year projects. I don't know why. It's my magical number, 5-year projects. So this is year 1 of a 5-year project. And what we did in year 1 is just constructing the logic. How would you evaluate a session and rate a session and put this data together? And creating a database that holds all the data is important and turned out to be more difficult than even I thought initially. And we planned for creating 20 targets and having 10 viewers doing 6 sessions each, so we would end up with around 60 sessions. This is the plan for the 5 years. In the first year, we are only going for the easiest task, describing a location. And we would only go for stage 1 to 3 in CRV. So we are always talking about CRV here. Quick outlook, turn out we can apply this method to every other session, even free-form or freestyle session. This is just what we tested along the way. It works, but for now, we just go here. So the very basic stuff, describing a location for the first 3 stages. In the second year, we will go for people, describing people. I recruited some volunteers, donated themselves as a target, so that we can have full feedback from them. Then we go for perceiving of events, then we go for the details, technical stuff, elements, processes, and the last stage would be abstract, non-physical targets, like construct processes and so on. So keep in mind, this is the basic stuff. What I did for the target pool, I call this calibrated targets. We have full feedback targets. I went there in person. I was at this place. I was there at least 30 minutes or longer. I went around like the outbound thing, right? I went around, I took pictures, video recordings, audio recordings, made notes about the weather, all this stuff. And so we can say, we cannot give full feedback on everything. For example, I cannot get insight of some structures. For example, this one is a tower in Denmark. I chose this one. So most of these targets have a unique identifier where you can clearly say this is the target. So this tower is made completely out of metal. There is no other element. It's only metal, hollow, wielded. So and I'm very strict in my rating. So if a viewer reports me on wood, there is wood in this playground, right, in this area, but I would rate this as near but not on target. So my target is, so this, we record it like everything we have. And we have a coordinate in space, but we also have a coordinate in time. So this is just an assumption that I can use a timely coordinate that I point to exactly like I would use a spatial coordinate. So my data says we are able to access the timely coordinate exactly as we access the spatial coordinate just by, we had an intentionally here of the task to go through this place. So we have, in fact, for the coordinates for the tasking. And I had the viewers do this sum of ranks matching. I don't use this data now, but I had only one opportunity to ask them before I give them a full feedback, right? And I just collected the data for maybe later use, or maybe we can just compare how good a sum of ranks matching compares to my evaluation or whatever. I also had some of the viewers were trained in doing map dowsing. That's locate their targets after they viewed them. This is about the average accuracy we had. So we had, not all of the viewers can do this, but if they are able to do it, I just ask them collect this stuff and save it for later. And then after they turn in their sessions, I go and assign whatever I know to each one of these single data points. So I have like a session header about here. I know what the viewer is, what the method is, what the shoe size and moon phase and whatever. And then I assign, I assign to this piece of data which stage it was, which category of data it is. We have subcategories of data and so on. And here is where the CRV method comes into play, because CRV has a very strict format, like a set of boxes where you can put stuff in. And you can just define for every word, this is this one, this is the text, this is whatever. This is very useful, and this is why I say I can apply it to every other method. We all use the same words. We just have to have the boxes to put it in, right? And then I went for scoring. For each of these data points, I had to say if it's correct or not. Just short side track. This was my first database I built and it just crashed. I had one session, I think I typed this 400 words. I typed it in 4 or 5 times before I realized that this database again and again just crashed my data and shrinks it to 250 points or whatever, because it was just not capable to do all these calculations with just keep in mind, we have, I think, 47 different assignments to each one of these 400 points. This sums up to a lot of things. And yeah, my database was not able to do it. So in the meantime, I had to go with Excel by hand. And this is part of the reason why it took longer than I expected it to be. So you see, we have all these categories here, and I just made it binary, just ones and zeros. This way I can later just import it in whatever database we create. Right? And for the scoring, I went with a method that is described in the initial manual that we use in training as in-session feedback. It's a method that divides between 5 probabilities. You can say a data piece is correct. You can say it's probably correct, means I cannot feedback this with my photos, or yeah, but it's probably correct. So we will probably have a hollow structure for this tower, for example. There is data where I say I can't feedback. I cannot really, it's neither yes or no. There's data that is near the target, but not the target, like the what I mentioned. And there's clearly miss something that is not at the target site. We have a problem with this scoring, again, because a viewer can bring me a lot of correct data that doesn't help me at all. Blue sky, right? Yeah, nice. So we need an additional method of scoring the relevance of the data. And this is what I added here. And I do it only for the correct term. And I rate how relevant is this piece of data for my analyst to identify the type. What does it tell me about the unique identifier or the unique property of the type? And this together gives me the chance to rate the session correctly. We have another challenge. So this, yeah, again, is what I assign to this piece of data. We have another challenge, or more than one, that we solved. We had to figure out how to rate sketches. Here the viewers tend to sketch a lot. Yeah, I would not go into detail about this. The scoring of relevance, I mentioned this. We had to figure out that we rate one data point the same way in each session. So it cross-checks about all the sessions. And we find out we can anonymize the viewers, but we cannot anonymize the method. We clearly see the methods, and even if we only have the data, we still see what kind of method it is. Yeah, and we had a question about how to handle out of structure data, means what do we do with data that the viewer assigned incorrectly, or that comes in too early in the session to be in the right place. And we decided to rate it correctly, but leave it at the right stage. So this is what we got in session. So I had some viewers that gave up or had no time or whatever. I had some of the viewers continue the whole sessions, and I go only with them. And I had a very dear friend, thank you, David Garcia, for writing this script and spare me a lot of hours to count this stuff, because what comes out of this table is this one. This is the first step, and this shows you the amount of correct data, probably country feedback, and so on. So it goes from here to here in correctness, and goes from top to down in the course of a session. So you have stage 1 up there, stage 2, 3s, and here stage 4, 5, 6, and so on. So you can just watch how the session goes. So for example, this viewer started off more or less blurry with his perceptions, and it didn't get better in the end. this viewer had a good start, and you see he or she has more data on the correct side in the course of the session. You can also, I'm a graphic designer, right? My profession is to make things look nicer or make you understand what you're seeing. So I don't like all this number stuff, and I made it graphical. So this is the same table as shown before, but it's better to perceive. And we see a lot of green, right? A lot of correct data in the session. And this is what I count. It's an easy math, right? We have 69 data points. Each data point can have maximum 10 points assigned to it. So I have a maximum of 690 points. The viewer got 637.5. This gives me a session score. And I also count the correct data. And in the later course, you will see I count the relevant score. How much of the correct data was relevant? So I have these three scores to show how good my viewer is on the session. Yeah. Next problem is what happens if a viewer gives me one piece of data more than once? You can say blue, 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 green, right? So this gives him a higher scoring, but it's not true because this one piece is just appearing more than one time, and then this dark green stuff is the net amount of multiple data. Interesting find is we have a tendency that multiple data points only or mostly appear for correct data, not for incorrect data. We have explanations why. We can talk about that later. And we can then just blow it up to 100%, and we have a score, right? How much of this data is correct for this session. And again, the graphic designer says we can put it this way. These are only the sensory perception or sensory perception channels, right? Like colors, quality of light, tactile, sounds, taste and smell, temperature, dimensions, extended dimensions. We have materials and category of energy. And we can then measure and show what channel perception is for this session or for this viewer more or less relevant. So the green stuff is what he got correct, right? So assumption was, or question is, do viewers have different profiles in what they perceive? The answer is yes. Okay, when we have this kind of graph, this includes how much of this stuff is given by the viewer. How many dimensional points did he or she give me? And how many temperatures? So for example, this one had just a few data about temperature, but it was correct. But in the other graph, you would not see this, the amount of data. Turnout, the tendency shows that viewers give you more data on the channels where they are good at. If you let them do what they do and not direct them, they tend to give you data in the channels where they are good at. So we have these two graphs for a session showing, I call the benchmark graph and the session profile. And the additional numbers up there to just show you how the perception rates, and we have different viewers and you see different for each one of them, even how their perception is going. And then the interesting part is having several sessions or these 6 sessions from one viewer. And what we see here is, here, for example, is a bad session. Yeah, not a lot of good data. This is a good session. But still, this viewer keeps his profile. The profile is the same. And the big round colorful thing is just the overlay of all the 6 sessions that can show you where your strengths are, where your weaknesses are, what the 5-minute partner what you can train, right? And this is the cumulative score of these perception profiles, what you see over there. Oh, it's a little messed up with the graphic, but I just overlaid all these 6 sessions and we still have the same channels, right? Another viewer, same set of data. And what I can do as an analyst in a project is then first I know this viewer brings me good data in dimensions, but I should not trust his colors. If I need colors, assign this viewer. He is good in colors, but forget about the dimensions or whatever. And you can just combine the viewers according to their strengths. And it could provide a good tool for training viewers to show them how they rate, how they perform. And what we also found in here is you can, I can only state this for theory again, there's a training effect. But what we see in the training effect is not that we measure a lot of difference in accuracy, but we measure a difference in consistency of their profile. They tend to sharpen their profile. Several viewers, this is summarizing of viewers here. And this is what you said before, you can tell from the graphs what they are doing. And what we see, especially for CLV, is this one, this one, this one. Again, they prefer their strengths. They give you what they are good at. Okay, and this is, yeah. My overall calculation exceeded my expectations. We have seen before in these other charts, sessions tend to go like this, like the accuracy is better in the first stages when they land. But this was surprising even for me to see how they rate in accuracy. Right? I expected something between 70 and 60. It's good to know. Good to know for operational work, and we will then go further in the evaluation in the higher stages and so on. And what I said, we have tons of questions that we can, and I skipped this. Session profile is again summarizing what we did here. Perception profile as well. We can call it the benchmark. So the red points are the average of all sessions in our database. And the green point is the average of the viewer. So we can just see how a viewer scores in comparison to all of the other viewers we have. So we need more data, of course. We need not only 60 sessions, but 600, 6,000 sessions to say something. And we plan on making this data available for others later. If we have the shoe size and the data point, we can just ask questions about the functioning of remote viewing. What affects accuracy? Do we have a training effect? How affects error handling the course of the session? What about choice of methods of how attractive a viewer thinks the target is, or what kind of preparation you have for your session, or whatever you want to ask. You can then use the data and find out, this is what I hope to do or to provide for this long-term study. What I think what we have a tendency to say, yes, we have perception type. Again, with only 50 sessions, it's not a lot of data. And a lot more questions. And I would be happy to talk with you about all the other questions when we get together. Outside of the presentation, yeah, we have CLV specific questions like the multiple data. How does multiple data indicate correctness of? Also, a suspicion we have is if the viewer gets data about materials at the target site, like metal, wood, stone, very early in the session tends to be more correct. Interesting to know. Yeah, but still to prove. So a lot of stuff and so on. This is my proposal, yeah, the workaholic award. And this is She said stop. Okay, I say thank you. Okay.
Next up, we have Deborah Katz, who doesn't need really an introduction, but I will do one anyway. She's an accomplished remote viewer, our IRVA president, author, psychic, medium. The list just goes on and on and on. Can we get any more pedantic with her outline? Let's give her a round of applause for all of her hard work and accomplishments. And Deborah will be talking about Situation Room, Formal, Applied, Archival, and Community Updates with John Knowles, but only Deborah.
Welcome, everyone. So we have this hodgepodge of news, mostly about around the theme of research and definitely remote viewing. So wanted to give a shout out for a recent contest by Crypto Viewing. They are a remote viewing company that is exemplifying how people can make a successful business out of remote viewing. They employ several remote viewers and they make predictions about crypto, about the stock market and other events. And they had a contest. And also I wanted to share about their contest because they really are exemplifying how remote viewing is part of the definition of it is that it's done in a scientific manner, even if informal. So when they have a contest, even though they say we're not doing research, it really pretty much follows what would be considered proper research protocols by having blinding and carrying out things in a careful manner. And so I thought it would just be fun to show. You can see the feedback photo. What they did was they put an object in a box and opened it up to the remote viewing community, and they had to describe what was in the box, and they also had to give the combination numbers to get into the box that was locked. And so here's an example of some of the best submissions, and you can see there's some really great matches there. And then Sasha was considered the winner, both because of the physical description she gave. She said it was related, feels Asian, related to good luck and fortune and wealth. But she didn't come up with the exact numbers, but you could see she drew out where the arrows would go. So she got the general area of the numbers. And this is also a good example of there's different ways that we perceive information. So we might not get the numbers themselves, but we might get something spatially. So she did a good job, and Sasha Cullen has been a IRVA member for a long time. And then next up, wanted to give a shout out to Dr. Janet Lee Mitchell, who is now with us in the afterlife, but I'm sure her spirit is here today. She just passed on. And a thank you to Diane, who's in the picture. She really was a really great friend to Janet and took care of her up into the end. And Janet really could be, if Ingo Swan is often called the father of remote viewing, she might be called the grandmother. She really helped Ingo develop his own abilities. And a lot of people like to say Ingo was just naturally talented, and he is an example of someone who had that natural talent. But what she really discovered was that there were learning curves with him. He didn't really know what he was doing when he came into her lab. And I should back up and say, she worked at the American Society for Psychical Research, the ASPR, which was very active back in the 70s. And Ingo wanted to develop his abilities and he didn't know where to go. So he contacted her and she did a little testing, saw that he was going to be a potentially talented subject. And then she started running him through trials where they would put a picture on the ceiling or they would put it up on a high shelf. And they were in those days testing out of body, if someone could leave their body. So they had him lie on a bed and put items on the shelf. He was like strapped to the bed with different monitoring equipment. And they wanted to see if he could describe what was on the shelf. And she found that every time she would put a different kind of target, like a photo or some kind of object or different colors, it would take him a little while. He didn't always do so great the first few tries, but by the end of the week, after several attempts, she would see a lot of progress. And, you know, that just makes sense. Like you practice something and then you get feedback and you find out what you did right or wrong. But in those days, it was really believed that you're either psychic or not. So that was a pretty big deal. And that really characterized his work and led to him developing a training program. And I'll just say I had a chance to go with Diane and spend some time with Janet, maybe about a year and a half ago. And she was very, very interesting. She ended up moving to Laughlin and she had a little trailer of her own and she would go and live at the casino for about 2 or 3 weeks out of every month. And her job, she was a statistician. And so she used statistics and her psychic abilities. She would play the slot. She said she never spent more than, I think it was $25 a day. And if she lost that, she was done. But she played with her points. So she went for longevity. You know, sometimes she would win a jackpot, but she went for longevity. So her points let her stay for free, eat for free, go to all the shows. So she had a really good life and for her, and then I don't know if everyone would want to live in a casino, but she enjoyed it. And she calculated that she was living off of, I think it was $1.99 a day. Like it was no more than $1.99 a day. And she was so determined that she said she would study the machines for months sometimes before she learned how they work. And one machine, she couldn't figure it out. So she actually got a job in the casino so she could find out the inner workings of it. I thought that was pretty cool. So she really exemplified someone who uses statistics, but she said she would just kind of walk around and use her internal radar to know where to sit down and for the right timing. And then she also had to have that determination to want to learn. And I think that is really so true of people that are successful with their intuitive abilities. It's never just about that. You know, they've got to put it within a structure and use it in the right way. All right, now this is a little commercial break from one of our
Been here
sponsors.
a lot longer than we
Sound
have,
on this?
but they too have a language, a culture, ceremonies. They take care of their own. That's why we can't find them.
We had the hair tested by a vet. It came back as an unknown hair type. Then I turned to Daryl and I said, listen, it could get really weird now.
I think if you can base some of this in science, it allows us to have a grasp of what's going on. Coherent matter can work in ways that ordinary matter can't because it's based on quantum principles.
It's not about the one encounter. It's about the thousands of encounters, exact same type of characteristics that tell the story. You cannot deny it. And that's why you have to acknowledge the paranormal aspect.
What did I just see here? Oh my goodness.
That's from one of our sponsors, and you can see that in theaters, or not theaters, but on Amazon in about a month or so. And Simeon Hine is a longtime IRVA member and remote viewer as well. Any presentation you could see of his or his books, highly recommend. All right, so next I am very excited to report this could really be considered the first experiment, or I'd say not an experiment, but the first research project that came out of the IRVA research unit where it was really a collaborative effort. And it's entitled, How Do You Know When You Are on Target or Correct About an Aspect of a Target? Survey of Professional Remote Viewers. And I would like to thank Jimmy Aiken, Julia Ashley, Jennifer Prather, and all the participants who contributed to this survey. So this came up, we oftentimes discuss different topics, and sometimes they become controversies really because people have different opinions. And so we were sharing our experiences around whether or not we personally could tell when we're on target. So why would we want to know when we are, says on topic, but on target? Why would we want to know this question? And also, what is the problem with asking? So the reason we would want to know, Ken Crease declared in 1977, remote viewing was promising, but remained to be seen how useful it would be as an intelligence gathering tool. So he worked with the CIA and he was charged with evaluating the programs and whether they were going to continue beyond the 1970s. And what he is articulating here, the evaluation was as usual mixed. And he goes on to talk about Pat Price, who is even today considered one of the most talented psychics. And people just think because he was able to actually read file numbers off a file and describe all sorts of very particular information. But what people don't realize is even Pat had incorrect information. And so anyone who's wanting to work with this information has the dilemma of how much can they trust it? And, you know, I, as much as all of you who are practitioners, wish that wasn't the case, but we all know that we are sometimes incorrect. As project managers, what do you do when you have 10 viewers and 5 of them are all going in one direction and 5 in another direction? You know, how can you trust that? Now, it doesn't matter if you're just practicing or if it's an experiment. It might feel like it matters, but not really so much. But when it's life and death matters, it does. And for me personally, I had started to notice that after many years, certainly not at the beginning, but in the last few years, I started to notice that I would have moments in my session where I would be so sure about some piece of information being correct that I'd say I would almost bet my life that this is going to be in the target. And how did I know that? For me personally, it was because I would get a piece of information, I would forget about it, and then a few minutes later, a few pages later, it's reemerged again. So for me, it's the reoccurring data. But so we were discussing this and some people were saying, no, there's no way I could tell. Like sometimes I think I am on target or I think something's correct and it's totally incorrect and vice versa. That's definitely anyone who teaches these topics, teaches remote viewing also knows that beginning students or oftentimes intermediate students cannot tell. And there's this inclination for them to just disregard data because they're not confident about it. So as teachers, we want to tell viewers always write everything down. And I would say even for experienced viewers, it's still a good idea to write things down. But some feel very strongly that you shouldn't even be focused on this because then your mind is focused on your own self and your ego instead of focused on the target. So, you know, there's real reasons for both. So we did a survey. And so I'm pretty much gonna jump right into these results. So we have 66 women, 54 men, and 2 who identified as non-gender. I always love to see the professions in any survey, remote viewing survey, just like all of you here, your professions. I'm sure if we polled you, we have a lot of very educated and experienced people, attorneys, real estate agent, engineer, system engineer, investigator, logistics coordinator, screenwriter, cleaner, stock trader, photojournalist, tattoo artist. So it's really representative of the general population, but I would say really we have some highly educated people here. So sorry about these graphics. I went a little overboard here. Animations are just too cool to leave alone. So we had 11 PhDs or MDs. We had 39 with master's degrees, 32 with bachelor's degrees, and 17 from two-year colleges. And so this was for professional or experienced. I would say really, we said they had to at least be intermediate. So we didn't want to pull beginners. And so many times in parapsychology research, you're really using either complete novices or beginners. And this really was for more experienced people. And that's really important because we were quite sure if we just had beginners and we asked them about correct information or incorrect information, we'd be getting different responses. By the time you're intermediate, you already know that you have to stay away from analyzing the data and trying to identify the target during your session. So we wanted to get beyond all of that. So 22 were expert, 53 were advanced, and 48 were intermediate. And they had learned through formal training, and some had self-study, but most had formal training. And I'm just going to skip over to the results because we still have a lot to cover. 42% had trained in CRV, controlled remote viewing or a derivative, and then extended remote viewing and some of the others, combination. We've been finding in the different surveys we've been doing that a lot of viewers combine methods, especially once they get to the intermediate or advanced stages. So when asking, this was the big question, when remote viewing a target, have you ever had a sense you were correct about a certain piece of information that was later verified? So keep in mind, we're not asking, have you ever had information that was correct, but have you had a sense you were correct? That's really what we're examining. And 88% said yes, that they have. Now, you will talk to people in the remote viewing community who think you can't tell when you're correct. So this is really discovering something and showing maybe for them that's the case, but 88 is pretty high. How often do you have a sense you are correct about an aspect of the target during your session that then turns out to be validated later? And 42% said often. Occasionally, 37% said occasionally. 7% said every time I do a session. So that was 9 people. So that's a lot less. It still is 9 people though. And rarely was 10 people, and never 6 people said never. So there was, those people consistently answered, I just can't tell. Now it would be interesting to look at those people to see if how intermediate or advanced they are. Haven't had a chance to do that, but I'll do that soon. When you feel you have a sense of being on target about an aspect of a target, when you have a sense of being correct about an aspect of a target, does this seem more physical, emotional, cognitive, or something else? And or more than one. And 44% said more than one. And do you find accuracy levels differ among different types of senses? Vision, taste, smell, sound, or touch? Almost 70% said yes, it differs amongst them, and 38 said no, it's pretty consistent. So what we wanted to do next was really perform a thematic analysis, and we had a lot of open-ended questions. And so that's What I'd like to share now is how people said they could find that they were correct. And most often they said that the data was surprising. It surprised them. It stands out in a surprising way. Russell Targ always says to describe the surprising aspect of the target, which with an emphasis on the surprising aspect. This person says, until I had enough sessions under my belt, I didn't understand the importance of these words. And then next, visual. Now, this is pretty interesting because a lot of viewers say they don't really get visuals. With controlled remote viewing, there's a lot of writing involved and tactile, and a lot of viewers do their sessions with their eyes open. But it turns out there are quite a few viewers that get a lot of visuals. And that came up quite a bit. Although some people did say that they hardly get visuals and they don't trust their visuals. So we really saw a range with some people saying, yes, if I get a very clear visual, I can trust it. Others said, no, I can't trust it at all. But I think the visuals with the surprising, like when it really surprises them, and maybe they still can't name it, but there's something that they could describe the shapes or the colors. That's where they found it to be more correct. And then a knowing, a certainty. I have an internal knowing and there's no doubt at that moment. These are all their statements. There were a few occasions when I have felt certain on target while in Deborah's remote viewing class. Well, that's nice. Hard to describe, but a sense of just knowing, absolute knowing that you have hit the target. This person said, I will get an internal knowing. I just know. This person said, sketches feel correct. It's like information is being downloaded. A non-emotional knowing, but occasionally an emotional bleep comes along. Suddenness. It's like a blast of cold water. Sensory information is visual, forms quickly with accompanying awareness. And the image just comes and it just feels right. Repeating persistent data. That's what I was talking about before. And a lot of people did say that's exactly what happens with them as well. Certain data may appear multiple times within a session, which is an indication for correctness. Or through probing the target from multiple angles and receiving similar description. You move above the target, you move to ground level. This is one of my main go-tos whenever there's a location. You know, look down at your feet, what do you see? Move to the left, to the right, and then compare the data when you're all done. When the same information repeats, so then this was a question that was also asked to them. When the same information repeats at one or more points in a viewing session, that does this information tend to be correct? And 58% said more correct. 12 said less, 29 said they just hadn't noticed. And now, you know, this, again, we have to be careful because sometimes people with analytic overlay will get an image or get an idea of what a target is, and they can't get away from that idea. But in that case, there's not really a break in, you know, it's like you're holding onto a concept, but there's not a break. So what we're talking about here is pretty much where you get information and then you kind of forget about it because you're off to something else and then it reemerges. So it's different than being stuck on an idea. Touch. I'm just going to have to go through these more quickly. Bilocation. I was surprised quite a few people did say that they often bilocate, which is where you feel yourself more at the location than in where your physical body is. And they said when they're bilocating, they have a sense that that information tends to be more correct. Aesthetic impact, that's somewhat similar to bilocation, but not as extreme. It's when you're in a session and you have a sense of yourself there, where you're making I statements. I feel like the sun is shining on my face, or I feel like there's something here that's bigger than me. So you're putting yourself in your descriptions, or you're having an emotional experience. And many people said that when this happens, the information is usually correct. Now, I will say here too, there's a bit of a challenge whenever we're asking people about their experiences, because a lot of these people are trained. And so they're trained as part of controlled remote viewing methodology around stage 2 or so. One way to know you're going into stage 3 is to pay attention to if you're having an aesthetic impact experience. And you're not really supposed to move on until you're having one, because people in the past, and Lynn teaches this, because he was one of my early instructors, that Ingo himself, when he was developing CRV, had noticed this. And so it's part of the training that you look for this. So when people say, yeah, this tends to be more correct, they're verifying what was found in the past, but, we always have to wonder, well, are they regurgitating what they've been taught as well? So we can't separate those out just from a research perspective. And I know I need to finish so John could come here. So truth, trust knowing, a flash, a ding, it hits, it lands. There were some really interesting verbiage used here. Elated, excited. So many people said they start to feel really excited about something, and that lets them know they're having a good session in the moment. And that's different from someone feeling like really stressed. I rarely feel stressed in my own sessions, but I know the times where I have, and like almost getting a sense something's wrong here, like I'm off target or there's something really wrong, and it tends to be the case. But again, it takes a while for that to develop, I think. But I love these statements here. Euphoria, joy. I'm astonished, thrilled, ecstatic. Euphoria, joy, exultation, feeling of success, motivation to continue. This person said, it feels pleasing and still, a little bit like a kiss. Completeness. There's just this feeling that they're complete. They don't have to do any more work. They're just done. They just know it, as opposed to a sense of uneasiness that maybe they just haven't done enough yet. A sense of calmness. There were a lot of words like feeling calm, peaceful, relaxed, a calm detachment, confidence, just feeling they're overcome with a sense of confidence. Many said they'll get electricity, energy, tingling. So we're going into body sensations, somatic sensations, flow, and in the zone. Many people use the words, I'm just in the flow, in the zone, flow of information, flow state, feeling like a child. I'd say the mystery feeling like a child explaining something and you're trying to decipher what it is. If I have those feelings, I'm normally getting good detail from the target. A sense of realness, feeling compelled to do something. So they just feel like they have to draw something or they have to do something with their paper, and whatever they're compelled to do tends to be correct. There's so much we could say about all of these, but there was really a combination of senses. So many people said it's never just one sense for them when they're feeling a sense of being correct. They might get a visual and a feeling. This person said there's too many to list, a clear knowing, the image and senses of the target are clear, they repeat, they're nonlinear, more senses are usually involved. A lot of people have that combination of senses. And some people said names, dates, nouns, numbers. Thomas McNair, he was one of he participated in the survey, and it's supposed to be where we don't know who's participating, but it was easy to tell it was him. And he was known for, when he was Ingo's student, he named the target several times, like just outright, said what it was. And he participated last year in IRVA's experimental room, which, by the way, we still have going on, and we'd love for you to still visit it. It's not too late, like right after our program's over during lunch, it'll still be open. And so he visited it, and we had a person target where he had to describe the person, and he actually wrote the person's first name as well. So he's still doing that. So some people do get specific. So if he gets a name or something, he himself knows it's correct. And some people said that when they get these numbers, dates, nouns, a couple people, only a couple of people said these tend to be correct, but other people said these tend to not be correct. So, you know, in all of this work, we're always looking for trends so we could just say something about everybody. And unfortunately, you know, there is this wide variety. So people do really differ. And if you look at the parapsychology research, there's been quite a bit of research looking at what are the easiest types of targets to view, or what kinds of, you know, what should we use as target material. And they pretty much concluded after many studies, many decades, that it is really individualized, you know. So if you tend to be interested in something in everyday life, then you're going to be maybe better at that as a target. Same thing with the sensory. So I am going to just now stop because I think I'm out of time. And John, if you'd like to come up here, and we're still working on evaluating all of this, but this will most likely get published soon. So we'll let everybody, or maybe not soon, but in the next year or so, and then we'll let everyone know when it's out. And now John is going to come up next.
Good afternoon. So Deborah and I talked about how we were going to do this, and this is going to be in the form of a report for KATV News. Deborah hasn't started the channel yet, but undoubtedly that's coming in addition to her being able to sight read on piano and organize this conference. So I'm going to cover the Edwin C. May Archives at the Woodson Research Center, Bondurant Library, Rice University, Houston. I'm here to prompt from Dolly, by the way. I asked them to show station KATV, myself and Deborah, and there we are. I guess we should be happy that artificial intelligence isn't able yet to dredge up a picture of myself and Deborah. So here's the real people. That's Jessica and myself and Deborah in the room there. The archives would be impossible. There was a conference going on at that time, but we stayed pretty much in the archive. And there's Deborah, myself, and Michelle outside the archive. There are 54 boxes in the Edwin C. May collection, and I'm going to focus on Pat Price, the origins of method remote viewing, and how we define remote viewing. So Pat Price's remote viewing methods are much less known than those of others like Ingo Swann and Joe McMonagle. So let's take a look at them and the implications for what is and is not remote viewing. So they did a lot of outbounder experiments in 1974 with Pat Price on the second floor. It was a shielded room. And this was from box 21, folder 3. The archivist there, who was very cooperative, did want us to record all the boxes and numbers. So if anyone else wants to go there, you'll be able to do that too. They had an overhead scanner, so we scanned a ton of material. So at the outset for this particular project, Price was given geographical coordinates. He told the target was in the north and was a research and development facility. So in other words, Pat Price was front-loaded. This was an operational target, an initial operational target. It wasn't just practice. I'm not going to read everything on the screen, but of course it'll be there if you want to go into the details later. And we have limited time here. So he says the more information is given about the target, the more information you can provide. In fact, he says he requires it. So this is front loading. Partway through this first operational experiment, he's informed, as are the interviewers, that the target is the Semipalatinsk complex of buildings, and he's shown a government sketch. This is a photograph of Semipalatinsk in Russia years later, and the drawing below is by the artist for the military, and it's somewhat vague and fuzzy on purpose because what was secret was the resolution capability of the satellites. So Pat Price was shown this drawing. Here's his own drawing of before he was shown that. And this is the Unidentified Research and Development Facility, URDF-3. And you'll see that he has some of the elements correct. He has sort of a road leading back to some structures. He has a cluster of buildings in the front. So someone named G. Stillman was asked to judge and to write an evaluation of Price's session. And he said the first description was very accurate, but he wrote that much of what Price reported was inaccurate and misplaced, which is true. However, Pat Price's accurate description of a crane, the famous crane, and curved metal pieces, or GORES, G-O-R-E-S, being welded into a huge sphere, greatly impressed the CIA officials and helped the program continue at a time when it badly needed results. So Pat Price gets sensory impressions, of course, as we all do, but he primarily gets visual impressions. He really sees the target. He feels he's there, seeing it. Of course, we have all the other senses that we try to use. He does mention that he can taste metals, which is pretty remarkable, but he doesn't refer to other senses that much. He mentions the famous crane in this passage here. Sometimes he gets an overall gestalt, a feeling, a clean overview of the site, and then he delves into the details. Sometimes things will block for him, so he'll take a break and revisit a feature later on to see if he can see it. Later on in the session or after the session's over. He uses nouns extensively, as you can see here. And I mention that because, of course, in IRV and offshoots, we don't use nouns that much. We encourage people to describe and not name things. Pat Price says no, he doesn't do that. Also, he names a lot of substances and the environment and so forth. He claims he can bilocate and see through other people's eyes, and there's numerous instances of that in the transcripts. He can read something at a distant site. Here he says, there was some circular advertising from Scientology, Manila folder. Doesn't provide evidence in the session that he could read more than that, but he did, as has been mentioned, read file folders in West Virginia, example that I mentioned in my previous presentation. He says that he doesn't, edit, but he says that he actually does use his conscious mind. He reasons with himself about what's at the target. He says he doesn't analyze, but he does actually in his sessions, and he edits them. That's another thing that'll be clear that we tend in CRV and offshoot, we are supposed to write down everything, not edit it. He gets a sinking, sickening feeling when he gets incorrect data. He says, well, look at this. He's going to jump up into Skylab for a minute or two. It's always so damn relaxing and nice. So he's not staying laser focused on the target. He's just taking a break. To find outbounders, he starts with a quadrant in a clock shape, and he uses that throughout the different sessions, not just this session, but others too. And he doesn't use EOS end of session. He may and he does revisit the target later and get more information. Again, that's not customary in method, what we call method remote viewing, where your session and it's done. You may be asked, maybe be tasked on it to go back and get more information, but you don't at your own go home, eat dinner, and then say, oh, I'm just going to revisit that site. And he sometimes revises the original impression. So a little side note here, a question for an historian. Was there a relation between Pat Price's abilities and Scientology? And how about Ingo Swann? This came to me after spending a week in the archives and reading all of its material by Pat Price. I spent a week, 2 weeks at the Ingo Swann archives too. So was it just a coincidence that Pat Price and Ingo Swann were Scientology practitioners with no bearing on the origins of controlled remote viewing or remote viewing in general? Coincidence that both said Scientology auditing was extremely valuable. That auditing utilized the monitor, an auditor. That Swann was an operating Keaton 7 and Price an operating Keaton 4. That both were trained to go beyond matter, energy, space, and time in change of space processing. The Price said he could go anywhere on Earth, and Swann trained in the Grand Tour, later remote viewed rings around Jupiter. The commands of the Grand Tour are as follows: be near Earth, be near the moon, be near the sun, Earth, moon, sun, giving the last 3 commands many times. The coincidence that the Technical Dictionary of Dianetics and Scientology by L. Ron Hubbard refers to remote viewpoint, which is a system of remote lookingness. And how about the clay models were utilized in Scientology? My answer, no. The origins of control remote viewing lie partly in Scientology practices. And a quote from Ingo, in the short time since I have emerged into the field mentioned, it is generally accepted that nothing I can do, which includes the ability of precise communication through and up to various OT phenomena, could have been possible in the control state without your genius and the training and auditing which I have undertaken in Scientology. One of about 20 letters between Swan and Hubbard. So Pat Price and Swan based their approach and methods on what they learned in Scientology and elsewhere, of course, plenty elsewhere, and just a real caution. So Scientology today is completely different from what it was in the early 70s when a number of people in the Stargate program were or had been in Scientology. No one in the remote viewing field that I know of recommends its use or investigation even now. One former longtime member even called it President Incarnation dark Scientology. But it is part of the history, in my opinion. Now, returning to another aspect of this, returning to Pat Price's methods, note how much his sessions differ from what CRV and other method approaches like transdimensional remote viewing, technical remote viewing, and scientific remote viewing teach and practice. There's no cool down. The viewer is not blind to the target. He might even be heavily front-loaded. Monitors may not be blind to the target. There's no ideograms. There's no set stages in the process. There's continual bilocation. Does not record every psychic impression. He edits his impression. He returns on his own to the target after the session, and he uses lots of nouns. He may be even giving feedback during the session, and there's no end of session. So this led me to the question, how should we define remote viewing? Some people, mainly IRVA oriented, have insisted to varying degrees over the past 20 years. 1, there must be an intentional effort to view a target. 2, the viewer must be blind to the target. 3, no one in communication with the viewer can know the target. 4, there must be feedback to the viewer. If not, it's not remote viewing. That's been the claim many times posted on social media and in conferences. But here we see remote viewing founders, Pudov and Targ, and the remote viewers often not adhering to number 2 and 3 of these supposed requirements. Houston, we have a problem. A narrow, rigid definition of remote viewing does not represent the origin and history of remote viewing, and it is not working. We have the persistent issue of what is and is not remote viewing. Newbies are at a loss. A few recent examples from RV Reddit. I hear a man yelling and stomping from the top and left side of my head. He yells regularly, is this remote viewing? I see images in a red vortex. Am I remote viewing? Hallucinating? Astral traveling? Have I been remote viewing without knowing? Could I be remote viewing and wakes up in a dream? What type of remote viewing is considered remote viewing? Everyone seems to have a different idea of what remote viewing is from the limited knowledge I have of it. So that caused me, a longtime English major, to look up what different definitions are all about, which I should have done decades ago. Anyway, there's quite a, we humans go into everything in so much detail. So anyway, there's intentional definitions and there's connotative definitions. An elephant is a large, big animal native to Asia and Africa. There's extensional definitions where you list items that are part of that. You have preceding or precising, I'm not sure what that is, reduces the vagueness of a word typically in some special sense. Vagueness is interesting because fuzzy set theory played a huge role in the development of a very successful associated remote viewing software by Dr. Edwin May called CAS, Computer Assisted Scoring. So here's some definitions from pioneers Stephen Schwartz and Simeon Hein, who are both, Simeon Hein is more recent, second generation, but a very accomplished person and terrific remote viewing. He also teaches remote viewing. All right, so Schwartz says remote viewing is the term of art for a series of non-local consciousness formalized protocols in which an individual is asked to provide detailed information about a person, place, object, or event, which information they should not be able to know by reason of their being shielded from it by space, time, space, or both. Simeon says remote viewing is defined as the ability to acquire accurate information about a distant or non-local place, person, or event without using your physical senses or any other obvious means. I think that's very close to what he got it from Hal Kudoff, I believe. And Wikipedia, which we will not read. Okay. So with Stephen Schwartz, we can say it is the protocols, not the methods, that define what remote viewing is and is not. Further, that these protocols are applied to varying degrees in training, practice, the lab, and operational work. So from the history and practice of remote viewing since the early 70s, we can say it is always true that in remote viewing, there is an intention to gain information about a target. And it is often true that the viewer is blind to the target. The monitor and interviewer, if any, is blind to the target. And that feedback, if available, is provided to the viewer and monitor after the session. Protocols 2 and 3 are used to different degrees in training operations in the lab, and the 4 protocols are extremely important in remote viewing history and practice. We could say that 2 to 4 are usually but not always present in the remote viewing process. So we can then say, well, astral traveling, lucid dreaming, hallucinating, hearing voices, having a vision, channeling, NDEs, OBEs, scrying, tarot, ruse, sleepwalking, psychedelic tripping, and microdosing, and anything else you can think of, may have one or more characteristics of remote viewing and may even be a method used in remote viewing, but they are not in themselves forms of remote viewing. So here we have the image of an NDE, astral projection, hallucinating, sleepwalking, tarot, and OBE. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Now back to you, Deborah. That's it, okay.
Thank you very much for extremely detailed, interesting presentations. My only question that I should ask right now is, are any of the remote viewers associated with IRVA or the Monroe Institute actually Scientologists, practicing Scientologists? And you don't have to answer that,
I'm
but
aware of, no.
just curious.
We're not aware of any currently. And, you know, I'll just say that we don't want to discriminate against anyone and, you know, the people, we don't want to do that. So.
Thank you.
I think Deborah mentioned that there was an experiment room here, and there's still time to do the types of experiments she was talking about in the first slide, where you perceive what's in a box. There's 2 what's in a box experiments right here at the conference that you can do. And I just wanted to say that. And then there's 4 other experiments to go with what's in the box. So if you were fascinated by what Deborah said in the first slide, you can have your own experience with it.
Yes, there's still time, and we'd appreciate that because we are going to analyze what people come up with, and then we'll report on it in our next Aperture magazine. So it would help us out too if you guys went in there and participated at least in one of those experiments. They're just self-administered in the room around the corner.
Yeah, this one's for John. Hi. That last slide, can you just briefly explain what you consider the difference between remote viewing and the remote viewing process, how you differentiate between that?
I was just using that as a way we can talk about remote viewing without using a dogmatic definition. You can either call it remote viewing or the remote viewing process. That's all I meant by that.
So John, that was obviously a very quick overview of things you want to talk about. I think there's a lot to be discussed and unpacked there. So I appreciate you doing that research and at least giving us a taste of it. One comment I wanted to make is that, so the 4 protocols, 4 pieces of protocol that constitute the entire protocol that you mentioned, those actually rely on what Ingo Swann himself said, both that he told us as we were training, but also refers back to a article he published in Fade, I think around 1973, in which he pretty much enumerates each of those 4 things as elements that have to be there if you're going to count it remote viewing, at least according to his view on what remote viewing is, okay? Now, of course, you can say, well, that's just his opinion. Of course, he was the one that invented it in the first place, perhaps using the Scientology, you know, as his starting point. I think those are interesting features and elements that I think could do. I know there's been a fair amount of research done on that, but even more, and perhaps something more formal, ultimately published or whatever, trying to trace those roots. I think that's very intriguing. I appreciate you presenting that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Ingo, I mean, but the practice of Targ and Kudoff and others, it was supported by what I put forward. And I think having, definitions as I get older, they have their place in some forms but in remote viewing and other areas, sometimes, you're encompassing a tremendous amount of material under a few words. And I just don't think a dogmatic definition is serving the field, especially with newbies being so confused about what they're doing and whether it's remote viewing.
I just want to comment, you put up the various comments from the Reddit, remote viewing Reddit, about people expressing great deal of confusion about remote viewing. I think part of that confusion, and you see it in the Facebook pages as well, is because a lot of people thinking they know what remote viewing is or suspecting they know what remote viewing is have flooded into these social media sites that don't really know what remote viewing is, right? And so they're asking these questions, they're expressing confusion. The confusion is because so many people have so many different ideas of what remote viewing is supposed to be that actually don't even match up with the actual history and the definitional stuff. So I think everybody ought to be aware there's a massive confusion out there about what remote viewing is, and it isn't necessarily because what remote viewing is clear. It's because so many people who come into it with best of intentions, I'm not condemning them or anything, but they come into it without having any idea what remote viewing is and not doing their homework before they start talking about it.
Good point. Let me just say, since you said Reddit, give a plug for Reddit. Reddit remote viewing has 60,000 members. The leading Facebook groups have 10,000 and 5,000. Reddit also has a channel in Discord. So if you're interested in getting into the field, take a look at Reddit as well as the Facebook groups.
And we had.
So I have a question here, actually, Deborah. Hi, Deborah. So you guys went through the Edwin May archives. What was the most surprising thing that you found digging through there?
Yeah, there were some viewers such as Gary Langford, who I had heard the name, but I wasn't familiar with. And he had really incredible sessions, like transcript after transcript. His sketches were amazing. And it reminded me of how there's certain people who get celebrated, oftentimes because their work goes into a formal publication and then everyone repeats it, but then so many others where their work just is unknown. And I know that's also the case with even people in the room, and it really is a shame, not just for them, but for everybody. That's just kind of the nature of, publishing or presenting. And, that's one thing with IRVA and Aperture. We're happy to publish. We don't care what your credentials are. If you have an interesting article about your remote viewing experiences, if you have transcripts on our Facebook page, we like to show examples of transcripts. And, it's just about you submitting your work or submitting your ideas. And it shouldn't be about, just a few people dominating the field as it has been. So we hope, to see a change there as well.
I was also surprised that Jacques Vallée had been trained by Ingo Swann, and there's many, many sessions of Jacques Vallée's in the archives. And I'm also surprised at how many materials are there in the archives that are not in the recent CIA online Freedom of Information Act material. There's plenty of material in there. So any new folks or others who want to go to that archive, you're going to find some good stuff.
Also, there's so many targets, examples of the targets, photos of target sites that were really carefully constructed. So anyone, that's looking to put together a target pool or teaching, you could go there and just take pictures of all their targets and, have material for the next couple of decades or so.
Is this working? Oh, hi, good morning. Thank you so much. This is such a riveting topic. I've never heard of remote viewing until 3 years ago. And so I'm from Washington, D.C. My name is Jessica, and actually I've been endorsed to write a federal health compliance regulation on everything trauma. And I was wondering how far along your work, like I'm wording this correctly, but what work have you done regarding not treating people with trauma, because I feel like there's something to it that people need to talk. But if you do your remote viewing on them, and then there's like the karmic clearing and stuff, then maybe people don't need to go so much to therapy.
Well, I would say I would refer you to Lynn Buchanan's work, and Lynn Buchanan and Laurie Williams specialize in medical applications using remote viewing and kind of remote influencing to help with all sorts of things, including traumas. And then we heard yesterday from Judith Pennington and the work that they've been doing at Monroe. So also check that out as well. So there are people doing work along those lines, not everybody, but it's out there.
I have a question from Zoom. Jess Roloff. Are those archives open to the public, or do you need some kind of university or other affiliation?
Open to the public completely, yeah.
You just want to get in touch with them and let them know that you're coming. They're not always open. So
I would,
there's a lot of material. He asked if any of it's available online, and if you go to Rice University archives, you can see there's a lot of documents online. Certainly not everything, but there are quite a few. And also check out the Ingo Swann archives at University of West Georgia. There's a lot in there that's not online, unfortunately, but more and more will be becoming available.
just very quickly, I'd like to thank you all for all your continued research. I think it's really important, and there's a lot. Seems like there's a lot discovered that we don't know. Just a comment or thought. It seems important to me, maybe from my own experiences as a remote viewer just for a few years, to understand remote viewing positionally as a part of many historical lineages. So we talk about Scientology, but even before that, if you look at L. Ron Hubbard, there was a lineage that L. Ron Hubbard was deriving that from. And from my own path and walking through some of this, that lineage runs back into beautiful spiritual traditions that many of the people who publish books there about have different practices that would have been very beneficial to me as a remote viewer to have known beforehand, and probably would have saved me a lot of challenges. So I think as we have new people coming to remote viewing, there may be an aspect that would be maybe without being denominational about spirituality or different things like that. I think some of those practices are not optional. They're probably essential if we want people to come into the practice and have a healthy experience.
Very good point. Thank you.
Yeah, in my experience working with new people when I'm contacted and all that, one of the issues I've heard is, why is it called remote viewing in the first place? Because we're talking about all these other kinds of sensory perceptions. Why wasn't it called initially remote perception or remote sensing? And that was an issue I had to deal with in 1976 when I became the contract manager for the SOI work. Our staff at the Foreign Technology Division really wanted to change it to remote sensing because it made more sense, pardon the pun. But at that time, we already had all these sensors up in the satellites and whatever, so we decided, no, we'll just keep going to the term remote viewing because it seems to be engraved in the history of it. But the term viewing does cause confusing to people that are coming into the field when they quickly realize it's more than viewing, and particularly if you're coming in from an earlier background, then you have the term clairvoyance, which sounds very similar and is very similar. So there is that terminology issue that can confuse people new to the field. It still confuses me too, by the way. And the other thing I wanted to mention, I had the opportunity to actually do quite a bit of work with Gary Langford. And I was quite impressed with his results. And also he had some good ideas on training, how to develop whatever it was being called and in this process. And he had developed a procedure, and I don't know whether it ever got into the archives or not.
Yeah.
But it didn't go too far. There was a competition in a way, sort of an unwritten felt competition between Ingo and Gary. And I think that probably led to one of the reasons why Gary left the program. So there is a little bit of history here.
Right. You're completely correct, Dale. Of course, there's you know the history better than we do. But there's a lot of material by Gary Langford, including a training manual. And that manual sort of, as I understand it, lost out to Ingo Swan's manual for whatever political reasons that you probably know and I don't. But Gary Langford's sessions were also exceptional, and they used him a lot. As Deborah said, he's an underplayed figure and a pioneer who deserves more credit.
We were trying to get in touch with him, but we couldn't. So if anybody knows how to contact him, because we'd love to get his materials out there further, but we need his permission. All right. Oh, one more.
So my question is, I'm a newbie at this. And there was a statement made when you said, when you are in the AI. So does this mean our biometric, because we are energetic beings, just not physical beings, does this mean we physically diving ourselves with our biometric field into the AI? Is this correct, how I understand this?
Well, we can't say for sure what's happening. That would be one theory that, we're getting integrated. You could say perhaps energetic.
So what is AI then?
Consciousness. So that stands for aesthetic impact. And so that is a term to describe where you're experiencing yourself, more at the location. So rather than just say getting a quick flash, you have a sense like there's something looming over you. Or you suddenly smell something. So it is more sensory. It's more to describe the experience that you're having, but we can't say, for sure that, your energy field is integrated there. I suspect that is what's happening, but, just scientifically, we can't prove that. There's, different theories or different ways of putting it. Yeah.
Coming up, right now we have Maureen Seberg. Maureen was a full-time daily newspaper reporter for 20 years before becoming an author, and she was an expert blogger on the senses for Psychology Today for a decade, but she's no longer doing that. She's a full-time author. She just had a newly released book that's available out at the table called Fearfully and Wonderfully Made, The Astonishing New Science of the Senses. She's also a co-author of Struck by Genius, How a Brain Injury Made a Mathematical Marvel with savant Jason Padgett, now optioned for a film. And she's written for the New York Times, National Geographic, ESPN, The Magazine, Vogue, Glamour, Psychology Today, The Daily Beast, and many other venues. She has several forms of synesthesia, including the profound empathy of mirror touch, and in 2013 tested positive for the genetic basis for functional tetrachromacy, or the presence of a fourth cone class for color perception in her eyes. Vogue calls her the girl with kaleidoscope eyes. Wonderful, that is cool. So let's give a big round of applause for Maureen and her topic. What are the new, vastly higher traditional sensory potentials, and what does it mean for remote viewing?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me all right? Fantastic. First of all, I'd really like to thank Michelle Freed and Deborah Katz for inviting me based on my new book about the traditional senses, and all the board members at IRVA and Monroe Institute who welcomed me. Thank you so much. I need to say something. We are the technology. In this nexus we find ourselves in at this crazy time, this crossroads, no one represents that more than the people at this conference. I work with a medical anthropologist named Dr. William Bushell, MIT affiliated for 26 years. And he says we are soft tissue, high technology. My book will prove to you, and I hope my talk today, that there is no machine that can match us. And we reign supreme. Thank you. And we reign supreme over the rest of the animal kingdom. And I've written for Nat Geo. I love the rest of the animal kingdom. We are the super predators. If you don't believe me, read the headlines. But it's mischanneled. And I'm going to talk a little bit about our extraordinary power. So what has happened in the last several years is there's kind of an unofficial sense research renaissance happening. It's not cohesive yet. A couple of the scientists across fields like olfactory and vision have met each other, but they're not meeting yet. Perceptual laboratories are awash in funding for AI, virtual reality, robotics, augmented reality, mixed reality. And as you probably know, it's all about creating sentience in those artificial realms. Ironically, every time these separate laboratories try to match or best human experience, they're blown away. They cannot. They used to believe we could smell 10,000 scents, which is a lot, isn't it? Do you know how much it is? 1 trillion or more. They have put humans to the test on their hands and knees in the grass to follow a scent trail. We can do it. In 2016, scientists at the Rockefeller University in my hometown, New York City, placed human subjects in a scotopic, darker than dark laboratory room and fired single photons in their direction. And they were to hit a buzzer if they thought they saw it. There were 3 gentlemen. There will be women in future studies. 1 wears contact lenses, normal people, not super seers. They saw the single photons with their naked eye. The question now is, if we can see single photons, can we see entanglement? Can we see superposition? Are we going to confirm long-held theories? Or are we going to write a new book of physics? So it's a really extraordinary time to be in the sensory realm like all of you. And while I can't pretend to be expert the way you all are in the remote sensing, and thank you, Dale Graff, for pointing out it is all our senses, isn't it? It's not just vision. What we will see is that the traditional senses, which I have written a book about, may give you permission to expect even more from your remote sensing. I hope that's what happens today. So I'll just get through a couple slides. This is based on my new book, Fearfully and Wonderfully Made, The Astonishing New Science of the Senses for St. Martin's Press. Dr. Chopra calls it a must read, and so does Malcolm Gladwell, who added it to his must-read book list. We can see light at the level of a single photon with our unaided eye. When I asked Dr. Ali Pasha Vaziri, who led this research at Rockefeller, what does that look like? He said, you know, I thought I'd see a green flash. I thought it would be momentary, but it was more liminal than that. He said it was more like a feeling of knowing than seeing. Can many of you relate to that? I thought you might. Again, we can smell 1 trillion or more scents. One of the most fascinating people I spoke with for the book is a retired Scottish nurse named Joy Milne. She's a grandmother, and she started to notice a very strange musky smell on her husband, who was an anesthesiologist at the same hospital. And she thought, well, maybe it's his long hours. But even freshly showered, he didn't smell like himself. 6 years later, he was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. And Joy started going to support group meetings for other families suffering with this horrible illness. The people gathered at these meetings smelled exactly like her husband. So she started getting vocal about it. Researchers took her up and tested her. They took 12 t-shirts, 6 worn by people with Parkinson's and 6 not. She got 11 out of 12 correct. Until a few months later, when one of the poor subjects who did not have Parkinson's called the laboratory to report he too had just been diagnosed with Parkinson's. So now they were paying attention. As a result of this, she has worked with scientists at the University of Manchester to develop swab tests for the skin to diagnose Parkinson's as long as 10 years earlier than before. It's not a cure, right? But if you know anything about that horrible illness, when it presents, you've already lost more than half of the related brain cells. So to give doctors a 10-year lead on this, what an elegant solution, isn't it? Our senses are an elegant solution to many things. In addition, I said to Joy, what are you working on now that you've achieved this amazing thing? She said, oh, I can smell COVID. So I said, please do tell me what it smells like so I can run in the other direction. So would you all like to know what it smells like so you can run away? It smells like apple cider plus infection. And she is now working on swab tests for COVID, which will be much more humane than the way they test us now, right? In addition, she's working on tuberculosis and cancer detection. I want to know, though, how many more Joys are there in the world that we just dismiss, or who personally dismiss their abilities, right? So I'm really grateful to have the chance to start this conversation with thought leaders in the senses, because I'm sure many of you are this sensitive in the traditional senses. May I ask a question? How many of you here are synesthetes? Do you identify with that? That's quite a number of hands. Synesthesia, to define it for the few people who may not know, is bonus senses in addition to one stimulus. I happen to be a synesthete. So were I looking at the numeral 5 on the front page of the New York Times, I would see black ink on a beige background like everyone, but I would get a navy blue aura above it. And that's a rather mundane example. There are more than 100 examples of synesthesia to date. Any senses can combine, even multiply. And I had the privilege of talking to Ed May, who I'm sure many of you are familiar with, the former director of Stargate. And he said, Maureen, my top remote viewers were all synesthetes, including Joe McMoneagle. In addition, in his private laboratory now, he only works with synesthetes. So I even think there are more synesthetes in this room than those who raised their hand. And the good news is, even if you don't have the fireworks associated with it, it seems to be latent in all people. Research out of McGill University in Canada by Daphne Moore proved that all infants are synesthetes until 4 months of age. And then a pruning goes on. Even as the brain is growing, the overlapping neurons are pulling back, so they're not as hyper-connected. But 4% of people remain hyper-connected. And it surprised no one more than me as I embarked on a book about the traditional senses, that the super sensors I would encounter, a tea sommelier, a wine sommelier, Joy Milne with her extraordinary nose, they're all synesthetes. So that may be something to look into and develop in yourselves. I may have gotten ahead of a couple of these slides, but I'll click through. No, this is important to say. Our strongest sense, even though we can smell a trillion things, even though we can see single photons, our strongest sense is hearing. 20 hertz to 20,000. The thing that shakes your pant leg at a concert is the low end. A buzzing mosquito, the high end. We can hear amplitudes with diameters smaller than an atom. So when you refer to quantum capabilities in remote sensing, you're absolutely right. The traditional senses are being proven in laboratories to be on this scale. So it's not just a buzzword, is it? Quantum. It's a reality. We have taste buds for discerning fresh water, everyone. Newsflash. I don't know how they didn't know that. We've had them for a while, but it is now proven, and it's for our survival. UC San Diego did some haptics research. They continue to do haptics research. Of course, this is for robotics, so that there are finer senses on robotic interfaces. And they applied a single layer of molecules to one piece of silicone and left the other alone. Their subjects could feel the difference of a single molecule change in thickness with their bare fingertips. That's how magnificent all of you are. I like to say, it's like finding out that the oil painting your grandmother willed to you is an old master, but you are the painting. That's how this research makes me feel. You're much finer than you know. I've coined something called the perception quotient. I have a little bit about it in the book. If you'll bear with me, I would just like to read you a little excerpt. Given how powerful the senses are, it's possible that a perception quotient is even more important to survival than one's IQ or EQ, emotional intelligence, with all due respect to the people that researched that. In fact, in 1884, I found this so surprising. When Sir Francis Galton created the first test for intelligence, he examined his subject's senses. It wasn't traditional intelligence. It was the senses in the beginning. He checked vision, hearing, and reaction times to various stimuli. A few years later, in 1890, James McKean Patel pioneered the first standardized mental test. He also measured the speed and accuracy of our reaction time to stimuli. So I'm saying in this fragile age, the age of COVID and all of it, this type of intelligence should be gone back to and unearthed. And the reason they discarded it at the time was it was not a good predictor of academic success. But are we traditional about academia anymore, really? When we think of how many people should probably go to trade school and not come out with debt, and no jobs. We need to look at all sorts of intelligence, and I believe the senses should be first and foremost. I developed a 10-step model in the final chapter of the book to help you expand your senses. The good news is the senses are plastic, unlike other forms of intelligence. So in my case, I happen to be a super color seer. My genes were tested in 2013, and a couple of years ago, a team led by Christopher J. Patton and including Nobel Prize winning physicist Frank Wilczek started to study me at University of Arizona. What they are finding is that there's a perfect storm that goes with this level of sensory ability. I can at least speak to the visual parts. Perhaps it's true for the other modalities. The perfect storm is you must have the genes. So they tested my DNA. The fourth cone class is present in the genetic code. The second is a lifelong exposure and interest in color. And I was always that kid. My mom could leave me for hours with paints and crayons. I was that child and continued to be that adult. The third might be the most useful for all of you. And it's a surprising one. It's language, vocabulary. If I weren't as verbal a person as I am, if I didn't have color vocabulary, if blue weren't ultramarine or teal, to me, I never just say blue. The genes may not have become functional. Can you believe that? Now, I have not met an inarticulate person at this conference. You're all wonderfully verbal. But even we can expand our vocabulary more to be more precise in describing a target. And the brain and the consciousness responds. And there's some kind of flowering that goes on. So I want to give you 10 steps to open yourselves up even further. That's my last slide. First of all, you should practice your senses. I know that sounds obvious, but thank you. I'm getting the 10-minute warning. Joy Milne, the Parkinson's miraculous lady, told me it's as simple as smelling everything twice. Take one sniff of your coffee, wait for it to unfold a little bit more, take another sniff. She says that rounds out the entire capture of the smell. Expect is my second step. And you'll notice this is an acronym. I should have been clearer about that. Perception is 10 letters, and the 10 letters correspond to your steps. It wasn't even hard to shoehorn in there, I promise. I promise you'll be able to recall it. So expect is just, now that you've heard my message, expect these things in yourself. Don't dismiss it. If you're in an RV session and the temperature of your skin changes, that's part of your answer, isn't it? You smell something, you hear something. And in life, not just while you're working, accept these things, expect these things. Just being consciously aware that they're coming through will give you more of that experience, I promise you. Respect is the R of the perception model. Respect is about there is no such thing as too sensitive. No such thing. In fact, that statement is considered verbal abuse now by leading psychologists. And it applies here too. We need to respect others, and we need to respect our own sensoriums. Don't dismiss it. We all have time to acknowledge something we're sensing. Chutzpah is the C. I like that. I'm from New York, as I've said. But it comes from Dr. Kenneth Pelletier's seminal paper on exceptional performance in human beings. And the gist of it is, every one of his exceptional performers in that study, be they a fire walker or someone who could stick a knife, a sword through their arm and not feel pain, the only thing all these various cultures and people had in common was the belief on the part of the person that he or she could do it. So I urge you, as you go into your sessions, have some chutzpah. You can all do it. And the believing you can do it will enhance your performance. The next E is escape. And in the book, this comes at a part where the Academy Award nominated composer, Steve Roach, talks to me about hearing versus noise. There's good sensory stimuli and dangerous sensory stimuli. And noise is a perfect example because we are like frogs in the boiling pot of water. It sneaks up on us until we have hearing loss. Yes. So I recommend, you know, the mental health day, take a sensory health day. Keep it quiet, dim the lights. Your sensorium is the finest technology on the planet, the finest. It deserves rest and maintenance. Pair is the next P. Pair goes back to synesthesia. Synesthesia works like a mnemonic. I can remember phone numbers and spellings more easily because mine are all color-coded. But whether you're a synesthete or not, you can do this in your own mind. If you want to remember the smell of magnolia longer, and who doesn't? And aren't there wonderful magnolias here in Charlottesville? Pair it with a visual image like a full moon so that they're inextricable, that anytime you think of a magnolia, you see the moon. I promise you'll be able to retrieve and retain the sensory experience longer. Think. Think is about the T. It's about being more deliberate with your senses. How many of us can't remember what we ate for lunch yesterday? The classic example, right? It's because we were worried about something the day before or our next couple of meetings. We're never in the moment. Think is about being in the moment of the sense. So savor the sandwich, even if you're rushing to get it down. Write little notes on your calendar. Nothing here should be hard. Everything I tell you should be enjoyable and simple to do, or you're not going to do it. And the truth is, I didn't water it down. It is that simple. It's just about changing your mind. So how about writing it on your calendar? Oh, the roses in my neighbor's garden are blooming. It's extraordinary. August 17th. When you look back on that calendar after a month, it will enliven you. Improve, I apply to the vocabulary information I've already given you. Improve your vocabulary for all your senses. Learn spices you've never tried before. Learn herbs you've never smelled before. Just read as much as you can and expand your already wonderful vocabularies. And this will create pathways, new pathways. Om is about meditating. Meditators sense better. It also helps keep us calm and again, escape from the cacophony. and nature is my last point. This may be surprising to you, but the EPA did a study that we are spending more than 90% of our lives indoors. If I could meet with you all on the grass outside right now, I would, because that's where people like us should be. North Americans and Europeans are the most guilty. It dulls our senses to be inside too much. We already know what it does to our eyes on the computer program and on the computer monitor, excuse me. And I expect more research coming soon about the other senses, what that sort of isolation does and artificial environment. By contrast, scientists studied hunter-gatherers in Malaysia who live close to the land. They tested their ability to smell. They are able to smell and name many more scents than Westerners. They can also identify more colors. I know we all can't all live like that, but it certainly is inspiration to spend more time out of doors. And I would like to thank all of you for what you do. You're heroes and heroines of mine, and you are the frontier of this sensory renaissance. I would love to hear from all of you going forward about your discoveries, and please find my website at I'm sorry, I didn't write it, Maureen Seberg, just my name.com. And I'd love to hear from all of you. Thank you. Thank you. I should ask the questions or?
Yes, we do have time for questions.
Sorry, I went over, yeah.
My question is concerning hearing and tinnitus. So I've heard, a lot of different things. I've been to different doctors, acupuncturists, whatnot, and they typically sometimes we can help people, sometimes we can't. But is it maybe an expansion of hearing to where we're hearing all this electronic noise that's beaming through everything? But it's on the rise.
Yeah, I'm not a doctor, obviously.
Well, yeah,
but I would not rule that out. I spoke to one woman in the book who works in the cell phone industry, and she goes into those radio-free rooms, and she says you wouldn't believe the difference that what we're ordinarily surrounded by and what those shielded rooms sound like.
Yeah, I can believe it. I mean, if we could see it, we couldn't see each other. It'd be everywhere.
Yeah, I would have an open mind about that. Thank you for raising that.
Hi, thank you. Thank you. Your talk was fabulous.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
I agree with everything you've said and spoken of. One of the things that I specifically wanted to ask you about was color and how identifying color more accurately versus just blue. And if there's any research or if you've done any research on color psychology or I just want to know more about the colors. So thank you.
Thank you for your interest. If our research is ongoing, we are looking for applications for this. I've been told by someone at the National Geospatial Intelligence Center that women like me would be able to read imagery better because it's not just about the color, it's about depth perception. So I believe he's seeking a grant now to get some military women tested who have the clearances for that sort of thing. And evolutionarily, what the doctors tell me is the reason I'm this way. And by the way, it's only women. It's only women so far. They believe it will spread, but we could see fever develop in a baby's face. And that's how it came through the line. Thank you.
have the microphone. I just have a quick question about the animals. So dogs, they sense when I came over, I didn't have to take my laptop out of my backpack and undress, to go through the security in the airport because a dog smelled me. And they said, if the dog smelled you, you're fine. So it was a lot faster. But do we have any parallel studies with the animal capabilities like cats sensing and stuff like that?
Yes, we do. I don't think we'll ever see it in airports. Hopefully not. It's bad enough. But we beat dogs on some tests in laboratories. We beat rats on some tests in laboratories. Again, it's a myth. Did I go over that part? It's a myth that we have a smaller olfactory bulb than other animals. That was the origin of it in Victorian times. And the fact that they wanted to separate us from the rest of the animal kingdom in a Victorian way. It goes in a repressed way. It goes back to the neuroanatomist, Paul Broca. It's a myth.
Thanks again for a fascinating talk.
Thank you.
My mother has I'm sorry? Quick. Okay. Recommendations, go to museums, look at art, create art, even if you don't think you can. I wanted to mention a library in Helsinki, Finland. My mother's from Finland. Question goes to Alzheimer's, since you mentioned the woman who can smell, Parkinson's 10 years. Alzheimer's is one of the biggest health concerns in America and other developed countries. Is there a way to target some sort of sensory precognition?
I hope so. I don't know of anyone working on that now, but it's quite possible.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So if you've attended any of this conference, Paul doesn't need an introduction. I'm sure Paul will introduce himself. Let's give a round of applause for Paul.
The mic up? We good? Okay, first off, you're gonna need some paper before we ever start anything. You're gonna need some white paper and a pen, okay? So while we're getting this together, I'll give you time to source that. We good? Yep. And where's my weapon here? Okay, all right, good. Good, thank you. Let's start here. Okay, good. So here comes our final, I think, remote viewing experience for the conference. There's more stuff to go, including lunch, so that doesn't mean we're done, right? And we're going to do an outbounder. And that means all of you guys get to be the remote viewers. And I'm going to talk you through how this process is going to go. The idea is, just very briefly said, there will be a team of people who go out and act as a beacon to attract your attention to the target, okay? And once they arrive there, I'll explain to you this whole process. But you will sit here in remote view, and they will be there acting as the attention attractor so that you can then find what the target is. The target will be interesting. That will get your attention once you find them. They're just a marker. Don't worry about them other than them being a marker, okay? So I want to introduce them right off, and if you all can come up, please. May I have my outbound team up front here? Excellent, excellent. Okay, and many of you already know most of these guys. We have Jana Roca from Germany, one of my students. We have her, I guess, boss now, right? Yeah. Michelle Merrigan. Did I say her last name right? I don't usually say your last name, so, okay, good. And we have Hakeem Isler, another one of my students. And notice that we have mixed genders here. And the reason for that is there's some research that indicates that if you have mixed genders in an ESP experiment, you have more success. I don't think they know exactly why, but we can speculate, of course, various reasons. Maybe, one gender is attractive and one set of people, the other one to the other people or whatever. I don't know. It'd be interesting to do more research on that, but I'd like to maximize our chances. So I always have a mixed gender team of, if I can manage it. Okay, good. And these folks will be the ones they're going to get in their car and they're going to go to the location, which I'm not telling you what it is. You got to tell me, right? They're going to go to the location and then they're going to interact as much as possible with whatever the target area is. And they will again then, that's something we do have to arrange too, is feedback. Now, those of you who are going on the bus tours will actually get to go see this location in person. Okay, when you go out and you're returning from the bus tour to the institute and the winery, the buses will stop by, let you out, and you will be able to. They will act as your guide to take you to the location. You can experience it in person. Those of you who are not doing that, we are. In fact, this is kind of news to them. But you guys are going to take pictures and videos, and you're going to text them back, or however you get them, email them back, and this is new to him too. They're going to send them to your phone. So before they leave, please make sure everybody's got everybody's contact info. This is a little bit on the fly, but as you know, people who are running the show are pretty busy. So, and then we will actually give those of you we'll give anybody who wants it then the feedback as soon as we get it from them here in this session at the end of the session. Okay. Hopefully that isn't too confusing. We'll revisit it again. You can ask me questions later. Okay. You think you guys can handle that? Okay, good. Okay. So at that point, I'm going to dismiss you to take off. We're going to, hopefully, you guys will be there about 25 after 12. And that's when we'll start. But also, who's here? Okay, they're exchanging numbers, but Yana, we'll need to have you also let somebody here know when you actually walk into the target, so we'll know exactly when you go, right? You could tell him. You could tell him. Yeah. Yeah. He's on the ball. By the way, Alexis is also one of my students. So I've got leverage on all of these guys. Okay, good. So outbounder. How does an outbounder work? All right. Obviously, the first component has to be the switcher thing, and the switching there is the viewer. Okay. Obviously, the next component is the beacon team or the outbounders. Okay. And then there's a further requirement that you have a target. Now, in the traditional scientific experiment, you have a set of targets that are they're somehow either hidden in opaque envelopes or whatever. And then the target is randomly selected by the researcher, presented to the outbound team outside of the venue where the viewers are going to be working. And then they open up that envelope or whatever, and then they go to that location. We are short-circuiting that a little bit because, first of all, I didn't have time to find a target set and randomize it and all that stuff once I got on the ground here. So we have a specific target, so this wouldn't count as a scientific experiment, but from your perspective, it's going to work just as well. Okay. And so they are going to a target which was pre-chosen, and we'll see how it all works. So let me walk you through the process. Okay, first of all, you have the viewer. The viewer is secluded away from any knowledge of what the target might be. It's called a single blind condition. Okay, you guys have no idea what the target is. Anybody here know what the target is? No, you don't. Don't even tell anybody what you think it might be, because if you start speculating, it'll become noise, right? Okay. You're segregated from the viewing team, or the outbound team. You won't have any idea what the target is. You just have to remote view it. Okay. You have the outbound team. The outbound team gets the target instructions. They go to the target. They then interact with the target to whatever degree they can. Okay. I'm not going to give you examples because that could suggest things to you, even if it isn't the real target, and it could be confusing, but they will interact with one in some way or other. And what your goal is here is to recognize sound, smells, tastes, tactiles, visuals, okay, of the target, shapes, that kind of thing. Try and perceive the target as much as you can. You may even sometimes pick up on them doing something there, okay, if they are doing something there. And so pay attention to those kinds of impressions that might come in as well. Definitely try and capture the shapes, try and sketch. Sketching, this is something I didn't say the other day, I don't recall saying it. In the research at SRI, they found that very often the sketches were more accurate than the words that the viewers used to describe the target. The words were still useful. Of course, it isn't the words that matter, it's the concept the words represent. But the concept that they were presenting verbally, that material was still important, but it was often less accurate than what their sketching did. Okay, so be sure and sketch when you're doing your session. Okay. The outbounder team returns the target. Now, this is the classic method. They come back to the target, and then they share feedback with the viewer. Okay. Yeah, we'll come back to that in a second. Now, the classic version was the outbound team came back, picked up the viewer, went back to the target and let them themselves interact with the target. We haven't classically done that with the IRVA conference before because we have a lot of people and we didn't have the means to get them all to the target, and very often we didn't have the time to do that. Okay. We actually kind of have a hybrid here so that we're going to do a little bit of both, viewing the feedback that the viewers or that this outbound team themselves collect, but also then you have the opportunity to go in person after the bus tour if you happen to be on the bus to experience the target firsthand. So there'll be a little opportunity for both depending on what your schedule is and what your choices and availability are. Okay. I should probably tell you the story of my first outbound experience, partly because we have to wait a little bit until they get there. Okay. Now, the target I'm going to tell you about has nothing to do with the target that they're going to, so don't let this be any kind of a confusion to you, okay? So when I first joined the remote viewing program, Skip Atwater used to like to introduce you to remote viewing of the kind he taught, which was extended remote viewing, the IRV, before we went out to train in CRV. And so probably within the week, it certainly was within the week of me signing on, I got to do my first remote viewing session. And in doing this, you lay down on a bed. I used to joke that we were the only Army organization that had as an operational piece of equipment a bed, right? So that was great, yeah. So you lay down in bed, you set up this mind awake, body asleep condition, hypnagogic state. And then when you were properly under that condition, then the interviewer / monitor would come in, turn on a red desk lamp, so the white light would disturb you, sit down and start asking you questions. Now I'm trying to think who my outbound team, but I think it was Charlene and Tom. Okay, sit down, now Charlene and Tom and Skip, you would not believe how well he can put you to sleep with his voice. Now just calm, be relaxed, and think. I just can't even do it. It drives me nuts. But anyway, he'd be very calming and soothing in his voice and say, now picture in your mind where Tom and Charlene are and describe the setting. Okay, and so I did this, and what I proceeded to do was describe this location that was indoors, It was a kind of a small confined space, relatively small confined space. The walls were kind of an off-white. They had pebbly texture. There were windows with little lace curtains in them. There were little spindly tables, like little tea tables roundabout. And there was a feature, it's like an item of furniture standing at one end, except that it had a kind of a window in it, and there were little things behind the window. And I'm describing that, and Skip is giving no indication whether I'm right or not. You know, he just keeps going in his kind of monotone, soothing voice. And then ultimately I get done, and he says, okay, I want you to sketch what you can and write out a little summary of your experience. And so I get up and I write all that down. And it was also tape recorded, and the poor secretary, Jeannie Betters, had to transcribe all those things. And she used to describe Joe as talking like he had a mouthful of mush. So anyway, okay. And then the outbound team comes back and brings us some donuts and stuff, you know, and then we're eating donuts and drive down the road and get to the target, which was this massive blue water tower that kind of looked kind of like a giant metal spider with a central pillar, big mushroom top, and then all these pipes that came down on the sides of support. And I get there and we walk in and out, and I touch it and I look at it and think, I got nothing. They are going to fire me the first week I get here, right? Nothing at all. Man, I was totally disappointed. And so we pile in the car, we head back to the office, we drive down the road, and I suddenly get my attention pulled over there. I said, wait, what's that? And Skip, who knew exactly what had happened, said, if you don't get the target, it doesn't matter what you get instead. I said, okay, so let's stop there. Okay, so we go over, we pull over, we walk in. This room, off-white walls, kind of pebbly textured walls, lacy curtains in the windows, spindly little tea table kind of things, and the counter with the window in it, behind the window, a whole bunch of donuts. Okay, so I'm sitting there getting kind of excited. Oh, okay, it really does work, right? And Skip gives me that look. Okay, I heard what you said, but I'm still really excited. And what had happened is the outbound team had violated protocol. They were not supposed to stop anywhere between there and here. They had stopped to get the donuts. And as my father-in-law said, he said, trust you to find the donuts and not what you're supposed to find, right? So, so it worked, and yet I had not accomplished the mission. The mission was to describe the intended target, not some other target. And that's what we call displacement, at least one of many forms of displacement one can experience. And so today, you're going to remote view the target, the intended target, which is the target that Hakeem and Yana and Michelle are going to be visiting in just a few minutes. Okay, so we're not going to start until we get the heads up that they're there. And I'm guessing they have about another 5-ish, maybe 10-ish minutes. As soon as we get the call, we'll start. So you can kind of relax for a little bit. Wait a minute, I'm not done. Am I done? No, I was too excited telling you a war story. I should have said that. Okay, so this is the process. This is how we're going to do it. Except in this case, they're going to send us their feedback, and we're going to look at it, and then those of you on the tour will actually get to then revisit that. So add a more concrete experiential element to it. And when you see them again this afternoon, which you undoubtedly will, you can ask them, you may have perceived them doing something, right? You may have perceived them doing something. And then you can ask them, well, I got the impression you're doing X, or they might even volunteer that information, and you can compare notes, okay? All right, so, well, and here I'm going to remind you who you are. Now, this is your outbounder team. It's Hakeem, and that's Yana. And Michelle was a late addition. She said, hey, I want to go along. And so we said, okay, you can go along, and you've met her, so you really don't need a photo of her. And we have Hakeem, we have Yana. Okay, well, let me go back. So there the two of them are. One last thing. You'll see this picture again because I'll put it up to remind you of who it is you're looking for out there. Okay. But now, I'm going to review the steps to do just a rudimentary remote viewing, you know, a basic remote viewing experience here, so that when we get ready to go, you'll have an idea of what you're going to do. So When you find Hakeem and Yana, you'll find the target. And we're going to start about 12:25. I can't say exactly because we've got to wait till they let us know they're there. Okay. We're going to end about 15 minutes after that, depending on how the time works out. So that'll give you plenty of time to come up with the data that you're going to put down on your page. We'll get the feedback as soon as possible after the end of the session. Okay. So, are you excited? Okay. Anybody here who is not excited, don't tell me. Okay. All right. Get excited. That's an order. Okay. So, first we're going to go through the basic guidelines, and these are similar to if you were here for my Thursday night lecture, these are pretty much the same ones, but this will just be a refresher. And those who have not done, if you have done remote viewing before, you can go ahead and do it however you're familiar. Okay. If you haven't done it before and you weren't there to Thursday, then you can kind of keep notes of this. First of all, you want to relax. Nothing momentous other than self-fulfillment or whatever hangs on this. If you don't get it, no one's going to blame you for not getting it. Lots of people fail. I fail fairly often when I do my sessions. Nobody's 100%, not even Joe McMonigal. So you're going to relax and not worry about any kind of outcome. Then you clear your mind, and as I explained to the folks who were at that session on Thursday, doesn't mean you try and have a blank mind. If you blank your mind, then even real data isn't going to get in, right? So what clearing your mind means anything that comes in that seems extraneous or whatever, you let it flow out again. Anything that comes in that might be relevant to the target, you capture on your page. Okay. So clearing your mind means if something comes in, you clear it out in an appropriate way and put it down, record it, whatever. Okay. If you get, well, I have more about that in a second. So you want to pay attention to basic, simple impressions to start with. You may get more complex impressions later on, but to start off with, sensory experience. How does it feel to be there? What can I touch? How does what I touch here feel? Not what it is, but how does it feel? What do I hear here? If I were to taste something, and you can taste anything you want in remote viewing, you're not physically there. You can taste stuff you would never think of tasting if you were physically present. So you can taste surfaces, you can taste substances, you can taste objects and items there. And one interesting thing about the sense of taste is it isn't just to tell you something's good or not. Kids and animals taste things all the time that they don't intend to eat. It's because tasting gives them an additional piece of information about their environment. Okay. And we had a interesting presentation here on sensing shortly before. You probably learned a few things there that might be helpful here. Okay. Don't be afraid to taste just to get information about what it is that you're experiencing. Okay. Listen for sounds, look for colors and qualities of light. Okay. Quality of light is how light interacts with a surface. Let me see if I can think of something that won't be leading. Well, a brass vase, for example. Okay. A color is kind of a brassy color, but quality of light is shiny, glistening, gleaming, shadowy. Those are qualities of light. Okay. How light interacts with a surface or substance. So don't forget those things. Colors and qualities of light and shapes are very important. That's where sketching comes in. Don't describe a shape for me, sketch it on the page. Okay. All right. So pay attention to these basic, simple impressions. Don't worry about being wrong. As soon as you start worrying about screwing up, you'll screw up, right? Just don't worry about it. You know, if you get something wrong, it's okay. We're going to see how much you get wrong compared to how much you get right. You almost always get something wrong there. I always have wrong stuff in my sessions. Okay. The trick is learning to identify when it's wrong, when it's right, but you don't even have to worry about that now. We'll sort that out at the end. In fact, there's this joke about the Army Defense Artillery. Okay. Our Air Defense Artillery in the Army, their job, of course, is to take out the enemy aircraft that threaten our troops, right? That's their job. And so one time, one of my friends was talking to one of these Air Defense Artillery officers, and he says, okay, well, now I have a question. It's always bothered me. especially when I happened to be in a helicopter or a battlefield. He said, well, what is it? He said, well, you've got both enemy aircraft and friendly aircraft up there. Uh-huh. Well, how do you know which ones to shoot down and which ones to leave alone? And the air defense artillery officer said, well, that's easy. We just shoot them all down and sort them out on the ground, right? That's what you're doing here is, right? You're sorting it all out. You're not sorting it out as you're doing it. You're getting it down on your paper. You're not worrying about whether you get it wrong or not. You just put it down. And then when we're all done, we'll figure out what was right and what was wrong, okay? That's what you need to do, where you need to be as a beginning remote viewer, is to not worry about whether it's right or not. Just put it down and we'll find out. Okay. Okay. Things that are surprising, bits of experience or information that pop in suddenly without any logical reason to be there, tend often to be what's correct, because your left brain hasn't filtered that. It's surprised, it doesn't know where it came from, and so it hasn't had a chance to contaminate it either, right? So surprises that don't have any reason behind them oftentimes turn out to be right. Okay. Both sketching and words are important, but focus on the sketching. That can often be the most telling thing in a remote viewing session, because it's your kinesthetic, nonverbal kinesthetic underlying mechanism that does that. So kinesthetics is how it is muscle movement and that kind of thing. And it acts kind of as an additional sensing mechanism. We often get impressions of the subconscious level, work through what's called the ideomotor effect, and cause us to have muscle movements that are actually informed by information, but we, the left brain particularly, doesn't recognize where it comes from. And so oftentimes when you start sketching, you'll just feel the impulse to sketch something, a shape or shape or movement, and you don't know why you feel compelled to do that. Okay. Very often that is accurate because it's bypassing that rational reasoning, analytical part of your brain and just putting a reflexive thing down there that is usually accurate. It's very often accurate. Okay. So sketching is very useful, even if you don't know what you're sketching. Well, you know, I want to put this shape down here, but I don't know what it is, so I'm not going to do it. You're bound to lose information by hesitating to do that. Okay. All right. Now, humans are designed for our attention to wander. Have you heard anything from them yet, Alex? Okay. Humans are designed for their attention to wander. It's because it's a survival thing. If you can imagine, if you are so focused, and let's say you're out there on the plains of Africa 2 million years ago or whatever, right? And you're so focused on the ripe apples on the tree, assuming there's apples in the plains of Africa, I don't know, right? That you don't see the leopard sneaking up behind you, you're going to edit yourself out of the genetic chain quite quickly, right? So we were actually designed to allow our focus to wander, just to be alert for opportunities and threats in the environment, that if we were too focused on something, we would miss opportunities or we might succumb to threats, okay? So it's normal for attention to wander. So you'll want to bring your attention back to the target often. And we do that in this case by thinking, okay, I want to focus on where Hakeem and Yana and Michelle are, okay? And to help with that, I'm going to put up a photo of them just to help remind you to keep going back to where they are, bring your attention back there and allowing yourself to pick up that information. Okay. And okay, now how we get ready to start, and I actually thought they'd be there by now. Do I wait? I'm not asking this question, I'm being rhetorical to myself. Yes, ma'am. Well, the way this particular experiment is set up, interesting that you ask it. They don't necessarily have to be there. You can do it precognitively. In fact, the PAIR lab, the Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research Lab, used to do what they called precognitive remote perception, which is essentially an outbound or remote viewing session, but done before the outbounder ever went there. Okay, and so you can do it in advance. And maybe we should have done it that way. I don't want to change horses in the middle of the stream. But, in the interest of, oh, yes, there's another question, but also I'll come back to this question in a second. Yes. I am not going to tell you because you'll try to read too much into that. Okay. Yeah. I will admit this is a single blind experiment. And so another reason why it isn't a true remote viewing experiment, but I'm very good at not giving you any hints as to what the target is. Okay. So that shouldn't be a hindrance here. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, good. So they should be close enough that we're not going to do this precognitively. Okay. Let me keep that in mind. So I will talk you through the actual starting part when we get the heads up that they're there. Okay. So you can have a few minutes, probably don't want to go anywhere, but kind of relax. In fact, this is a good time. Relax. Just kind of sit there in calm, quiet mode. And just, we call it cool down. As John Knowles pointed out, people don't always cool down. You don't have to, but it's not bad to get into the right, kind of frame of mind, relaxed, kind of a ready to go attitude. If I had Skip here, I'd have him talking and you'd slowly drift off and there'll be people falling out of their seats and okay, all right, good. Okay, folks, we have now confirmation they have arrived. Let me acknowledge. All right, so let me talk you through the start part and we'll be off and running. Everybody ready? Okay, so we're going to use as our tasking number the word target 002, as you'll see. All right, so preparation, put your name, date, and location in the upper right-hand corner. Charlottesville is plenty of in terms of location, but your name, your date, and location in the upper right-hand corner. When you hear me say target 002, you're going to write target 002 over in the left margin and start. Let me give you a start time. I'm going to give you the time right now, which is 12:40. Okay. Okay. Get ready. Target 002 means describe the location where Hakeem and Yana are now, and Michelle. Okay, that's what target 002 means. So if you're ready, get set, target 002, and I'll give you roughly 10 minutes at this point. Just describing the setting where Yana and Hakeem and Michelle are currently at the present time. Okay, have a few more minutes to perceive and describe where Hakeem and Yana and Michelle are. One more minute. Okay, we're gonna end right at the bottom of your page, end and 12:51. Let me text them and tell them we're done. Okay. We're not going to compare any notes until after we get feedback. But overall, how many folks here feel reasonably good about how they perform? Just, this is obviously just a subjective thing. You felt kind of good about it, right? Some people feel good. Some people feel wishy-washy. Some people are slinking under their tables. Oh, no. Okay. Now, unfortunately, I told you the donut shop story, and there's a little bit of a danger of that here because we couldn't make a clean in and a clean out from the target. So that's why I kind of emphasize our intention is to describe the intended target, not anything else that they may have run across in the process. If any of you got a donut shop, that's my fault, I guess. Or you didn't get any breakfast and you're really eager for lunch. Okay, and I don't know how long it's going to take for them to get us the feedback. So maybe we can open it up a little bit for questions. If you have any questions, it's kind of a space filler here. And it looked like somebody about ready to put their hand up. Was that you? Okay.
Hello?
Okay. You know, here, why don't I take it around?
I have a question from Zoom.
Oh, a question from Zoom. Did you have a question? I hope they're not stopping anywhere else, but they may be. So we're not, yeah.
So,
Go ahead.
this is a question from Amy Katz on Zoom.
Oh, hi, Amy.
About the Paul, about the importance of getting the target right. But does anyone study the displacements as important in their own right, and a side study what the soul wants us to perceive instead of the ego or the will? And aren't successes that are displacement really important in a person's development as an intuitive? To learn, they do have the ability to perceive remotely.
Okay. Well, is that written down there in the chat? That's good, because we'll have to revisit it. First of all, displacement has been studied a fair amount, not just in the ARV world, but in other settings and other research in ESP and other modes. Okay, so what does it mean or not mean? It can mean, it depends on the context. In this setting, we would hope that, was it spirit and mind? Were those the two terms she was using? I forget what her two terms were, but we hope the spirit and mind want the same thing today, which is to have a success remote viewing the outbound, right? And a lot of this has to do with self-discipline. A lot of displacement happens because the viewer isn't disciplined. Now, this question is a little bit more metaphysical than that. I think it has to do with the meaning of displacement. And sometimes displacement doesn't mean anything except sloppy work. But occasionally, you may displace, and there's a reason for it. And it's always worthwhile to find out about that. In a one-off experiment like this, I seriously doubt that displacement is going to have any particular significance other than that you got distracted by some other target. If the question or if the research or if the remote viewing target is something that could potentially be more meaningful, then maybe you have to evaluate your own life really and see how it fits in. There are instances where displacement happened that wasn't exactly displacement that was important. For example, there have been cases when we're using latitude and longitude in operational settings where the viewer got the wrong coordinates. That this was before the days of Google Earth, and so oftentimes they were pulling coordinates off of National Geographic maps, and precision there is notoriously difficult, right? And so there's a story, and I don't know how apocryphal it is. I've heard it told. I don't know if it was Joe that told or not. It was a Joe session where the target was supposed to be like some Iranian missiles or something, and Joe was given the coordinates. Of course, he didn't know what the target was supposed to be, but he did have the lat longs, and he described a bunch of, well, if this was out where I grew up, a bunch of sagebrush and cactus, right? It was actually in Iran, so I don't know what grows there, but it was a desert-like setting, and he just described desert. And the analyst said, "Well, why didn't you describe the target?" I'm shortchanging this whole process, and Joe said, "Because that's all that was there." And the analyst says, "No, the coordinate points to a really important, I don't know, facility or whatever, or missiles or whatever." And Joe said, "That's all I'm getting." He tried it again, it's all I'm getting. Well, it turned out the coordinate was actually wrong, and the target was actually in the middle of some dirt, right? Out there in the middle of nowhere, okay? But it can go the other way too, where the coordinate is correct, but the viewer remote views something else. And sometimes that's just a mistake. Sometimes it's the viewer subconscious saying, "Oh, squirrel," you know? That happens a lot too. Oftentimes, particularly undisciplined viewers, people who are either not disciplined or brand new to it and haven't developed discipline, will sometimes get attracted by something that's more personally interesting to them at the target. And then of course they displace. They don't describe the target. Hence, my experience with the donut shop and Skip saying, "Yeah, have we got it?" Yeah. Oh, good. So we're going to go to feedback, but you understand the story, and I think where I'm going with that. Okay, we're done with that, right? Okay, I'm going to let you manage this. Okay, so we're about to get feedback from the target. Okay, and you know what? I hadn't planned to do this, but I think I'll get Hakeem up and we'll put him on speakerphone and see if that works. So let me text him first. A lot of stuff probably. Of course, my texting skills, it'll take the whole rest of the time just for me to send the message. Yeah, bring it up, yeah. Oh, we still got the PowerPoint up. Okay, good. All right, what is she doing? Okay, go ahead, get that one. So the target is the fountain at the outdoor mall here in Charlottesville. People are nodding their heads and clamping. Let me see what he says. Come on. Well, that wasn't him. Okay. Here they are. Okay. We're staying as a pond. Okay. So there was stuff around. So maybe you got some of the surrounding stuff. And they're eating something they shouldn't be eating, I'm sure. So here's more of what the fountain is like. It's got these columns, these stone columns or whatever. That's across the street. Okay, go ahead. And the water, the pool. Okay, good. And there's a very distinct splashing sound that you get there. Okay. And another down the street the other direction. And there we see, are you zooming in and out or does it just do that? Oh, okay. Okay. So, okay, good. So you can see it from another angle. I didn't know if the software was doing that or what. Yeah. And another view of one of the, whatever you call those things, obelisks. I don't know. They're not an obelisk. Okay, good. Excellent. Okay, so pick a good one of the fountain. Just let it sit there for a second.
L-shaped building.
L-shaped building.
Yeah, L.
Whereabouts? Oh, I don't know.
Well, that's a brick building, but it's an L-shaped.
Don't know. You'd have to get on Google Earth to find out, probably. Yeah. Okay. Pick a good one of the fountain. Let me see. Well, one with more with the all three of the things. You can find it there. That one's probably good there. Okay. So here's Hakeem. Okay. So hello.
Hey, what's up?
Now that's a silly question. So what I'm going to do is ask these.
Hold on.
Okay. So what I want to do is, if you had specific concepts of them doing something, we'll ask them if they were doing that. Or, well, okay, we're just going to start off with, are you there now?
I'm here.
Okay. Can you kind of describe your behavior when you got there? Hold on a second. Pam? Pam wants to know what you're eating because she wants some too.
Yeah, we just sat down to get something to eat. We haven't eaten.
No, you were eating something in the
that's not
pictures.
true. We were eating something, yeah.
Okay, what were you eating?
She was eating a coconut like ball, like, you know, that was made with like peanut butter and some other stuff. And then I was eating, or she was eating a coconut one and I was eating a chocolate one.
Okay, I guess Pam got chocolate. I'm not sure. Okay. You know what? Rather than have you describe what you were doing, I think I will have people ask questions. So did anybody pick up something you want to particularly ask about? Hang on a second. I'm gonna, where's,
You want me to get Yana?
well, if she's not there, she better be. So here, what's your question? Hang on a second. What's your question?
If there were any butterflies, did they notice any butterflies?
Did you hear that?
Sorry. They want to ask a question, see if they're looking now, and it's too loud to do.
Well, the question was, did you guys notice any butterflies?
One more second. Give me 1 second because I was inside getting out. Hold on. Okay, all right.
They need some remedial training in being an outbound team.
What?
Did you guys notice any butterflies? You need to give us feedback on what you were doing
Okay.
while at the target, not after the target, but while at the target. Did you notice any butterflies?
No, but we have someone sitting here with the, he's selling some jewelry stuff. Yeah, so he butterflies. But we're not real butterflies.
Okay, but there were some butterfly shapes or something like that. Okay, good. All right, so there was another question. Was that you? Hang on a second, let me get over here. Okay,
Did any one of you guys say not funny? Or something is not funny?
did you hear that?
No butterflies. Yeah, can you say that one more time?
Did either of you, did anybody in your group say anything about something not being funny? Did you verbalize?
Laughing, and then it says not funny.
Okay, so what she said is she heard a lot of laughing and then somebody said not funny.
We have people around here talking, but I didn't hear what they.
I somehow think this isn't working very well. Okay. All right, let me see if we can make this work. Hang on a second. Okay, what's your Hakeem? Hakeem, were you sitting on a metal bench?
No, I was not.
Okay. All right, bummer. Here's another question.
At some point, like a plastic grocery bag with a bag of chips or something in it.
Did you have a plastic grocery bag with chips or something in it?
No.
Okay, all right. I can answer that, yes. Well, there are planters that are made out of something similar, okay? Huh? And yellow flowers, were there yellow flowers?
Yeah.
There were yellow flowers, okay?
Yeah, we do have yellow flowers.
Do you have yellow flowers? Good, okay. Your question?
Yes.
Somebody drinking coffee.
Were any of you guys drinking coffee?
No, but Hakeem ate something with coffee flavor. Yeah.
So there's coffee flavor, but not actual coffee. Okay, good. Okay, you know what? I think I'm just gonna have you yell and I'll repeat the question. Did you stop for gas or was anybody thinking about stopping for gas?
No.
No. Okay. What? What does it smell like? Well, did you have a particular smell? Did you smell pizza? No, okay. What?
There was some.
And you had a bicycle? So I thought I saw one of those pictures, no? Okay, what did you say about smells?
There is a food smell that I can smell, but I don't know if it's pizza or not.
Okay, all right.
Oh my God.
You
Wait,
see
one second.
you see a blue car.
Is that a pizza? Oh, okay, cool. And there's a pizzeria down there? Okay, thanks.
So question was, did you notice a blue car?
Yeah, let's go and check. So here's a thing about the pizza. When I just was saying I could smell something.
Yeah.
A guy was walking by carrying a pizza. I don't know if
Okay.
that really matters or not.
We don't either. Did you see a blue car?
No blue car.
No blue car.
Were they in a black car?
His car is, I think, black, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
What?
my car's black.
Yeah. Okay. All right. You know what? We can't do all of this because we're late for lunch. So instead, so we'll take you on speakerphone, and when you get together with everybody, then they can ask you questions, okay? So what I want to do right now, okay, thanks, Hakeem, Yana, and Michelle. Huh?
And I also put the video. We both put videos.
Okay, so maybe we'll put that up.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thanks. All right, so I'm gonna hang up and we'll go from here. Thank you. Real quick, how many here feel like they substantially got bits of the target? Okay, so we have pretty good results here. That's excellent. That's excellent.
Okay, all right. Well, hello, everybody. My name is Robert Clotworthy, and for those of you who don't know my face, you may recognize my voice. I'm the narrator of Ancient Aliens, a show that has a bit of a following. We've been on for, I guess, 17, 18 seasons, done close to 250 episodes, and we're going to be doing a new season that's starting up real soon. And I'm going to be the MC, not really the moderator, the host for today's IRVA online panel. And our first speaker, forgive me for my possible inability to speak Italian here, but I'm going to do my very, very best. Oh, and by the way, we're going to try to stay on schedule here as far as time is concerned. Every 45 minutes or so, a new speaker will be joining us. And if we have some time at the end of each speaker's segment to ask them some questions, we'll do that. The questions will probably need to be in the chat. That way I can look through them. And at the end of the time, if we have a few moments left, we can fire off a couple of those questions to the speaker. Our first speaker is, let me tell you a little bit about Patrizio, or Dr. Patrizio Tresoldi. He is a PhD, and he's a senior scientist at the Stadium. Here's where it gets bad for me. A VO guy that does know how to pronounce the words. Sorry. The Stadium Patvinum University to Padua, Italy, and the head of science and head of the Science of Consciousness Research Group. His main research interests are related to scientific evidence about the nature and characteristics of consciousness as a response to the existential question. And this is a question I ask myself all the time. Who am I really? Well, without further ado, let me introduce Dr. Patrizio Tresoldi.
Ok, buongiorno a tutti dall'Italia. Good day to everybody from Italy. I'm Patrizio Tresoldi. I'm delighted to share new findings, as you probably already know. May I share the screen? Okay. Are you able to see my screen? Please give me feedback.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Okay. The title, you already know. The title is a systematic review and meta-analysis that is a quantitative summary of the state of art of all experimental studies that comprises the remote viewing technique. This is a joint efforts, a pleasurable joint effort with the links that you all you know very well, and the presentation is only my responsibility. Okay. Let me see if I can move. Okay. If you read announcement of this presentation, you already know would be the content, the main message is written here, that more than 50 years of investigation into extrasensory perception, remote experimental protocols appear to be the most efficient for both experimental and practical applications. It's a great message for all supporter of remote viewing stuff. And in the following, I try to illustrate why are claiming such a thing. Okay. The first question is why a systematic review and analysis. And okay, the systematic review is sort of history, is approach to the study of extrasensory perception and it comprises the history, the varieties of protocols, training methods, judging methods, and so on. Very probably most of you know very well all this stuff, and in any case, you can read this part in the paper. At the end, I'll show you the link for downloading, access the full paper related to this study. And I will create on the more innovative aspect of this study is the meta-analysis, the quantitative summary of all experimental analysis. It's strange that differently from other methods, protocols for investigating extrasensory perception, remote was never approached and summarized in quantitative terms. There are more or less 4 or 5 meta-analyses related to Ganzfeld, to extrasensory perception in a Ganzfeld environment. There are other 2 or 3 related extrasensory perception by using forced choice protocols in a state of consciousness, and a 2 related to the precognitive, unconscious precognitive cognition, most known as I lost the term. Okay, unconscious precognitive cognition. Presentiment. Sorry, presentiment protocol. Okay. But another interesting thing, probably what should attract more all of you, is the comparison of the performance of the remote viewing protocols with respect to other protocols that I already cited, for example, protocols that use a Ganzfeld environment, forces, choice, and presentiment. Okay. The meta-analysis include all experimental studies published somewhere in proceedings in scientific journals till December 2022. Okay, and since the beginning, here I present 2 of the set paper. For example, this one by John Kruth, Associative Remote Viewing for Profit, about the importance of the judge and the investment instrument. This probably most of you know, have already read. The other one, another one, is Greg Kolodzki, 13 years associative remote viewing experimental results. And it's 2 examples of paper, experimental studies included in the meta. This paper by Schwartz and others, the Discovery American Brig fieldwork involving applied remote viewing, including a comparison with electronic remote sensing, was not included because it didn't include a control of the chance, chance probability. We need, we select the paper where there might be a condition of the chance probabilities. In short, it means that we need information about how remote viewing, trials were compared with the chance probability, the probability to got any hit correctly identified by chance. This is the strict criterion we use this selection. You can see here that in all this period until within December 2022, we're able to include 36 studies with 40 experiments. Okay, this is the database that is available open if somebody want to inspect and redo our analysis. These are the main results, and they are expressed in a statistical measure that it is net effect size, in simple terms, is the size of the effect difference with respect to the zero, is the condition where there are no differences between the remote viewing performances with the chance probability. And you can see that there are more or less identical outcomes. For example, here we have the comparison between selected or trained participant with some characteristics that may be, say, useful for allowing a better performance in extrasensation with respect to a selected participant. Usually are students, people without any familiarity with this kind of experiments. And you can see that, okay, there is a wide variabilities that is presented by these bars that represent the 19% confidence intervals. There are a small difference in favor of the participant, as expected, of course. Another interesting comparison is between tasks that require a clairvoyance task, that is to identify a target, a place, an object, something already present, okay, with respect to tasks that require to identify a future task, right, that are commonly described as precognition task. Okay, if you compare this bar with this one, you can see a slight but small difference in favor of the clairvoyance task. But if you, I repeat, the high variability of the outcomes, these differences are only suggestive of a bad performance with the clairvoyant task. Another interesting comparison is a clairvoyance task with an outbound partner that you probably know. In some process, it requires that a partner go to some place and a receiver have to connect his or her mind with the mind of the outbound partner, representing a sort of telepathic condition. This is the situation. But here, for example, you can see that with respect to the condition when there is not an outbound partner, it seems that in a condition, telepathic-like condition, the performance. But if you, I repeat again, the wide variability, this difference is only suggestive of better performance when there is an outbound partner. Okay, difference, but in this case, but is a little bit more substantial, is from studies published in peer-reviewed papers, that studies that were judged by experts before being published. Peer-reviewed papers are usually studies presenting proceeding of conferences in other, say, other, I would say, journals, but without a previous strict control and revision by experts. Another interesting question that I think is still open in your community is if the interviewer that usually help the participant to retrieve the extrasensory information, if the performance with an interviewer are better than tasks out of the interviewer. Here you see a difference, okay? In this case, it seemed, but from a statistical point of view, is still not significant, but it suggested that the role of the interviewer may be important. These are the main results of the meta-analysis of the 40 experimental studies that were included in the meta-analysis. Other probably much more interesting fact is the comparison with the other protocols. And I anticipate that the other protocols are protocols that use choice task normally in when participants are normally when participants are usually in the normal state of consciousness, okay, like the consciousness that you are in. And the other comparison is the free response that is similar to the remote viewing protocols, but in this case, participants are immersed in a Ganzfeld environment that you probably know, but in essence is a sort of sensory, visual and auditory sensory deprivation. And you can see that if we compare the performances of the select participants with some characteristics or either expert in this particular task or more artistic with a high level of fantasy or mental control, you can see that the performances of selected participants that use free remote viewing are double, okay, with this metric. But immediately we show you a more intuitive metrics for this comparison. The same is evident for the if we compare the performances of the unselected participants. I repeat, unselected, we mean people without any experience with the task, usually, I repeat, students or friends and so on. And you can see that the performances of the remote viewing unselected participant, but that use remote viewing protocols are extremely larger than all other, and very similar to the performances of the participant, unselected participant, even in presentiment studies. I think that is a clear demonstration that remote protocols are clearly superior to every protocol for the investigation of extra sensory information, as anticipated in the presentation of this talk. Okay, there are obviously some limitations of this study. The first one is that there were not enough studies to compare the different remote viewing protocols that you know are many, not huge, but many. For example, associative remote viewing versus controlled remote viewing, etc. Not enough studies to compare judging versus independent judging, that you know is a very debate problem. We must trust more to the self-judging of the participant, or differently from the judge of independent judges. Okay. Okay, but the take-home message is great from my point of view. As anticipated, remote viewing protocols are the more efficient methods for obtaining extra information, both in the clairvoyance and the precognitive condition. This something enough clear. In terms of percentage of its difference from chance, this is a more full measure. Remote viewing protocols obtain 19%. Here there are the probability intervals higher than the hits obtained with transfer protocols. That is the most studied protocol employing free response for obtaining extrasensory information. If you compare 19.3 with 6.8, it's clear that the remote view protocol obtained 3 times more. It's that is correct responses with respect to the more studied adaptive protocols, the protocols that use Ganswell. It seems a very clear and important difference. And I think it is my personal reflection, but an open reflection for all of us is why remote viewing protocols are so effective. My opinion, only an opinion, of course, very probably because they are the only protocols that comprise entire instruction how to perceive extrasensory information. And other protocols used for the investigation of extrasensory information, there are precise details. Every participant asked by using his intuition, his personal skills, and so on. I think that giving people, participants, both expert and non-expert, detailed information on how to retrieve extrasensory information and try to discriminate internal mental from external information is I would say, the golden aspect of the remote view protocols. Okay, but okay, I repeat, it's an open question. And okay, if for all that are interested in all details of this study, as I anticipated, the first part of this study comprised the systematic review of all this field from historical, records to the more recent developments, and I pleased to recognize the fundamental role of Deborah in this part with the collaboration of Paul Smith. And you can have, this is the link for downloading. This is the print version, but it is very similar to the final version that I probably will publish in the Journal of Scientific Exploration in the last autumn. Okay, and with this information, I thank you for your attention. I'm open and delighted to hear your questions about what we found. Robert is in mute. You are in mute condition.
Pardon me. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm looking at the chat. Do we have any questions for Doctor? And we do have a question from, let's see, here's one who says, Ed May has stated that the CRV protocol was not nearly as successful as other RV methods used at Stargate. Do you have any views on this?
If I understood the questions, Ed May says that the remote viewing protocols, the more recent one, were no more efficient than the old remote protocol. Is this the question?
Yeah, I'll state it again. Apparently, Ed May has stated that the CRV protocol was not nearly as successful as other RV methods used at Stargate. Do you have any views on this?
As I said, we didn't have enough studies to compare the different efficiency, the different protocols. We didn't have enough studies for comparing, as you said, CRV with RV with other protocols. So what I say is a general statement about all remote viewing protocols. Future analysis adding more studies can, I don't know, probably tell us something about the differences, but I repeat, it's important to account many other variables, the expertise of participants, the judging methods, the type of issue to be detected, and so on and so on. There are many variables that contribute to the outcomes.
Chris had a question. He wanted to know, he says, can you say a little bit more about the variation in practice with RV? Is there a standard method that's been applied across the published studies?
No, it's not. I didn't present how many studies uses RV versus V protocols, but I don't know, but there is a majority. Usually, as you probably know very well, RV protocols are used for precognitive, for anticipation of future events, whereas CI protocol is used for clairvoyance or different modalities of clairvoyance tasks. This is clear. Okay, but as I show in the main results, there are no overall differences between clairvoyance tasks and precognitive tasks. Very interesting. But the same was observed by using other protocols, for example, for Gansfer studies, forced choice tasks, called and so on. There are no evident differences between clairvoyance, that is and detecting information already available somewhere, okay, and information that are not available now, but will be available in the future. This is an interesting problem that suggests something about our mind function in this particular state of consciousness.
Fabian had a question about the connection between RV and NHI/UAP. Is there a connection there?
Sorry?
A connection between remote viewing and I'm not sure what the NHI, but I'm imagining that the UAP is unidentified aerial phenomena. So is there a connection there that you see?
Well, we discussing on different topics, so I don't know why there should be a connection.
Okay, there you go. Fabian also wants to know if you're on Twitter.
X.
Are you on X now? Do you tweet? Do you X?
Sorry, are you asking me?
Yes, yes. Wants to know if you are on social media.
No, I only two groups on Facebook. No, 3 books, 1 international, 2 for the Italian people, connected with my Science of Consciousness Research group, where I post information deriving from my investigations and information used for the Italian people. One is related to the consciousness study, one is related more to exceptional experiences of non-ordinary mental experiences like NDA, out-body experiences, precognitive dreams, and so on. And another is an international Facebook group. Is named Call for an Open-Minded Consciousness Investigation. I can give you in the chat the right address. That is international people, where I and others, administrators, post information related to investigation of extrasensory perception, out-of-body experiences, studies about the consciousness in general, and so on. I try to post this address. Okay, other questions?
Yeah, Fabian clarified something for me. He was talking when the NHI was non-human intelligence and remote viewing. Do you find a connection there?
Between, sorry?
Between RV and non-human intelligence.
I don't know what you are referring to as to non-interaction with humans.
Non-human intelligence. Like at the
what do you mean?
Like at congressional hearings, they've talked about that some of the UAPs or some of the information they have is of non-human origin. So with the RV, is there a connection between that and intelligences that are not of this planet?
I don't know. I don't have information and say scientific say data related to the information obtained from extraterrestrial intelligence. Done a lot of experiments, sufficient experiment with mediumship, a connection with the deceased, say, soul, the deceased person, and I and others are carrying out some studies related to telling the purported ability to connect with spiritual beings and so on, but I don't have any information, published study related to the information obtained from terrestrial entities, aliens of difference. I don't know. Probably I missed something, but I'm curious about such a phenomena, and but I don't know any scientific study about such interactions.
All right. Anybody else have any other questions for the doctor? I don't see anything popping up. Do you have any final comments you'd like to share with us?
Oh, I think that our findings probably didn't surprise most of you, because if most of you are involved in remote viewing in IRVA from years, probably you were already confident that this is a very important technique for even for practical application. This is very interesting because, you know, in the mainstream academia, the possibility to obtain extrasensory information is not well accepted. And I think that even if there are a very huge amount of studies analyzing all sophisticated methods, I think that if we offer to the applicant the possibility to obtain information for practical uses, for example, for medical diagnosis, for finding people, for etc., etc., or find archaeological sites and so on, I think that we must convince all skeptics that deny that our mind have such incredible, say, skills. I think that remote viewing are the protocols, more already demonstrations, even study scientifically, that may be applied with good results for practical applications. This is a confirmation.
Megan had a question. Understand the university is close to, your university is close to Venice. Have you or the university been asked to or tasked to help save Venice by using remote viewing to assist with the big lift?
Absolutely not. There are no, in my country at least, application for the say outcomes at the moment. I don't know in USA, but in Italy is very complicated, the political situation.
Oh, it's very simple here. Politically, it's very simple. All right. Any other questions for the doctor? I mean, this has been wonderful. All right. I think we are good, doctor. Oops, maybe here's something's popping up. Let's see. Please scroll up. Okay. Let me see where that is, Lily. Because we mentioned where we can locate you. Your website has been posted. Let's see. I'm not seeing the question you're referring to. Oh, here's it is. Can you share an example of what you meant by applying RV for practical application?
But even in the paper, scientific paper that we included in our meta-analysis, there are the example using remote viewing for profit for predicting, say, market. And if you scroll down all written available scientific paper, in some case, there were very positive outcomes. Okay, I don't suggest to apply remote viewing only for these purposes or for charity. I think this is good, but not for personal say interest. But this is an example of real applications. And okay, these were studies included in our meta-analysis. There are other studies well documented. For example, the study about Stefan Schwarz about the use for archaeological investigations. He was the pioneer of this kind of investigations, and he documented very, very interesting archaeological findings by using experts in remote viewing, and this is another documented practical application. I hope that there are many other possibilities, because if you imagine that with the remote protocol you can access information, even if available in the present or in the future, independent of space in time, there are no constraint restriction for say applying. Of course, it requires a lot of training, a lot of the skills in applying correctly the different protocols. Apart the few people that are innate skill, such a kind of ability, but for other normal people like me, I don't know you, but it requires a good training, follow the instruction, the description, the techniques of the different remote viewing protocols. But there are no limitations. I know that remote viewing was in the past used most for intelligence and military purposes, and probably even now. But I don't care. I want that this kind of mental ability be used for the well-being of people, not only for few people, for to become more powerful, or say, or use say them for military purposes and so on. Okay, this might invitation. As for every other human ability, human can use they know their ability for good and for bad. This the problem of our freedom. We were born free to do as best as we can for common goods, or for common well-being, or for, say, exploiting people, exploiting the nature and so on. This the consequence of our freedom.
Well, thank you. One other question I hear was about do you know a radio person by the name of Bacci in Milan?
Huh?
Bacci. in Milan?
Baci, if it is correct, it was a sort of a medium that uses metaphonia, is a trans, say, trying to connect with the world of the seized people by using technological instruments. It probably is this one.
Oh, okay.
Baci.
Baci, yes.
But now it's not, but it has never to do with the remote viewing or sensory perception.
All right. All right. If there are no other questions, I think we can all agree that this was an absolutely fascinating discussion that we had with you. And you're in Italy now, so this is amazing. The technology allows us to communicate with somebody across the ocean. This is wonderful.
I think the best technology is our mind. If we explore and exploit carefully the potentiality of our mind, that is not what the remote viewing and other protocols for extrasensory perception suggest clearly that our mind is not constrained by the biological say stuff, brains. It's a contradiction to say that the remote is based on some unexplored brain potentiality. It's not true. Our mind is something more primitive than our brain. And of course, as I'm doing now, I'm using my brain for communication, for delivering my ideas. But as the remote view, other extrasensory perception protocols show, is that our mind has potentiality that are well beyond our brain capacity. This is something that all people interested in such a should take in account.
When
there
will
are a lot of tasks to do for exploring and using for correct purposes all these potentialities.
When will we get there? I know we only use a small portion of the brain. When do you think we'll get there?
We get where?
When will we get there where we will be able to use the full potential of our brains?
No. You are referring to the brain. I underline that if we think that it's our brain that allows us to obtain extrasensory information, you are on the wrong way. Must concentrate on the fact that the mind of consciousness has more potentialities that our brain, even the more healthy brain, can offer us. Remote viewing and other extrasensory perception protocol can show us that we are more than our brain. Without involving other research lines, such as mediumship, NDA, outboards, but simply considering and taking account what we can obtain with remote viewing and other extrasensory perception protocols. This clearly says that we can obtain information beyond time and space that are over what our sensory organs and our brain can do. This is a clear demonstration that obviously require a revision of our idea of who we are. We are not biological, more or less sophisticated organisms that may be duplicated with artificial intelligence. We surpass us. This is a big worry in these days. But if we take into account all these experimental findings, are non-opinion, are experimental findings, it suggests that if we want to be more than artificial intelligence, we must recognize who we really are and what are all our potentialities. I didn't touch spiritual stuff, but in another meeting we can discuss about even spiritual implications. But we can remain to this level, the level of interception. The message is clear. We are not biological because it's the only thing that is clear that our biological representation is body, your brain, will have its life, its adventure, it is the message. Okay, effect. There is no problem to simply support this claim. Okay, but if we discover all our mental consciousness potentiality, we will discover that we can survive the end of our biological stuff. This a real implication of this revision of the idea of who we really are, that you anticipated is the main questions in all my scientific investigation.
That was beautifully said. I mean, I'm looking at the comments. People literally have goosebumps. The possibilities are limitless, and that's an incredibly encouraging way to leave. So from all of us, I know we've reached the end of our time. Grazie mille grazie.
Grazie a voi tutti. Thank you for your attention. And if you want to know more, you can call me directly by email. I'll be pleased to send you more information. Good attention for your incredible IRVA annual meeting. Ciao a tutti.
Thank you. Our next speaker is a professor of psychology at the University of Northampton in the UK, research leader for I'm going to read the psychology division and director of the Center for the Study of Anomalous Psychological Processes. Title of this section is The Relationship Between Ganzfeld and Remote Viewing Experiments. Please let me introduce Dr. Chris Poe.
So it's Chris Rowe, first of all.
Chris
ROE.
Rowe, I'm sorry.
I'm kind of used to it. I've got one of the smallest surnames in the world, but it must be mispronounced or misspelt at least 50% of the time.
Well, try having a last name like Clotworthy. I have great empathy for you.
No problem. So thank you to the organizers for inviting me to speak to you today. Hopefully it offers a nice complement to the material that Patrizio just described. He took a very broad view. He's given you a kind of a meta-analysis, a summary of published academic research. And my presentation will be mainly about some experiments that we conducted here at the University of Northampton in the UK that explored whether using the Ganzfeld technique might be a useful method to help particularly novices in attempting remote viewing, so extrasensory perception within a remote viewing protocol. To give away the punchline, I think I reached rather different conclusions from the one that Patrizio drew, and I'm really looking forward to the paper that he just mentioned, which I believe is in press with the Journal of Scientific Exploration. So we need to get down into the detail of that to see what's going on. With the luxury of 40 minutes or so to talk to you, I thought it might be useful to begin by tracing the origins of interest in remote viewing within the academic parapsychological community rather than in the applied or the intelligence communities, hopefully to help explain why the experiments were conducted in the way that they were, especially in incorporating this so-called Ganzfeld method. Patrizio mentioned it in passing, but I'll explain a little bit what we mean by Ganzfeld stimulation. Now, that's not working. Let's see if I can click on here. There we go. Hopefully the slide has changed for you. And you can see an image, which is fairly typically what comes to mind when people mention parapsychology and experimentation. Certainly the origin of modern parapsychology is usually traced to the establishment of the laboratory at Duke University in North Carolina. This later became the foundation for research into the nature of man and is currently called the Rhine Research Center The director currently is John Cruth, who also got a mention in the previous talk. So they're still very active in educating the general public about parapsychology, but also in conducting original research as well. Now, the research at Duke University signaled a shift from the seance room and into the laboratory. And it had an emphasis then on control over the conditions under which tests were conducted, as well as reducing subjectivity in evaluating the outcomes, particularly with the use of statistics, which actually in the 1920s and 30s was still rather unusual, even in experimental psychology. So they were very much in the vanguard in applying statistics to the work that they did. So to illustrate, a typical test for extrasensory perception would use these cards here that I'm sure are familiar to many people, the Xena cards. These were devised by a colleague of Ryan's in order to be visually unambiguous. So they are quite distinct one from another. They come in packs, typically of about 25, where you would typically have 5 of each symbol in a shuffled deck. And so we have a cross, a circle, a wavy line, a square, and a star. And they would be shuffled in some kind of random way. And then the participant's task is simply to use their ESP in order to identify what the next card will be that's selected. With this kind of a model, we have a very clear baseline. We have the benchmark, which is, well, if you're only guessing, then you should only be right about 1 time in 5 or 20% of the time. So across a deck of 25 cards, maybe on average, you would get 5 correct. But nobody would be too surprised if in fact you got 4 or 6 correct, or even 3 or 7. But the great advantage of statistics is you can look at a large collection of guesses to identify how many times people were correct, how many hits they secured, and see whether that deviated from that baseline, that 20% score, sufficiently for it to be unlikely that it was just a coincidence, that it was just a statistical blip. And instead, it kind of suggests that something else is going on. And for reference then, the little book you can see in the bottom right-hand corner there is a monograph that Ryan and his colleagues produced called Extrasensory Perception. This was first published in 1934. Incidentally, it had a small run of about 300 copies and was intended to be sent out to psychologists working in other university departments with the idea that they might whet their appetite for them to try this out for themselves. But in fact, it was picked up by the Reader's Digest and became their book of the month. And there was a wave of interest across, particularly the northern US, across the US rather, as people picked up on that. The odds against chance of the data presented in that book are 1 to the power of 10 to the minus 820, an absolutely astronomical figure that clearly suggests that their results, based on experiments conducted under very tightly controlled conditions, are clearly not explicable in terms of chance alone. However, the kind of researchers who worked with Ryan, people who got their PhDs with him and then went on to establish their own labs, became increasingly dissatisfied with this rather dull method, not least because it didn't really have much to say about the kinds of experiences that people reported spontaneously. How, for example, could these data shed light on what was going on in a dream ESP experience, for example, or and the kind of embodied forebodings that we might feel in advance of some kind of disaster? It's not terribly useful to say, well, come into the lab and let's have you guess at some playing cards. It's not really a good fit. And instead, if we look at the situations in which psi seems to occur in the field, naturally, spontaneously, we see that many seem to involve some form of shift from our ordinary waking state of consciousness. This could entail the kind of deep trance of physical mediumship that I think got a mention during questions there, or lighter trances exhibited, for example, by people like Mrs. Piper or Eileen Garrett, but also through things like mesmerism. So the precursor of modern day hypnotism was certainly of great interest to the founders of the Society for Psychical Research, working in the late 1800s, and generated a kind of phenomenon when people are in that suggestible state where their normal skepticism about psychic powers might be in some way attenuated. They found that if they were given the right kind of a suggestion, they were able to view remote locations, something that they called traveling clairvoyance, which sounds very like how we might imagine remote viewing to be today. So there seems to be something about that mesmeric state as well that seems to be psi conducive. In the great religious sutras from Buddhism and Hinduism, there's a great deal of talk about how spiritual refinement can lead to the experiencing of paranormal powers called iddhis or siddhis, depending on the tradition. So there seems to, again, to be this notion that practicing meditation opens one up in some ways to certain kinds of experiences or to certain kinds of capacities. But also very commonly among the general public, people report having been in just some kind of daydreamy state where they're not thinking about anything in particular, their mind's wandering, and suddenly something just sparks into their imagination that later on takes on some kind of portent or importance. Maybe they suddenly think about a relative they haven't thought of for some time, and it later turns out that that relative was in trouble or had an accident. And especially so when we talk about sleep and related states. So when people are asleep and dreaming, they most commonly report precognitive experiences in dreaming states. So when we're having experiences about things that lie in our future, the most common situation for that in spontaneous case collections is when people are having dreams, so vivid perhaps that they wake them up, but also having a quality that suggests that they're not like a common or garden variety dream, that there's something different or special about this, that they need to take greater notice of its contents. You know, many of us have had dreams that maybe reflect fears that we have, maybe fear about a plane crash or something, because we're about to undertake some traveling. These seem to have a different kind of feel or quality to them, to such an extent that people will act on them, they'll change their plans, they'll try and intervene to prevent other people having accidents. And two other related states also seem to be psych-inducive. The hypnagogic state, as we're drifting off to sleep, when we have more paradoxical thinking, so it's less linear, it's more creative and spontaneous, and hypnopompic sleep, the kind of state we're in just as we're waking up, but we haven't quite come around to our circumstances. So there seems to be a collection of circumstances that seem to be collectively psych-inducive. So what is it about those states that seems to be especially important? Well, a really influential figure in academic parapsychology is this guy here. This is Charles Oniton. And he developed what became known as the noise reduction theory. And the noise reduction theory was an attempt to summarize what it was that those various situations shared. And in particular, they seem to reflect situations in which our normal access to information from the environment, from our sensory channels, so the conventional 5 channels, but also all the proprioceptive channels inside by which we're monitoring our internal states, all of those are in some way damped down. Most obviously, we might close our eyes, for example. We might be in a quietened room. So there's less sensory information coming to us from those channels that might occupy our attention. They also seem to share something in terms of mental noise. So people seem to be in a state of relaxation, where they're not preoccupied by something in particular that might force a certain channel of thinking, a way of thinking about things that's very difficult to deviate from. So things like having worries or concerns, we may have them perhaps when we're just about to go to sleep, and they may be enacted symbolically in some way in our dreams. But equally, we may have dreams that have nothing at all to do with the things that we're worried about in our day-to-day lives. And also the ego self is reduced. And so there's less of a sense of wanting to be in control of the process. We surrender more to the process of meditation or falling asleep. And in those states, we allow things to occur naturalistically, to simply unfold, to maybe observe that unfolding rather than to attempt to direct it or shape it. And those are the key things that seem to be really important. And in particular, Oniton had this sense that those various practices, those various circumstances, encourage the person to shift their attentional focus to internal sources of information, particularly maybe to embodied states, you know, arousal levels, things like that, or to notice things. So, you know, those casual deviations in our thought process, which are not then treated as irritating, but rather as maybe something to be focused on and pursued. Crucially, certainly from my perspective, the one thing that Oniton emphasized was that psi then isn't something that you do. It isn't something that you make happen to order, in the same way that you don't cause vision to happen or audition to happen. You know, if you're not wearing headphones, then hearing just occurs naturally. If you open your eyes, vision just simply occurs naturally. And Oniton had this hunch that similarly, psi might be ubiquitous. That sensory information is constantly available to us. And then in fact, what's happening in these various states or situations is that we're able to elevate what ordinarily is quite a quiet voice that doesn't capture our attention by damping down competing sources of information. So It does make evolutionary sense for us to be primarily focused on what we learn from vision and hearing. If we're a hunter-gatherer on some savanna, it's most important that we know what's in our immediate environment, a predator or potential prey, so that we can capitalize on those opportunities. In these situations, maybe we have something that's a little bit more nebulous, that's much more far-reaching, but that we can't attend to while we're being dominated by visual or auditory or tactile information. And that seems to be at the heart of this kind of an approach. It led Oniton and others. There were two other labs as well. So one led by William Broad, again in the US, and a third one led by Adrian Parker in Sweden, who independently hit upon using a method called the Ganzfeld method. And apologies to some of you who may be very familiar with this as a technique, but I thought it worthwhile just to say a few words about this technique. It looks rather odd if you've not come across it before, and it's worth explaining what's going on in this picture. So we have Jackie sitting in the comfy executive armchair on the left, and Cal is her experimenter for this trial. You can hopefully just make out that she has something odd over her eyes. She has eye shields on, which are essentially kind of halved or cut ping pong balls that are placed over the eyes and taped into place. And then a red light is shone on her face, and she's encouraged to keep her eyes open during the process. And what this will do is it will produce a very diffuse, uniform visual field, of what we would call a homogeneous visual field. And the brain very quickly learns to habituate to that sensory information. Because it's unchanging, it contains very little information. It's not particularly relevant. The brain gets bored very quickly. It generates sensory hunger. So it shifts its focal attention elsewhere, or attentional focus, to other sources of potentially more interesting information. Likewise, and more difficult to see, Jackie's wearing headphones, and through the headphones, we're playing white noise, which is kind of the hiss that we used to get between radio stations before digital radio. And again, the idea is that it is stimulating the auditory system. So there is a signal that's being passed by the ears to the brain, but it's completely unpatterned and it's of little informational value. And again, very quickly, the person learns to habituate to that as a source of information. Lying in a comfy armchair as well, in a warm, safe environment, also adds tactile and also emotional kind of habituation as well to that package. And in that situation, one of the consequences we find in mainstream psychology, this is in the late 1950s, early 1960s, was that this was a very fertile medium through which to generate spontaneous imagery. So rather than simply seeing this diffuse red field, the person would start to see things in that field. So it's just their imagination. There's nothing projected onto the eye shields, but they might begin by seeing whorls or eye shapes. They might see very simple basic patterns. And over time, that might build up over the course of a Ganzfeld session that could be anywhere from 20 minutes to 40 minutes to having very vivid and quite detailed imagery that might relate to something rather specific. One of my own personal favorites when I was in the armchair is a worm's eye view of Roman soldiers running down a hillside, being able to see the straps of their sandals and the bottom. I hesitate to call them skirts, but you know what I mean, that the skirts that they wore as they ran past me, presumably to attack somebody else. Really powerful, really detailed and vivid, even though it lasted only a few seconds and had nothing at all to do with ESP because it wasn't related to the targets. It was simply my imagination. And as somebody who ordinarily is not a great imager, I found that a really powerful demonstration of how effective the Ganzfeld can be. And likewise, it's very common for people to report hearing noises embedded in the white noise. So they might report hearing environmental sounds, maybe a car engine, or a horn being sounded, or they might hear a conversation, just kind of a smattering of conversation, can't really work out the details, or bits of music. And again, we never embed anything in the white noise. That is just that person's creative imagination. And the sense here is that maybe this will provide a fertile source of information that could potentially be psi-mediated. This could be the channel through which psi-mediated information becomes expressed in a form that reaches conscious awareness. So Jackie will sit in the chair for about 40 minutes. And during that time, her task is simply to report on anything that she experiences, what we call a mentation. So if there's something visual that happens, she'll just give a very brief description of it, and Cal will make a note on his record sheets. If she has any embodied feelings, people often report things like floating, sinking, flying kinds of experiences. They might feel as if their body is in unusual positions. as they're not getting that visual confirmation of proprioceptive information, they can feel like their arms have stretched or they're not where they thought they were, those kind of things. So they're simply reporting all of those things. And we want to see then if that might relate to a psi target. So while Jackie is in the Ganzfeld laboratory, we have another participant, usually a friend or an intimate relation, who is acting as their sender. So the person who's their beacon out at the quote location. But typically in a Ganzfeld session, that person is instead looking at a randomly selected art print or postcard, or since the automated systems have been developed in the late kind of 90s through the 21st century, they'll typically be video clips that the sender will be watching. It'll be a single video clip, be about a minute long, and they'll watch that same clip repeatedly, maybe for a minute and then a minute's rest, and then it will appear again. And their task is simply to engage with that clip in a way that they think might resonate with the receiver, the person in the Ganzfeld chair. So it might be, for example, that Star Wars is on screen at the moment. Maybe Star Wars is one of their favorite movies, or there was a revival celebrating the anniversary of when Star Wars first came out, and they made a point to go back to the pictures to watch that movie together. So anything that might be some kind of point of emotional or psychological connection between them and the participants. They might try and enact scenes in some way to imagine themselves as flying that spacecraft or of being one of the rebel forces, whatever it might be. They try and bring that video to life in some way to embody it. And Patricio kind of alluded to that, the idea then that there are physical barriers between the sender and the receiver. So there's no ordinary means by which one can communicate to the other. And at the end of the session, what will happen is that the receiver will use their description that they've produced, their mentation, to try and identify which video clip their sender was watching. So the experimenter equally doesn't know what clip has been chosen. It's done automatically by the computer in the sender's room. So at this stage, they can help the receiver to make sense of their experiences, and they're presented with 4 alternatives. One of them is the actual target video that the sender has seen, and 3 of them are decoys. And just like with the Xenocard tests, where we have a 20% baseline, here we have a very clear 25% baseline. If there are 4 alternatives, if the mentation isn't at all helpful, then the participant should only select the actual target about 1 time in 4 or 25% of the time. Patricio has been involved in a couple of meta-analyses that pools together all of the existing literature. There's about 120 experiments that have used the Ganzfeld, and the hit rate is around about 34% rather than 25%. So it doesn't sound like an enormous effect, but it's certainly enough to be, again, astronomically, statistically significant. So people do seem to be able to have impressions in the situation that relate to the target in a kind of a telepathic kind of model. It's quite easy to convert this into a clairvoyance model by having the video play and having nobody in the other room. So only the computer, quote, knows what the target is, or have a precognitive model where when the person's in the chair, the target hasn't yet been chosen. And only after the mentation is completed, does the computer then choose a target for them, and then they're shown that in their future. And obviously for closure at the end of this process, the participant gets to see which one was their actual target and hopefully get some feedback from the sender if it was a telepathy session about what they were thinking about and how it all made sense. So hopefully that's fairly clear. That's how a Ganzfeld method works. But always, one of the tricky elements of this is with the sender. So having done many of these experiments, trying to explain to the sender what their role is, it's kind of difficult for them to get their head around the idea of, well, what am I doing? I'm simply watching a video and I'm communicating it to Jackie, but how am I doing that? What do you want me to do? And at the moment, we can say, well, just use your intuition, use whatever comes naturally to you, use your own process. And we hit on the idea then of adopting a remote viewing type of protocol, because it was a much more immersive experience for the sender. And it might then provide us with more of a bang for our buck when it comes to getting bigger effect sizes. So we tested this out in a very small pilot study. Stuart Flint and I conducted this study, and this involved 14 pairs of friends. Each pair only participated once. So if you were the sender on a particular trial, you did not come back on another occasion to have a go at being the receiver. Because we felt that might contaminate things in terms of the possible locations. Because this was a pilot study, we decided to use local locations, ones that were easily visited within about 5 minutes on foot. And we tried to select places that had a qualitative, distinct feel. So they were quite different from others. So a canteen, which is very noisy and interactive, versus a library where people are very quiet, that kind of thing. A rugby field where matches would be typically going on. There'd be things to kind of suggest a very dynamic kind of a target. It's out in the open air and so on. And of course, and at each of these locations, the sender would be asked to simply participate in whatever way seems natural for that environment. So if they're in the reception area here, they would go and get a coffee, maybe chat with friends, anything like that will be absolutely fine. They were given a randomly selected target from among a set of 8 that we had. That was randomly chosen, and that was after this receiver was in the chair and had the headphones on. So there was no possibility for there to be any contamination of that result. We take it on good faith. We don't have a sender's experimenter. We take it on faith that the sender did go out and visit that location and spend time there. Certainly at the end of 25 minutes, they were asked to come back again and for them then to share with the receiver where they had been. Importantly, when they came back, they told the receiver where they had been, and we went over the mentation that had been produced to look for correspondences. So in this kind of a situation, the receiver only gets to hear about the actual target, not about the alternatives, what the decoy places might be like. But what we can do then is gather up the mentations, so the written descriptions, and we can give those to an independent judge. And the independent's job is to match that mentation for its goodness of fit with each of the 8 locations. So they rank order the 8 locations in terms of how well that report describes that location. So now the odds against chance are much lower of having a coincidental hit. We should only have about 1 hit in 8 with 8 alternatives. And in this initial pilot study, you can see that we did significantly better than that. We had a 28% direct hit rate with a reasonable effect size. And we calculated something called a sum of ranks because we thought there would also be a mean shift. That even if there were a psi component to this, it wouldn't always translate into identifying the actual location. But it might mean that instead of having an average rank of 4.5, that it got nudged up the chain a little bit. So in fact, because there was some other stuff that was spurious that didn't relate to the target, the psi-mediated material was only enough to shift it up into the 2nd place rank or the 3rd place rank. And as you can see from the actual collection of ranks, that's pretty much what we found. We have very, very few trials where the target was rated very low, only 1 in 8th place, none at all in 7th or 6th place, and only 2 in total that would be a binary miss in places 4 through 8. So that's the kind of situation we have. But we have a problem here. This looks really promising, but unfortunately, we didn't have a comparison condition. So it suggested that the Ganzfeld stimulation method might be really useful in enhancing an effect. But how would these participants would have done if we'd simply used a standard RV condition? We weren't able to answer that. There's still the problem in having a real live person at that location at the time when the mentations are being produced. We have some very creative skeptics in our community who are very able to contrive rather convoluted scenarios by which people might have cheated. For example, maybe have a mobile phone in a pocket that buzzes in a particular way to give some kind of hint about the properties of a site. And rather than debate this to death, it was easier simply to design a follow-up study within which that wouldn't be at all possible. So if we had a precognitive design, then we know that the mentation is completed and signed off before the target location is even selected. So there's no possibility for any kind of sneaky communication. And we also thought it would be useful to measure people's reaction to Ganzfeld stimulation. There's a sense that maybe everybody reacts in the same way, but of course, in reality, it's not like that at all. Some people who sit in the chair are getting incredibly woozy. Their talk becomes slightly slurred as if they're drifting off to sleep. Very occasionally in the Ganzfeld chair, people fall asleep completely. They might start snoring rather gently, and we have to give them a little shake towards the end of the session and simply ask them to recall what it was that they were thinking about or dreaming about just before we woke them up. And other people sit in the chair and they're just their normal selves. They're clearly maybe a little bit nervous about performing in an experiment, and they don't really surrender to the process, and clearly not much has changed for them. And of course, we were wondering whether it would only be the former. So those people who did become absorbed in the process, were shifted in terms of their state of consciousness, would they be where all the action was, compared with people who stayed pretty much the same? In trying to find a method then, a standard RV method, and that's one of the reasons why I asked Patricio the question, because there are a plethora of different approaches or methods that could be used, and this is a little bit of serendipity. So although that paper that I just mentioned to you was published in 2007, in fact, that work took place in about 2004. And then it takes some time for us to present at conference and then finally write the thing up. And in that time, we were pondering what we might use as a remote viewing protocol. And I received an invitation to attend one of Paul Smith's RV workshops that he was conducting up in Glasgow in Scotland. I'm sure I don't need to introduce Paul to anybody on this particular call. And it was a really cool experience. I got to spend 5 days with him and with a group of newbie students who were developing their interest. These were people who had a particular interest in security services and were looking to hone their perceptual and sensory powers to be able to notice threats maybe a little bit earlier than they would be able to at the moment. So really, in my prejudiced view, not the kind of people I expected to be turning up trying to develop their psychic ability. You know, they would be about 6'3" typically, about 16 stone, something like that, 17 stone, quite stocky guys, shaved hair on the sides, the works. And here they were kind of opening up on their inner experiences, which was quite fun to watch. And so it was really interesting. So subjectively, certainly some of the trials were really interesting. There were some quantitatively strong hits and some qualitatively strong correspondences between the descriptions that the students were producing and the target locations they were working with. Most of those sessions were open sessions in the sense that Paul acted as monitor. He knew what the target was, and he was giving guiding information to help the students refine their ability and to notice important elements in their experience. So they can't really count as scientific evidence, but I did bring along materials to conduct a formal trial that we also videoed. So I had a set of, I think, 8 potential target locations, and these were in 2 sets. And for both, I had different envelopes. I had 4 opaque envelopes that contained an image of a place, a location somewhere in the world. And they would be sealed, those 4 envelopes, and a 5th envelope that contained all 4 pictures that could be used during judging. I chose one of the 2 sets and then chose one of the envelopes. And I've described it in that way because it's important to stress that I acted as Paul's monitor in that session, but I did not know which was going to be the target location as he was generating his remote viewing material. So here's some of the sketches that Paul drew as part of that session. And one of the key elements that came out during that session was a sense of flow and movement around the location, around the site. And as an AOL, this was interpreted as being a flow of water. And so you see some of this writing on the second image, questions whether this might be something like an oil rig or a gas rig or even a battleship. And so the flow represents the water around that location. In fact, the location was the Wailing Wall in Jerusalem. And I'm sure you can see that there are some structural elements that I think are quite a nice correspondence between the specific images we were working with as our focal material. And also when we reflected on it, and having been to Jerusalem myself, I'm very aware of the idea of the flow of people to this location, where people perform their rituals, give their prayers, leave their messages in the wall, and then they flow out again. And there's a constant churn of individuals around that site. I presented Paul with the 4 images to make a judgment, and very clearly the Wailing Wall was our number 1 choice for both of us, before we then, with trepidation, opened the actual envelope. And yes, indeed, that turned out to be the target. So certainly very encouraged by that. We thought it was a really useful method to use then, that we would adopt Paul's method in terms of key stages for remote viewing, that in turn is believed to be inherited from Ingo Swann's training, his teaching with Paul. And so we conducted a second study, a more formal study, a larger study with 40 participants. And for these studies, I work with researchers, research assistants that I employ to hopefully give them a stepping stone into academia. And so we have Hannah Martin here and Cal Cooper. They were the researchers working on this project. They were responsible for recruiting participants from their circle. So Patricio mentioned the problems in working with students. We don't seem to have too many problems working with students and capturing effects, as you'll see in a few moments. But I think it's partly because of how we recruit them and who is interacting with them during the sessions. So we're still able to build rapport. We're still able to encourage people to relax into the process, to not worry too much about performing, but just to enjoy the process, enjoy the experience of being in the Ganzfeld, of doing a remote viewing. So we follow the key stages. So we start with an ideogram. Once the coordinates are written down, these are nominal coordinates. These don't relate to the actual locations. They're actually based on some of the dates for some of the sessions, if I remember correctly. And then we go through stage 2s, and then stage 3s, potentially back to stage 2s again. And we end with the participants giving a summary of the site, which captures what they, for them, or the predominant elements that came from those previous stages. And so they produce that description. They do the Ganzfeld as a second session with a different target. Oh, sorry, I should say this first. So after they've generated their mentation, that material is photocopied, and a photocopy was given to me as the project lead. And then only then would I use Excel random function to generate the target for that trial. I would give them that ID, and then they would go back and show the participant only the target location. And they would do that using Google Earth. So for us, this was a compromise. It's clearly not the same as physically visiting a location, but it did allow us access to much more interesting, much more sexy, attractive locations, places that maybe resonate on a cultural level as well for people. So here we have St. Peter's, isn't it, in the Vatican City. And it's possible for people in Google Earth at that time also to zoom around the location, to view it from different perspectives, to click on those blue boxes, which opens up photographs people have taken from that site, and in that way interrogate the location, and so to get a reinforcement about their outcome. We do the same thing again for the Ganzfeld condition. Again, they go into the Ganzfeld, they just give an ongoing mentation. They know that they'll be shown a location in the future, and that we hope that their impressions will relate to that in some way, but not to force the issue. And at the end of the session, we also ask them to complete something called the Phenomenology of Consciousness scale, or inventory, usually, PCI. And that asks them about their subjective experience when they were in the Ganzfeld. Questions like, did you feel like the passage of time went more quickly or more slowly than it would usually do when you're just wide awake, when you're in a normal state of consciousness? Did your sense of ego self, was that different from how it normally felt? Did you feel absorbed or immersed in the experience and kind of forgot where you were, that you were in an experiment? It asks those kinds of questions, and it's always relative to your normal waking state. So have you been shifted in this dimension or that dimension? So excitedly, we looked at the data from study 2, and lo and behold, we were able to confirm the outcome. So again, as in the first pilot study, the participant is only seeing the actual target. The mentations are given to an independent judge, and that independent judge is simply told this person's target came from set 3 or set 4, whatever it might be, and they look at 4 alternatives, A, B, C, and D, that fall within that set and judge all 4 of those. By chance alone, they should only place the target location in the number 1 position 25% of the time, and we see that there's a shift in the right direction. Statistics show that this is a kind of a suggestive effect. It's significant just for the Ganzfeld trials, not quite significant for the RV trials, but it's again in the right direction. So again, with unselected participants, primarily students or others who are interested in parapsychology, we seem to be getting evidence of people scoring better than chance. And interestingly for us, whether people did well or badly seemed to relate to some of the PCI dimensions, particularly absorption. So the more absorbed people were in the experience, the better they did. With arousal, so the less aroused they felt, the better they did. And then the final one is to do with the kind of ego, personal sense of self, that commentary chatter. And people who reported less of that did better than people who reported more of that. So this was really exciting and encouraging. So we went on to conduct a further study, very similar in design. It's more or less a direct replication, except that we added some other questionnaires. This study was conducted by Andrew Hodrian and Laurie Kirkwood here. So they again fulfilled that role. I again was PI, so my job really was, they did all the recruiting of participants and the scheduling. They interacted with them and put them at ease. They wrote the mentation in real time. I received a photocopy and only then ran the Excel randomization to give them the target location. And again, the two conditions are counterbalanced. So some people do the Ganzfeld trial first, some people do the RV trial first, but everybody does both. And again, you either are the sender or the receiver. You don't play both of those roles. Again, we find a link with the PCI dimensions, but it's musical chairs. So the effect is shifted, and it's moved to time sense. So now it's those people who perceived that that didn't seem like 40 minutes. Time seemed to fly by really quickly. Typically, occasionally it seems to be extended, but very often people are very surprised when the researcher says, okay, we're just coming to the end of the session now. Really? That's 40 minutes already? It feels like about 15 or 20. So, and that's a really good sign because they're so immersed in the process. And that is the only one of these dimensions that predicted performance here. Some interesting relationships with openness to experience, particularly for the RV situation. So where people are awake and interacting with the monitor who's asking them more directed questions, as is more typical with that method. So 3 studies in the bag, and look at the hit rates here. So now we have a 40% hit rate in our Ganzfeld condition. Unfortunately, the RV study on this particular occasion fell back to chance levels. So people weren't doing so well in the RV situation. I think I put this down partly to Britishness, that kind of prevailing sense of being slightly embarrassed in novel situations and find it very difficult to throw yourself wholeheartedly into something that's rather unusual. And there is often a sense of self-consciousness when people are going through the RV stages as a viewer, at least in our experience. Remember, again, not only are these people novices, it's a one-shot deal. They only do this experiment once. It'd be really interesting to have people come back and do a sequence of trials where they might get a chance to kind of refine the sense of what's going on, that sense of engagement with their own inner experiences to recognize what's meaningful and maybe what's artifactual. It'd be good to do that kind of work. And then the final study we have changed slightly. So you'll see here we only have 30 trials. And that's because, again, we recruited 2 research assistants for this study. But sadly, one of them dropped out at the last minute. And rather than force poor Laura Hickinbottom here to conduct 40 trials, we compromised and decided in a pre-planned way to run only 30 trials in this final experiment. We looked again at the same individual differences. This was really important to me. It might seem really boring as part of a presentation to do the same thing yet again, but there isn't enough direct replication in psychology and the social sciences, never mind in parapsychology. And the problem is, if you change too many elements of your design and the outcome changes, you don't really have a good handle on what caused the change in outcome. Was it that the first result was spurious? It was an artifact? It was just capitalizing on chance? Or was it something that you actually changed? In order to get to that stage, you need to build up a body of work where things remain quite consistent and you have more of a strong sense of whether you're dealing with a real effect or not. And if you are dealing with a real effect, what size of effect might that be? And in fact, Laura's sessions were the best of all for the Ganzfeld condition. So Ganzfeld stimulation worked really well for her participants. Those ends, of course, are wrong. The ends are 30 for these. I'm sure if you add up those numbers, hopefully they'll add up to 30. So ignore the numbers there. But we have, again, a significant effect where our participants are, in my view, remote viewing. So they're intending to generate impressions about a remote location that they will be presented with in their own future. In the standard RV trials, where we go through that Paul Smith process, a bit of a nudge towards doing better than average, but it's not a great deal. It's kind of a coin flip, really. And it's not really worth writing home about. And the PCI phenomena kind of washed out a little bit for us on this particular study. I don't know how I am for time, Robert. I was just going to quickly tap into 1 or 2 examples of trials and then wrap up, if that works.
Yeah, got another 5 minutes or so. So let's go for it.
Right, so we'll crack on. So I'll give you a couple of examples of the kind of impressions we got. So this one is from an RV session. And so some of the description here that you can see, we've got some kind of a modern type building. It's got an element that reaches up. Also this sense of a statue, and in the writing below it says, this is on a pathway, a stone or brickwork pathway, and there are statues there. And they've done this drawing of what they saw as a metallic statue, and it looked like it's maybe a bird. And on that occasion, the target was Beijing National Stadium, which has some of the qualities of the stadium picture that you can see underneath, even with the kind of oval shape that's included on the roof there. There is no statue of a bird surrounding it. There are many statues on that pathway that surrounds it. It's kind of parkland with pathways, and there are statues there. But this is the national stadium that was used for the 2008 Olympics, and this stadium was given the nickname Bird's Nest Stadium. And so I like to think there's some kind of connection there that they were picking up on birds, maybe in that respect. Another one, which was a little bit more dynamic, really, rather than structural, but there was a sense of a building, but lots of people coming to a particular place, and a strong sense, certainly in the summary here, that this was a place like a stone circle or a graveyard, but it was certainly a place where people came together to perform rituals, a place of peace and prayer. And the target on that trial was the Baha'i House of Worship in Delhi. I'll flick through that one. So this is quite a bog standard one, really, but this sense of tall, pointy, kind of in the open air, and it was a ski resort in France. So again, it's giving you a flavor of the kinds of locations that we have here. So if you zoom into some of those photos, there are people on vacation skiing. And then the final one that I quite like is here where we've got a number of buildings. So there's clearly picnic areas at this location. There are some buildings that involve glass and metal. I can't remember what else there is on here. It's got oil, but there's also water here. So there's ponds and things like that. And the target location on that trial was London Zoo, which includes things like the car parks, picnic areas, and a number of the buildings that feature in here, but you can't see from this aerial photograph, which are predominantly metal holding glass frames to support some of the animals. So there wasn't any animal description in the summary, but there's lots of description of the environment, lots of trees and so on. So that gives us a sense that it doesn't always just reduce down to statistical significance. I think at a qualitative level, the research assistants, I think, were quite impressed by a number of these trials and really felt that something was going on. The correspondences were quite deep. And ethically, one of our challenges always is to make sure that people go away feeling good, even if they're doing much better than they expected to. Because that can also open a can of worms for people starting to wonder, well, hold on a minute, I've never taken seriously the idea that I might be psychic. What are the consequences now that I've done as well as I've done in this particular session? Do I need now to start paying attention to my intuitions? If I have a dream about an accident happening to a relative, should I inform them? All those kinds of dilemmas we need to focus on in our debriefs with participants. So that's where the N is 110. The overall effects from that series of studies, highly significant. Participants are doing well in our Ganzfeld stimulation remote viewings, and they are doing significantly well collectively, even though it didn't look like much was going on. When we combine the data across those three studies, we do get an overall significant deviation from chance. And as you can see, it's mainly the mean shift because of the second place rankings. Unfortunately, the PCI stuff doesn't come out so well. Okay, so to finish up, a couple of things I would just hot off the presses, really. So I was at a conference in Oslo just about 10 days ago. And in that, we reported on findings from two other studies, which I think are related to this and suggest, I think, fruitful directions for future research. So Patrizio mentioned the idea of selecting participants to take part in our studies. And this group, so Adam Rock is based at the University of New England in Australia, and Glenn Hitchman is based at the University of Malaysia. And we've been working together to identify whether there are any individual differences factors that predict who might do better than whom in a Ganzfeld experiment. And the ones that hold water are, if you have prior experiences in your own life and you come along thinking that you've experienced psi personally, you tend to do better in controlled experiments. If you have practiced a mental discipline, most obviously some form of meditation, but also things like Tai Chi, you do better in experiments. If you're an extrovert, you do better in experiments. Though my hunch is that if we tested people over time, there'd be a flip-flop. Extroverts would get progressively worse as they got bored, and introverts would get progressively better as they become more comfortable with the situation. And people who are creative, self-identified as creative, they do better as well. But the effect sizes are quite small. And then very finally, I hope some of you are interested in this. One of my students has just completed a Ganzfeld study looking at vegetarianism, veganism and vegetarianism, because there is a tradition, certainly within some of the great spiritual traditions, that diets can impact on your size sensitivity. And in his Ganzfeld study, the blue columns, they represent his vegans, vegetarians, and they got 8 hits out of 20 and 6 number 2 places out of their 20 trials, which is nearly significant. His vegans got a 47% hit rate when we expect 25% by chance. And we're really excited by this. And we're looking forward to planning now a follow-up on this as well to see whether perhaps even changing the diet of meat eaters, if people fasted maybe for a few days prior to participating, maybe that could also impact on their performance. So thanks, Robert, for your indulgence. Finishing up to wrap up the final slide. ASC induction, in my view, notwithstanding Patrizio's meta-analysis, does seem to be a useful method for eliciting RV ESP effects, particularly with novices. Researchers need to recruit people who will respond to the induction method, though, and we need to measure how they do respond. And in particular, we're looking to the future maybe to monitor people's EEG, so their brain activity, because there are characteristic predominant brain waves when people are in an alert state versus a more relaxed introspective state. So we'd be looking for more theta, for example. Do we get any evidence of that? There are markers of a hypnagogic state. And also we need to find out what this means. So what is it about these shifts in state of consciousness that might make them psych-inducive? How does that work? I'm kind of on Patrizio's side on this. I think it may not all be neurological. It might reflect mind at large. The idea that at some level, the brain actually is a reducing valve. It filters information that's coming into the system, and that these shifts in consciousness simply affects the brain's capacity to inhibit particular sources of information for good, sound evolutionary reasons, but ones that field against us having ready spiritual experiences. So on that note, I shall thank you for your attention and open it up if there are any questions.
Well, I think we're kind of out of time, but you've certainly given us a lot to, no pun intended, chew on. Lily, do we have time for a question, or do you think we need to move on to our next speaker? That's what I'm trying.
If you'd like.
Hopefully people saw my email as well. So do please get in touch. I'll pop it in the chat as well, shall I?
Yeah, just one question that came up was, how long did participants need to stay in the disassociated experience during the studies?
Yep. So the duration of a Ganzfeld session varies from about 20 minutes to about 40 minutes. So we go for that longer period. We typically run for 40 minutes. It's not a fixed state. So people oscillate in and out, and you can see that over time, not least because we ask them to report on their experience. So, if you have this fab experience, I don't know, of a fox running across a field, you have to then come out of yourself a little bit to speak to the researcher and say, I just got this fox moving right to left across my visual field. It was running across grass, and even that's enough to pull you out of it. And it might take you a minute or two to get back where you were before.
All right. Absolutely fascinating. Thank you, Dr. Rowe, and I apologize for calling you Dr. Poe.
I've been called much worse.
I won't go down that path. Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be speaking about magic, manifesting, and remote viewing. She is a certified CRV trainer and accomplished professional operational remote viewer for over 20 years. She's an active member of several RV teams. Let us introduce, or let us meet Carol Cart.
Hi, it's Coral, like coral from the sea.
Oh, Coral, I'm sorry. Geez, Over two, the last two, I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'll screen share, shall I?
Mm-hmm.
It's just. Is it working? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So I've been a remote viewer since 2000. I was one of the first 300 of Lynn Buchanan students from when the unit was disbanded in 1995, and he began training. And so this is a pretty risky talk that I'm about to give because it's got an element of coming out in it. Up until all this time that I've been a remote viewer, until recently when I've been in the remote viewing Discord, I've never actually admitted to anybody in the remote viewing community, we're talking about scientists and the ex-military, that I was actively practicing magic, the occult. So I've been living a secret life inside a secret life, and with this talk, I'm coming out. So I discovered remote viewing because I was a dreamer, and I lived at home with my mother and my grandmother, and they were both dreamers. I was actually born with a caul. That's when a baby is born with a placenta. And that marked me, as the old wives' tale says, having special powers right from birth. Being born together with your placenta is supposed to denote that the baby has the gift of second sight. But then I had a further physical accident that contributed again to enhancing my psychic powers. Before I turned 2, I had a serious illness and it damaged the nerves of my right ear. So I actually went deaf, completely deaf in my right ear. And I also lost the labyrinth, which is, it's a little piece of your ear that's necessary for equilibrium. So as a child, I retreated to a world of semi-silence. And of course, that increased my sensitivity and intuition along with my peripheral vision. I did things like watch the animals to see where sounds were coming from because I can't tell direction. And I also had to not do any sports that involved running because I'd just trip over my own 2 feet. So I couldn't hear people unless they were on my left side. I had to rely on my intuition to understand what was going on. And then, of course, I dreamt. And at one stage, I realized that I was having dreams that were coming true. When I got to university, I had an encounter with a book that was to change my life forever. And it was Carlos Castaneda's. So, I mean, this is a big thing for those days. We're talking about the end of the 1980s. It was Carlos Castaneda had just brought shamanism to the Western world. With this book, people, for the first time ever, understood that there was something other than the material world. And in this book, he started talking about dreaming and how to lucid dream. So I began following his footsteps and working with my dreams. And in the same period, a friend appeared with a packet of tarot cards. Now, I have to also tell you that I was born in Africa, South Africa, although I'm talking to you from Milan, which I forgot to tell you before. And we didn't really have much possibility of, getting our hands on these things. And so it was an extraordinary thing to have somebody with a pack of these tarot cards. And he taught me how to read these tarot cards by making me redraw every single card and rewrite the entire little booklet. So as time passed, of course, I was at university involved in wild parties and all the rest of it. I let all those things go for a little bit. But when I moved, I changed continents, I got married and I got the internet. and I was looking for to study online or something. I was looking to study shamanism, actually go more in depth. And I'd been studying astrology, and I'd been deepening my occult studies. And then I found Lynn Buchanan. I went off to America from Italy without having the slightest idea of what I was getting myself in for. And I finished my advanced studies in 2001. So let's bear with me, and we will go. What I'm trying to do here is make a chain to show that remote viewers actually are just a kind of practicing occultist. I know it's a bit of a wild claim, but let's start it off with a dream. I dreamt that I was a man, and I was looking at a man, and I appeared to be, well, my emotional state was that I was extremely jealous of and extremely irritated with this man. And I thought, oh, he's just a greasy haired poser. And when I came out of the dream, I realized he was my rival. And I thought, oh, who's this man? It was John Dee. I had no idea who it was, but I had to look him up. And of course, I had the internet, so I looked him up. And he is probably where most of Western occult originates from. And I would say he's probably one of the direct antecedents of the remote viewing that we do today. So John Dee, I'm a bit dyslexic, 1527 to 1609, he was an English mathematician, an astronomer, astrologer, alchemist, teacher, and occultist. He was Queen Elizabeth I magical advisor. He spent a lot of his time on alchemy, divination, and hermetics. And it was to him we can be grateful to for having brought hermetics to Western civilization. He was a political advisor, and apparently he was the person who coined the term the New World, having advised the foundation of the British colonies to extend the British Empire into the New World. He was looking for contact with spirits. So he spent a lot of time scrying or crystal gazing in order to communicate with angels, with entities. He met Edward Kelly in 1582, who impressed him greatly with his scrying abilities. I presume that in the dream, I must have slipped into Edward Kelly's dream. Anyway, Kelly and Dee wrote several books together in a special angelic language, which then became called Enochian. And it was delivered to them by angels. So Enochian's an extremely complicated magical occult procedure, which is done by evocation and commanding various spirits, and it uses a great deal of equipment and seals. What you're looking at in the picture there is an obsidian disc for scrying, and his Enochian seal done by, this is Dee's capolavoro, his big piece. So scrying is an essential element of this magic system, and their technique was to gaze into that concave obsidian mirror that you're looking at in the middle there. Crowley used to hold a large topaz mounted on a wooden cross to his forehead. And of course, other methods of scrying are gazing into crystal, gazing into fire, a blank TV screen. Some people teach remote viewing, saying imagine a blank screen in front of you and then allow the film to play out. So Dee's work was then incorporated and adapted by a Brotherhood of Adepts in England, and they were called the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, which brings us to Crowley. I'm linking things, okay? So I'm nearly there. Crowley began his occult work with the Golden Dawn. So Crowley, he was called Frate Perdurabo, the brother who lasts. He was a brilliant licentious man who finished off his life as a persona non grata, declared so by the various secret services. He was an important part of our modern occult scene, and he channeled books and he communicated with angels. He was also one of the antecedents of Scientology. He was promiscuous, bisexual, in a time when homosexuality was completely illegal, and he named himself the Beast. He lost his father, who was a preacher with the Plymouth Brethren, as a youngster. He went to Trinity College in Cambridge when he was very young, and he was actually so brilliant that he refused one of his final exams on the grounds that he knew more than the examiners, and actually walked out without getting a degree. He remained unbeaten while playing chess until he was 22. He was a prolific writer and a poet and a very talented mountain climber. He traveled all over the world, and he went to Nepal to learn yoga. And it was posited, and I don't know if it's been confirmed, that he was in the employ of MI5. On one of his travels, after doing a magical ritual to contact his holy guardian angel, who he himself posited could have been talking to him through his subconscious, he received an entire book from an angelic being who identified himself as I was, and this being had previously made itself known to his current wife then, called Rose. Rose was a seer, and the book was called the Book of Law. And from there, that what you see on the screen, his famous adage, "Do what you wilt shall be the whole of the law." But the law is love is the law, love under will. And many spiritual people will know that love is everything. So just to share a bit of the Beast's poetry, received in rhyme, a full book channeled, the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. It's extraordinary. His work is extraordinary. When he was receiving this, he said, "I went into the temple a minute early so as to shut the door and sit down on the stroke of noon. On my table, there were my pen, a swan fountain, and supplies of quarto writing paper 8 by 10. I never looked around in the room at any time. The voice of El Aiwas came apparently from over my left shoulder, from the furthest corner of the room. It seemed to echo itself in my physical heart in a very strange manner, hard to describe. I have noticed a similar phenomenon when I have been waiting for a message fraught with great hope or dread. The voice was passionately poured, as if I was alert about the time limit. I wrote 65 pages of this present essay at about my usual rate of composition in about 10.5 hours, as against the 3 hours of the 65 pages of the Book of the Law. I was pushed hard to keep the pace, and it shows through clearly enough. The voice was of deep timbre, musical and expressive, its tone solemn, voluptuous, tender, fierce, or aught else as suited the moods of the message. Not bass, but perhaps a rich tenor or baritone. The English was free of either native or foreign accent, perfectly pure of local or caste mannerisms, thus startling and even uncanny at first hearing. I had a strong impression that the speaker was actually in the corner where he seemed to be, in a body of fine matter, transparent as a veil of gauze or a cloud of incense smoke. He seemed to be a dark, tall man in his 30s, well-knit, active and strong, with the face of a savage king and eyes veiled lest their gaze should destroy what they saw. The dress was not Arab. It suggested Assyria or Persia, but very vaguely. I took little note of it, for to me at the time it seemed that Aiwas was an angel, such as I'd often seen in visions, a being purely astral. I now incline to believe that Aiwas is not only the god or demon or devil once held holy in Sumer, and mine own guardian angel, but also man, as I am, insofar as he uses a human body to make his magical link with mankind whom he loves, and that he is thus, and ipsissimus, the head of the AA. Even I can do in a much feebler way this work of being a god and a beast, etc., all the time with equal fullness of light. So there's Crowley talking about making connection with his holy guardian angel, his higher self, his subconscious, and channeling, which is very interesting for all of us who are sometimes channeling, using. Some of us actually have get messages to remote view with. So this is just to finish off with Crowley, to show the beauty of his poetry. Because he's been so badly regarded over time. O child of freedom, thou art very fair. Thou hast white roses on their eager breast. The scent of all the south is in thy hair. Thy lips are fragrant with the blossoms rare, blown under sea waves when the white wings rest. Come to our warrior breast where victory sits passionate and free. Ring out the wild salute, our sister over the sea. So this was actually an appeal to the American public written shortly after the Spanish War. Okay, so there's one more step of separation before we get to Scientology and then, of course, to remote viewing. And this passage is a man called Jack Parsons, a NASA rocket scientist. There is a series on Netflix from this book called Strange Angel. So Jack, this very handsome man, he seemed to be devoted to reconciling opposites, smashing together technical and spiritual, his white lab coat and his black robe, fact and fiction, science and magic. And Parsons, of course, is known as the rocket scientist who conjured spirits with Ron Hubbard under the guide of Crowley. So the work that Parsons did was what helped lay the foundation for the NASA rockets that took humans to outer space. Parsons was a member of the Thelelemite temple that Crowley had founded, known as the OTO, Ordo Templi Orientis. And Parsons was heard to chant Crowley's hymn to Pan as he ignited his rockets. Crowley and Parsons, and Crowley did go to America, so they were there physically, and it is said that they were there in Area 51. They were trying to evoke something, and word has it later that Parsons might well have been successful in evoking some kind of entities. So Crowley had this very wild, magical life, and he started appearing at work haggard. By day, he built rockets for the government. By night, he emerged from a coffin to perform sex magic with his followers. The mansion he lived in hosted wild parties and rituals every night. And Parsons treated magic and rocketry as different sides of the same coin, impossible challenges to be conquered. So rocketry postulated that we should no longer see ourselves as creatures chained to the earth, but as beings capable of exploring the universe. while magic suggested that there were some unseen metaphysical worlds that existed and that could be explored with the right knowledge. But due to the word getting out about what Parsons was doing at nighttime, he started slowly being squeezed out of the scientific area. He had shares in Aerojet and he was paid out, and he lost all his day jobs, and he dedicated himself entirely to magic. And this is where a hugely charismatic young science fiction writer named Ron Hubbard arrived at his house, and Parsons fell under his spell. They started doing magic rituals together. Hubbard moved into the parsonage mansion and took to free love like a fish to water. And he worked his way through the whole exotic coterie of women, and no wife or girlfriend was safe from Hubbard's seductive pull. Unfortunately, not even Parsons's wife. Hubbard worked with Parsons on a ritual called the Babylon ritual in an attempt to incarnate a goddess on earth. Parsons believed that this magical working had been a success. But around about that time, with the pretense of investing in a business venture, Hubbard had run off with Parsons's wife or girlfriend and $20,000 of his money, sending Parsons into absolute bankruptcy and a spiral of doubt and depression. So there's this very interesting article in Vice that talks about this. Hubbard took the money and went on to found Scientology, which is based on a lot of the teachings of the Golden Dawn and the Lemma. The Church of Scientology remains one of the most controversial and poorly understood new religious movements to emerge in the last century. And one of the most controversial questions in the early history of the Church is Ron Hubbard's involvement in the ritual magic of Aleister Crowley and the possible role of occultism in the development of Scientology. There is stuff out there on the web about the occult nature of Scientology. While Crowley's ideas on magic might be at the core of Scientology, the occult elements are combined with concepts of the Eastern religion, a lot of science fiction, popular psychology, and Hubbard's own beliefs and practices, which are drawn from a diverse set of sources, which have influenced numerous offshoots, splinter groups, and New Age movements. Scientology was concerned with developing a person's individual potential, and auditing is the nearest antecedent to remote viewing. So that's Golden Dawn, the Lemma, and Scientology. Hubbard wrote these things called affirmations. They could have been a form of self-hypnosis. He wrote them before he established Dianetics and then Scientology. So these are the affirmations. And you'll see here, I believe in my gods and spiritual things. My magical work is powerful and effective. You are psychic. You can do automatic writing whenever you wish. You do not care what comes out in the paper when your guardian dictates. So the guardian could be the holy guardian angel that Crowley was working with. And the holy guardian angel, it also has been posited as your higher self or simply your subconscious. So nothing can intervene between you and your guardian. She cannot be displaced because she's too powerful. She doesn't control you, she advises you. And the most thrilling thing in your life is your love and consciousness of your guardian. You can talk to her and audibly hear her voice above all others. So Crowley did these huge, long rituals about conversation with your holy guardian angel. There are people in the occult who do these, but it could be much easier to actually contact the holy guardian angel, the higher self, or the subconscious, and most people in remote viewing know how to do this. So we have remote viewing created by a Scientologist, and Ingo Swann, who was an operating thetan. And of course, the Scientologists always talk about this as much as they can. So let's look at the CIA definition of remote viewing. This is straight off the CIA manual. The acquisition and description by mental means of information blocked from ordinary perception by distance, shield, or time. Now look at this. Just pay attention. A person who perceives, communicates with, and or perturbs characteristics of a designated target, person, or event. Now, I'm making a fuss about this because this has to do with manifestation. Perturb or perturbation, it's a term used by scientists when they speak of a change in their data. Now, famously, Ingo Swann did this. Everybody knows about it. Something affects the normal process. When someone is referred to as imperturbable, it means they can remain calm through the most trying of experiences. They are unaltered. Whereas manifestation is the process of bringing intentions into reality through the power of thoughts, beliefs, and emotions. And it's based on the concept that the entire universe is made of energy and everything is connected, and it's possible to tap into that energy to create desired outcomes. So manifestation is about the perturbation of normal processes to allow for the materialization of a desired result. Okay, let's go back to the occult. There are your definitions. That's what I've just talked about. So on to the next one. The occult, especially chaos magic, and chaos magic, the definition of chaos magic from Wikipedia, our friend here, teaches that the essence of magic is that perceptions are conditioned by beliefs, and that the world as we perceive it can be changed by deliberately changing these beliefs. Chaos magicians subsequently treat belief as a tool, often creating their own idiosyncratic magical systems and frequently borrowing from other traditions. So here we have Austin Osman Spare, who's a contemporary of Crowley, and he is credited being, along with Crowley, the source, the antecedent of contemporary chaos magic. And Spare developed a technique using gnosis. So of course, I have this theory that there's one energy, there's one truth, but the different areas use different words. So when we talk about trance or transcendence, the occultist will talk about gnosis. And he uses this form of magic called a sigil, which can be used for manifestations. Spare is known for his syncretic approach to magic and his emphasis on experimentation and deconditioning. So in chaos magic, the contemporary approach to the occult, it began in the late 60s. And the chaos magic organization was formed by the IoT in 1976 by the publication of Liber Null by Peter Carroll and the Book of Results by Ray Sherwin. That's the chaos magic symbol, and chaos magic can be accessed by the treatise on the chaos star about the different types of magic that are all incorporated into them. Peter Carroll says, the prevailing orthodoxy of the coming age, chaos age, will represent something of a truth between magic and science. Although the magical aspects may take on a heavy scientific camouflage at first to make them more acceptable, the role of the human mind in its practice is a complex and multifaceted topic. So magic is sometimes defined as a form of supernatural intervention that violates natural laws, which can be seen as a form of natural manipulation of forces that are not fully understood by science. And an essential part of chaos magic is divination. In your 6 months of training as a novitiate, whether it be for the IoT, the Golden Dawn, the OTO, or the Quarea, which is another current magical group, divination is a skill that needs to be mastered. Peter Carroll has to say about magical divination, sleight of mind in divination, it's essential that the target does not enter the field of conscious awareness while obtaining information about it, or the result will merely consist of ordinary thoughts, fantasies, and guesses. Similarly, the method of obtaining the information should preclude the interference of conscious thought. So it sounds like Peter Carroll is talking about the process of remote viewing. Now, understand that this book was written in 76, and when remote viewing was encore, still in the Black Ops. So in the protocols of remote viewing, he's discussing the importance of avoiding conscious thought when obtaining information about a target. There you go. So the intersection between magic and remote viewing lies in the idea that both practices involve accessing information beyond the ordinary senses. While the methods and beliefs surrounding these practices may differ, they do share a common interest in exploring the boundaries of human perception and consciousness. So magical divination, also known as vision questing, describes the process of seeking knowledge or guidance through altered states of consciousness. And this process may involve techniques such as meditation, trance, hypnosis, or the use of psychoactive substances. Now, we do know that all of those things were also tried in, by the CIA when they were forming MK Ultra. So this was when they started their research into remote viewing. So what I'd like to take you through now, I want to explain very simply how to do sigils, but I'd like to take you through a magical technique that I actually do in my remote viewing training, just to loosen up a little bit the psychic skills of people, just to show them that they are psychic, that they can connect with their subconscious or their holy guardian angel. So in order to work with your subconscious, this sigilization, it's a very self-evident thing. So you start off with an intention. Most remote viewers start off with the intention of, I will go to the target and view it. In fact, as a remote viewer, I write on the top of all of my sessions, the target is this, go, view, sketch, and describe. In this case, the top there is the intention, I'm safe and secure in my own skin. Step 2, take out all the consonants. Step 3, take out all the take out all the vowels. In the last step, take out all the repeating consonants and then make a logo. A logo will talk directly to your subconscious. I don't know who has ever had a child who will recognize immediately the M of McDonald's and say, I'm hungry. That is hypnosis of your subconscious mind for the logo to allow your conscious mind to associate the two. And it is a technique also used in advertising logos. Right. So going on to this little technique, this is it's a cut-up technique for divination, and it was made popular by William Burroughs, who was also an occultist, and it was used in other media, also in song by David Bowie. It was pioneered by Breon Jensen and William Burroughs, and Burroughs was a chaos magic practitioner, as was Bowie. Burroughs was inducted into the Illuminates of Thanateris in the early 1990s. And the cut-ups, he was adamant that the technique had a magical function, stating that cut-ups is not for artistic purposes. Burroughs used his cut-ups for personal therapy, magical divination, and conjuration, with the essential idea being that cut-ups allowed the user to break down the barriers that surround consciousness. And Bowie actually spoke about this, saying that the randomness of the cut-up technique was inherent in traditional divinatory systems like the I Ching or tarot. We do have, do we have 5 minutes left? So I'm going to invite everybody to do this technique super quickly without conscious interference. And it involves getting a piece of paper, writing down, drawing 2 columns like this. So you've got 5 minutes to do it, and you're not going to have conscious interference. Get an A4 sheet of paper, do it in 2, yeah, and write the numbers from 1 to 10, from 11 to 20, until you have that. 2 minutes to do it. Has everybody done that? Yeah, can you do it that quickly? Okay, the second step is to pick up your phones, go on your telephone, and open it to anything you were reading. So on your, whether you were reading Facebook or whether you were doing some kind of research, whether you were reading, following Henny's links to any one of the speakers' work. So just go on something you were reading and write down, just scan through it, take 20 words that jump out at you from the page that you were reading and fill them in. Yeah? Number 1, the first word you see. Number 2, the second word you see. Without thinking about it, just let the words jump out at you. You can take a book if you have a book to hand, but the phone one, because I find people don't often have, printed material. The cut-up, obviously, people are, you can actually cut out words from a newspaper, but I haven't seen a newspaper and I don't know how long. So the best way is to just scan something on your phone, get 20 words. Okay, that'll take you about 3 minutes. Just open what you're reading. Just reopen it again. It doesn't matter. It can be anything. Because I can't see the chat here. I can only see but I believe people are doing that, right? The trick is not to think about it, just to let the words jump out at you. Okay, I can only see Robert on camera. So have you done it, Robert?
I have, yes.
You've done it. Okay. So here's the simple thing. Now we're going to create sense out of those 20 words, and we're going to create sense by joining. We're going to write. It's a poem, actually. It's a poem from your subconscious. It can be re-elaborated. What do I need to know about? The good question to psychic is, what I need to know. What I need to know. Okay. What I need to know about. So what I need to know about is the word 1 and the word 20. What I need to know more about. Take 1 and 20, and that's what you need to know more about. And then from then onwards, it'll tell you more, it'll express more. 2 to 12, 2 and 12, the next line in your little poem, from your subconscious, your message from your holy guardian angel or your subconscious from what I need to know more about, 1 and 20. Then you write the words 2 and 12. Then you write the words 3 and 13. Then you write 4 and 14, 5 and 15, 6 and 16, 7 and 17, 8 and 18, 9 and 19. And the conclusion to this little poem is 10 and 11. That will wrap it up for you. So you're going to need to take it home, metabolize it, sleep on it. You know, dreams will always bring counsel. And that little poem will tell you what your subconscious mind is preoccupied with in this moment. You'll have to put in, you can change the order around, but you'll find that there is a message in there for you. Yeah. And you need to put in the ins and the thers and the buts. Yeah, you'll need to add to that. But that is your basic structure that you can work with. Okay, so having said that, I conclude. There it is. This exercise I gave to the people that I was teaching on the IRVA site, on the basic course. We'll be doing more of these kind of things on the intermediate course. Lily did ask me to mention it. On teaching on the IRVA platform. So there, that is all I have to say. I'm going to stop sharing, and there I am.
Right.
Oh, yeah, it worked. Okay.
Coral, that was really fascinating. I don't know.
Yeah, I know it was a wild ride. Sorry about that.
It'll be interesting. I'm going to take this page in that I filled out and try to figure out what it all means. Well, I want to thank you very, very much for this. This was truly, truly amazing. Let's see. Do we have another minute or so? See if there's any questions that pop. Let's say, is there a place to go to see the diagram? People want to know if they can find it on online, as well as some website links.
The website links were on my PowerPoint, but of course it's in the. What Henny posted. Henny posted resources for all of them. That's a cut-up technique by William Burroughs. Cut-up. It's called cut-up.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Coral.
Okay. Thank you.
Our next guest is going to be discussing, let me see if I can find my notes here. This is, oh my goodness, well, I'll find it. It's, intuition and emotional intelligence as possible mechanisms for remote viewing, a new approach. This gentleman is a professor of applied mathematics, statistical methods, and structural equation modeling at the Universitat Roman Llull, pardon me for my pronunciation, in Barcelona. Alex is a statistician presently developing a new statistics for parapsychology and remote viewing, as well as being a full professor at the Colimas Pontifical University, owned by the Holy See and Vatican City State, with branches in several countries. So please welcome. This is going to be a fascinating discussion with Professor Alex Escolia Gascon.
Thank you for your introduction. Can you hear me right?
We can.
Okay, perfect. I would like to thank you, the Monroe Institute and the International Remote Viewing Association, for giving me the opportunity to share with you all our recent research and our reflection that I believe may be of interest to all experts in this field. I especially want to thank Dr. Deborah Lynn for her kindness and for recognizing the value and efforts of those of us who do original research on anomalous cognitions. We rarely get recognition from our peers, so I am very grateful that she thought of me for this event. Before I start, I would like to talk a little bit about my profile. I graduated as a statistician from the Complutense University of Madrid and in psychology from Ramon Llull University in Barcelona. I got my PhD in statistics and started working as an associate professor at Drummond University. I am currently a full-time professor in the Department of Statistics at Comillas Pontifical University, an institution belonging to the Vatican City State. To have an idea, this university have campuses in different locations, including Rome and the Vatican. My office is located in Madrid at the Spanish headquarters of the university. What else? I am a religious of the Company of Mary, which allowed me to do ecclesiastical studies in theology before beginning my scientific career. And well, I hope you find my talk interesting. Thank you again for your interest and attention. And let's start. Here are the contents we will cover in this session. We are going to make a quick introduction to what remote viewing is. We are going to talk about our research and the innovation we bring. And we will end with conclusions and several reflections on the current state of scientific research. As you can see, you have specified the two main scientific articles that you can find, where you can find all technical information of our last two researches. So all information that we are going to address in this session is available in these two sources. What are the limits of the mind and human perception? What are that limits? There are certain theoretical approaches that attempt to resolve whether the mind's functioning could exceed the logical, material, and sensory channels recognized by science. But there are very few techniques and operational approaches that could be applied under the rigorous conditions of the scientific method. Several terms have been used in the scientific literature to characterize and describe this hypothetical extra-limited functioning of the mind in terms of traditional approaches to science. Although the terms seem to address different research goals, they all share the following foundations and assumptions. 1, the mind functioning doesn't depend exclusively on matter. The mind functioning doesn't depend exclusively on the space-time continuum. And 3, the mind functioning also doesn't use the scientifically recognized sources within the realm of sensation and logic. To varying degrees, each of those 3 common assumptions challenges the classical, epistemic, and ontological foundations of scientific knowledge. Thus, in sense, the psi hypothesis, the non-local consciousness hypothesis, the extended mind hypothesis, extraocular vision, and the hypothesis attributed to remote viewing are examples that share the 3 assumptions, as well as being related to the study of anomalous cognitions. The only thing that changes in each of these hypotheses is the underlying theoretical approach and the variables, conditions of measurement. Our research team decided to investigate anomalous cognitions by focusing on the remote viewing technique, and we managed to publish some statistical evidence that was compatible with the findings of the regional researchers. Well, what remote viewing is? Remote viewing is one of the research techniques that has probably yielded the best statistical results. Researchers use this technique to operationalize and test the hypothesis about the degree to which anomalous cognitions occur. Remote viewing consists of asking a person to try mentally visualize information related to a target in reality. For example, a place, an object, a person, through their sensations and intuition, without having any prior connection or content about the target to be represented. The participant's mental visualization can be captured in a drawing or described verbally. With this information, the participant can reason and make decisions about that would be useful to better understand the content of reality. In this slide, I have used the drawing of a cow because it is my favorite animal, but you can replace it with any other target you want. The mental representation in remote viewing conditions contained elements that matched the formal features of the target to be guessed, it could be assumed that an anomalous cognition might occur. The more matches there were between the representation and the target, the greater the degree of sensitivity of the participants' visions, and consequently, the greater the degree of statistical certainty that could be attributed to the occurrence of anomalous cognitions. Numerous classic studies have found different types of evidence, some in favor, some against. Some researchers argue that there is already sufficient statistical data to support the occurrence of anomalous cognitions, while others argue the opposite. Given this diversity of perspective and findings, we may ask the following question: what is the minimum threshold of acceptance? Furthermore, how do we answer the question in a way that advances scientific research on anomalous cognitions? In the original experiments, the analysis of this degree of congruency was performed by inter-judges who had to indicate on a graduate scale the degree to which they believed that such congruencies between the representation and the target were occurring. To calculate the certainty of the degree to which anomalous cognition occur, the original researchers used a theoretical criterion, the threshold of matches expected to be obtained by chance. Critical levels, also called p-values, were obtained for the probability that the matches found by judges would fit the distribution of matches expected according to the estimated mathematical expectation. If the critical levels were less than the level of significance specified in the contrast, then a significant effect was considered to have been obtained and the effect size was calculated. Measures of effect size were proxies for measures of the degree of statistical certainty with which the anomalous cognitions occurred. Statisticians will agree that the degree of certainty measured by effect size doesn't imply a deterministic decision as to whether the anomalous cognitions are real or false. In this sense, an effect size, mathematically understood as the standardized difference between two averages, allows us to estimate the extent to which a particular phenomenon could occur in reality. However, it doesn't allow us to verify that the occurrence of the phenomenon actually corresponds to the phenomenon we are trying to detect. In other words, effect size are only approximations and certainties, but they are no guarantee of when and how phenomena has occurred. Therefore, the use of effect size applied in frequencies probabilities doesn't prove that anomalous cognitions are real. This is the major statistical limitation of classical remote viewing-based anomalous cognition experiments, and have been the criticism most often used by skeptical scientists to warn that effect size are insufficient indicators to whether anomalous cognition can be considered scientifically established. Nonetheless, statisticians will also agree that many measures of behavior that are not directly observable are supported by quantitative indicators based on effect size. In this slide, you can see some examples. In fact, medical decisions about the scientific validity of the therapeutic effect found certain clinical treatments have also been based on statistical indicators of effect size. Even in the physical science, effect size have uses and applications because not all phenomena that occur in objective reality are directly observable. In such scenarios, no scientist questions the statistical value that effect size bring, and we even consider them essential for making decisions. Then the question that arises is, why is the same not true for so-called anomalous cognitions and remote viewing? Here you can see some possible reasons. Intangibility, the change is not enough, and the lack of alternative to the effect size are the main points. However, let's get to what is crucial, at least for me. Some scientists believe that the problem is not in the use of statistics, but in the reasons that must be given to convince others that anomalous cognitions are real. For these scientists, the main difficulty is that there are not enough reasons in the field of anomalous cognitions to avoid questioning the obtained results by using effect size. And along that line, the problem wouldn't be the effect size themselves. The criticism I explained above wouldn't be relevant. Instead, the critical point would be in the beliefs attributed to the anomalous cognitions. Those who don't accept the already published evidence in favor of anomalous cognitions are doing so because they value their own choice or disbelief over reality. Well, in the words of a physicist at the Spanish National Research Council, they simply don't dare to come out of the closet. This could be another view. From my perspective, which is neither an advocate nor supporter of radical skepticism, there are two ways to do science. On one hand, we can create committees, councils, conventions, consensus that provide theoretical approaches for the purpose of convincing others that anomalous cognitions are real. This way is based on scientific idealism and rationalism, in which reasons for belief in the authenticity of anomalous cognitions would be more important than any proof or empirical evidence that could be obtained in their favor. The obvious problem with this approach is that we would decide who is right by providing more reasons and refuting the reasons of the other fellows with arguments that would definitely only pursue new reasons and theories. Moreover, would also consider that a consciousness is a simple social agreement, and whatever is agreed upon can be disagreed upon. This potentially makes reason itself a useful tool in science, right? But it is also weak, incomplete, and excessively unstable. Perhaps it is useful to consider more than just reasons to believe. On the other hand, we can continue the search for possible new evidence for anomalous cognitions. In this case, scientific empiricism holds that rationalism provides limited and insufficient arguments to explain what happens in the objective reality and how the phenomena that occur in it work. Rather than being satisfied with reasons to believe, empiricists propose the use of scientific inquiry, and in the case of scientism, the use strictly of positivistic inquiry to test the hypothesis put forward. In this paradigm, the priority isn't to have reasons to believe, but to find evidence to accept certain forms of beliefs. It is a matter of making a leap from belief to fact by treating the two as conceptually antagonistic. The leads is onto empiricism, which offers three criticisms of reasons to believe. Reasons, the first one, no? Reasons are useless if there aren't facts to support them. Reasons are useless if they aren't applicable to empirical reality. And three, reasons are informative, but don't represent the completeness of the objective reality functioning. So, as you see, we have two lines, two paradigms, rationalism, empiricism. But let's go a little bit far away. According to the empirical perspective, hypotheses don't arise exclusively from reasons or theories. Hypotheses are essentially constructed from the observation of reality. The scientific empiricism is related to the defining foundations of Thomism, derived from the work of St. Thomas Aquinas, which distinguishes between spontaneous knowledge, the product of empirical ontological entities, and reflexive knowledge aimed at creating logical ontological entities with the participation of human reasoning. Empirical ontologies are based on what reality shows and not so much on what the researcher pretends to see. from spontaneity that is observed by human beings and is shown in reality, spontaneous knowledge develops that is essentially factual and dependent on what reality reveals to the individual. It is formed the revelation both of and in reality that reflects on the value and meanings of what represents each spontaneous content observed in reality. Logical ontologies are so called because from spontaneous knowledge, a new reflexive knowledge is generated, in which human beings establish representations, system of meanings, an attribution of value about what, how, why, and for what purpose each of the phenomena observed in reality occurs. This form of reflexive knowledge requires the participation of human consciousness as a part of reasoning. And it is only through consciousness that reflexive knowledge is sustained. In this respect, reasons to believe would have acceptance only from that position amassed in reflexive knowledge. Thus, in a way, Thomism integrates both paradigms, rationalism and empiricism, that shape the ontological order of phenomena and allow us to understand the value that each of them brings. This is also one of the philosophical reasons why the logic of the scientific method is hypothetical deductive, in which we combine the beginnings of spontaneous knowledge in order to consequently be able to deduce reasons and that support and transform such spontaneous knowledge in reflexive knowledge. Although humanity doesn't know which form of knowledge is authentic, among scientists there is agreement that any form of rigorous knowledge is reflexive and not limited to the spontaneity of what reality shows. Also, despite the fact these foundations are classical in the logic of science and the application of this method, many scientists forget this distinction and the origin of the paradigms that give structure to what we call scientific method. In general, it is relatively easy to see how the community is divided between rationalism and empiricism, and that changes are rarely generated. Hence, when an empirist observed that given a theory does not fit the data or evidence found, he or she argues that the problem is with the theory and not with the evidence. In a sense, the empiricist is arguing that better theory is needed, not better evidence. Conversely, when a rationalist scientist encounters the same scenario, they will argue just the opposite. The problem is in the obtained data or evidence, not in the theory. The rationalist suggests that better evidence is needed, so better experiments, better protocols, that are more consistent with the theory, and not the opposite. How to resolve this split is a scientifically unresolved question, and all we know is that there is no logic without method and no method without logic. Perhaps for this reason, sponsoring organizations and those who fund scientific research in this field are more concerned regarding opinion studies and reviews of the already pleasing evidence than with strengthening or subsidizing rigorous proposal for empirical experimentation. I think this is a very serious problem within the field because it excludes the rationalism paradigm which alludes to the search for better evidence and not just reasons that are more compatible and inclusive with the theories or foundations of orthodox science. The scientific community is not persuaded by reason alone. Anyone can deny reason. Remember that anything that is reasoned can be unreasoned, just as anything is agreed can be disagreed. However, not everyone can deny rigorous and reproducible evidence. For example, hardly anyone questions the real existence of gravity or memory. When the skeptical scientific community denies or questions the evidence for anomalous cognitions, it is essentially because such evidence was sufficient to continue the research, but not too conclusive in itself. Despite its inconclusiveness, part of the scientific community of parapsychologists claim that it is sufficient. This could be a problem that only reinforces radicalism between those who are about radical skeptics and those who defend parapsychology. It is really complicated to find the middle term. In our research, we wanted to focus on the basis that represents the liberation of scientific discourse, the use and application of scientific method. In the field of anomalous cognitions, we recognize that this can be done from different paradigms and approaches, as introduced earlier. We decide to choose the falsification nest as a statistical and non-demonstrative approach following Popper's scientific logic. We also assume that anomalous cognitions, if they were real, will fall within the spectrum of dual information processing theory and would be consistent with certain features of intuitive reasoning applied in situations of maximum uncertainty. If this assumption were true, we should understand anomalous cognitions as a kind of a signal, and our brains would strive to track it, probably unconsciously and implicitly. As with intuition, viewers, that is, participants, end up with the feeling that they know without knowing how they got that information. The feeling of knowing without knowing how also occurs in intuition performed under maximum conditions of uncertainty. Scientific evidence, coming mainly from the fields of behavioral neuroscience, supports the hypothesis that it is a sensation produced unintentionally and from other sensations not recognizable by viewer. The prior sensations are stimuli that may contain emotional information, and it's from the management of emotions that viewers apply implicit, unconscious, rapid, and spontaneous reasoning with the purpose of mentally constructing the image of the target they must hit. This was hypothetical basis that we used to justify the assessment of experiential emotional intelligence, that is the management of emotions that is not determined by analytical reasoning. We must emphasize that emotional intelligence, both experiential and analytical, is not a type of intelligence per se. Rather, it is a social and interactive learning conditioned by cultural reasons present in the participant's environment. Therefore, we don't consider it to be a type of intelligence, but rather a type of unconsciously developed social learning that is present in varying levels in most individuals. This level of emotional learning, both implicit, used for intuitive and experiential reasoning, and explicit, essentially analytical, can be assessed by performance tests that people's recognition, understanding, generation, and regulation of emotions. The best developed and most widely researched test is the Meyer-Salovey-Caruso Emotional Intelligence Test. This was the protocol we used to measure such emotional intelligence in our experiment. In this way, and just to operationalize it, emotional intelligence is only a level established by the scientific consensus, alluding to the learning of skills in managing one's own and others' emotions in order to obtain functional behaviors adapted to the environment. Because of experimental background of remote viewing, we worked with two target modalities, targets that were coordinates and targets that were based on photographs. Here you can see an example of the military target we use, located in New Mexico. And here you can see the coordinates also. Participants were not randomly assigned to these conditions, but we took into account whether they believed in they possess remote viewing skills or not. This was assessed using a 10-point semantic differential scale, with the least believing attitude towards anomalous cognition at one end and the most believing attitude at the other. So here you can see a picture, take it from the original paper. We matched the participants and conditions in the following way. Those who scored high on the semantic differential scale were assigned to photo-based target condition. Those with the lowest scores would be assigned to the coordinate target condition. This was done for two uncontroversial reasons. Previously, favorable evidence observed in the regional anomalous cognition studies showed that when the target used contains an image, the number of hits on remote viewing tests tends to be higher. And two, evidence was also obtained that people with favorable attitudes toward anomalous cognitions and who believed in themselves obtained higher hit rates on experimental ESP tests than non-believing participants. ESP tests are parapsychological tests close to remote viewing tests, but with some differences. Well, the evidence have been referred to as the sheep-goat effect. If this previous evidence is correct, and if we want to maximize the probability of increasing the number of hits on remote viewing tests, it would make sense to form two groups, photo-believer group and the coordinate non-believer group. That are the groups that you can see here, okay? So, and these are the grounds, no, about why we established this distinction. In our research, we applied the innovative measure of experiential emotional intelligence, and the experiments followed specific steps, as you can see in this slide. In step 1, well, one of the targets was randomly selected from a photographic set of 32 international locations. Targets were grouped into 4 categories: military bases, hospitals, schools, or educational centers, and cemeteries. The selected stimulus was kept under lock and key and remained isolated without any contact with the participant. Step 2, the participant was taken to another room and told to use his intuition and perception to try to connect with the information related to a previously selected location anywhere in the world. In the instructions, we specified that he or she should manifest and express his mental representation, at least verbally. Specifically, we also informed the participant that they had to use the sensations and emotions perceived on the mental representation to make a decision. In this decision, the participant had to choose one of the 4 previous categories. This determined that our design was a 4-response design. In step 3, the participant was given time to complete the task of describing their mental representation. Step 4, 5, and 6 took place almost simultaneously. For the step 4, the viewer had to connect with the sensations, and step 5, use them according to their experience. To step 6, make a final intuitive decision. By step 7, choosing one of the 4 categories of places. In this step, the step 7, is in which we could observe the supposed anomalous perception or cognition. That result is the product, the final product that we could register in our base, in our database. If the reviewer's choice matched choice of the type of place, then there was a match. This procedure was repeated 32 times for each subject, and a total of 634 volunteers participated. Before the remote viewing experiment, the viewers, participants, took the SIT test. That is the test that assesses the experiential emotional intelligence. and the analytical one too. Working with forced choice isn't a part of the classical remote viewing design, but methodologically, we choose this system to avoid all shortcomings and problems of inter-judge designs. In statistics, the inter-judge analysis have several problems. Oops. One, it will be necessary to define a criterion for evaluating the randomness that should be used faithfully by each of the independent judges. How to ensure that this is somewhat complicated and jeopardizes the objectivity and credibility of the design itself. Two, independent judges would also have to be selected, ensuring that they have the necessary scientific and technical skills to guarantee that they will make fair decisions. Ensuring this is excessively costly, and although objective evaluation methods could be used, they wouldn't guarantee the objectivity either, as any method or test would be subject to measurement errors that are unknown a priori. And three, it doesn't seem scientific to leave the decision of an event to the evaluative opinion to an external and independent person who could make as many mistakes as his own perception produce. The one who experiences the anomalous perception is the viewer, not the external judges. Considering that the anomalous cognition is a sensory signal, this means, if true, that would be identifiable only to the viewer and not to the judges. Now the judges only examine the final product. So what we obtain in the step 7, not the process. And that is another problem. We are also interested in the statistical analysis of the process and not only of the result. Furthermore, how many judges would be needed to achieve a consistent average score? Even using many experienced judges, if they didn't show a sufficient level of agreement between their decisions, it would indicate that the evaluation was not done objectively, and the evaluated case would have to be thrown out. Therefore, inter-judge evaluation method is methodologically weakest type of design, and the one that provides the less internal validity. The best way to solve this problem is to opt for forced choice designs. Our protocol allows the classical remote viewing technique to be adapted to these types of designs, making them methodologically more stable. Let's look at this way. If our hypothesis and theoretical model of anomalous cognitions as a sensory cues were correct, then we should be able to find some correlation between experiential and intuitive handling of emotions and hits in remote viewing experiments. In the previous precognition experiments we published, we didn't get significant results above chance, but we did observe that there was a significant quadratic correlation between levels of emotional intelligence and precognitive hits. One of the criticisms we received from the Journal of Personality and Individual Differences was that the measures of emotional intelligence were trait measures, not cognitive measures. But in our current research and in our last publication, we have fixed it. We have used performance cognitive measures. So we have improved the original design. Although we were able to get this research published in a high impact journal, as you can see here in Alivion, we needed to improve the design and try to assess emotional intelligence as a cognitive ability, as I said. This was one of the innovations we applied by combining remote viewing with the use of the MC test. If anomalous cognitions are real, are signals that underlie or are part of the individual's internal sensations and emotions, then individuals who are effective at identifying, transmitting, regulating, and generating their sensations would consistently score higher on remote viewing tests than individuals who are less effective at managing sensations and emotions. This was the essential hypothetical basis of our research and had never been tested before. At least we had found no previous evidence for it. Since this was the first remote viewing research with significant results, we believe we have empirical grounds to communicate and say that we were scientifically innovative. Now that we have not received any funding, if you check in the original papers, you won't read any note about this design was awarded by no sponsoring organization, supported our research, has given us any recognition or grants. Well, this is the first time that I have been given space to be truly innovative and scientific about remote viewing. And I am very grateful to IRVA and the Monroe Institute of Consciousness for recognizing the value of our scientific research.
Thank you very much, Professor. Do we have any questions before we say goodbye?
Oh, okay. So the time has finished. Okay.
No. We've got a few more minutes for you, please.
Oh, okay. Well, at least I would like to try to explain some results or.
Yes, please.
Well, here you can see how we have calculated the average expected by chance and the standard deviation expected by chance too. And here, so you can see some indications about our design features. But I think the important point is, results for group 1. This is a path diagram with all variables included. So here you can see experiential intelligence with observed variables that enable the measurement of experiential intelligence. This is the assessment regarding the beliefs. And here now are scores of remote viewing. And as you can see in the red circle, we found a positive association between experiential emotional intelligence and remote viewing hits. And that is the key, or this was the most important discovering that we have reached. And this was reproduced using in group 2 using pictures. The parameter is significant too, and so we can accept the hypothesis that says that there is a relation or connection between experiential emotional intelligence and remote viewing hits. But we have divided the original sample in 7 groups. We have worked with the 2 first groups as the main ones, but as you can see here, we have reproduced the same calculations in other subsamples with the purpose to check the consistency of the results. Here you can see the mean number of hits, and some of them are a little bit higher of 8. 8, remember, is the average expected by chance. And well, this is just for your information. One of the criticisms that we have received, oops, sorry. Yeah, here. Yeah. Standard deviations that we obtained were too small. We have some hypotheses to explain why these deviations were lower than the theoretical ones. the standard deviation expected by chance was 2.45. So if, as you can see here, if we obtain 1.50 or 80, or so, these values are lower than the value expected by chance. So why that happened? It is possible that is due to an issue related to the mathematical theorem of the central limits. This theorem postulates that representative samples of those larger than 100 cases tend to present a frequency density distribution that fits the pattern of the normal distribution. As the sample size increase, the degree of kurtosis also increase, resulting in a greater concentration of data at the central point of the distribution, and consequently the standard deviations would be reduced. So if you take into account that our sample size was 600, so that seemed reasonable. Of course, this is just hypothesis, and like any theorem, it is not an absolute trend. Another hypothesis is that there could be the possibility that observed standard deviations are due to some kind of a statistical artifact. Although this option is most likely, it is certain that any possible statistical artifact could produce this decline in standard deviation should be recognized and identified. So I can say, yeah, there is a statistical artifact. Okay, but what it is? So could you describe it? Could you identify it? What are the properties about this statistical artifact? So along this line, it is not valid to accept this hypothesis as the most probable one without testing it and finding out which statistical artifact would cause this alteration. And three, it could be that this loss of variability as a consequence of the effect attributed to the anomalous cognitions. We recognize that this hypothesis is the least plausible of all, but despite this, it is still worth considering. Here, you can see the effect size that we have obtained per each subsample. And these effect size are following the Cohen's-d logic. And here you can see a linear transformation of effect size to the probability of observing the same statistical effect in future samples. So this is a generalization, but, well, we could say some points of that. There is no fixed criterion and no consensus on this question about, okay, which is the threshold that we need to say anomalous cognitions were real, anomalous cognitions work, anomalous cognitions are scientifically established. Although the probabilities seem small, is much greater than the probability of being struck by lightning on a stormy day, which is fixed in 1 in 3 million, at 1 in 3 million. So even though the average probability lightning striking a person is very small, no one questions that this occurrence can be real. So my point for here is, why should be any different with anomalous cognitions? No? So this is just at least to have a general idea of our results. And here you can see the main conclusions of our study. Pay attention to the third one, which is which is the most important, because it's the evidence that allow us to introduce the interpretation of the role of experiential intelligence, emotional intelligence, sorry. But, well, from our results, we have taken advantage of these tendencies in order to what? In order to design an hypothetical application about how could we modulate anomalous cognitions if they were real. From a behaviorist approach, we propose the production, identification, comprehension model. We can call it PIC, It is based on development of 3 phases that culminate in the attempt to modulate anomalous conditions, as I said. So as we don't have enough time, right? To explain each phase, what happens in each phase.
Well, listen, I mean, what's hands up? Do we want, I think we should continue. You're almost there. Let's finish up.
Okay, yeah, at least this last part, because this is the tool that we offer, at least from an hypothetical position, because we will need more scientific research in order to contrast and to test if PIC works or not. Well, the first phase consists of the production of sensations. It is automatic, and we assume that it depends on implicit learning. In this phase, the person produces internal sensations by directing attention to himself or herself. The second phase begins when the individual makes an effort to recognize the meanings of the emotional sensations he perceives. It is also an automatic and will depend on unconscious cognitive processes of attribution of previously learning meanings. This stage involves decoding what the sensations mean and what information they contain. The more they are decoded, the more information the participant receives, and consequently, the greater the probability of detecting the signal corresponding to the anomalous cognition. And finally, in the last phase, the only one that is really conscious or deliberate, the viewer tries to put together in the puzzle of the various sensations he or she has perceived in order to adjust his mental representation to the goal he or she is trying to guess. Understanding is the consideration of what to do with the sensations and emotions that have been decoded. Therefore, in this last phase, the participant makes consciousness decisions based on unconsciousness process. If the previous phases were carried out correctly, we should expect more and better anomalous cognitions. This possibility would increase the sensitivity of remote viewing, and most importantly, would be the first module proposed for making anomalous cognitions trainable psychic abilities. Of course, this is only, as I said, an hypothetical model. And we need to meet at least 3 assumptions. We have to accept that anomalous cognitions are sensory signals. They are depending on implicit learning, and they are manifested by the activation of intuitive reasoning and implicit learning. The hypothetical PIC model is an innovative, testable, and applicable proposal within this field that's still noticed by most of those interested in the use of remote viewing, when Brott and colleagues comment in one of their reviews that new proposals with new approaches are needed in parapsychology. So, well, this could be one of them. Well, I am a little bit concerned for the time, but I can continue.
Well, actually, the next speaker is ready to go, so I think we're unfortunately going to have to move on. But I really appreciate you taking the time to speak with us. I know there were a lot of questions we weren't able to get to. I apologize for that. How can people get a hold of you if they need to get a hold of you? Talk about social media or access to you.
Yeah, well, they can write me by email if they have any query, if people have questions. Yeah, I am available and open to talk about it.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Professor. Really appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your time and for giving me this opportunity. Thanks.
Our pleasure. Our next speaker is title of this next segment is going to be about remote viewing, project management, and milestones in viewer development. The speaker is Lori Williams. She has been teaching the military method of controlled remote viewing since 2001 and now offers a variety of cutting-edge live workshops and online video courses. Lori, welcome. Sorry, we had a little bit of a delay there.
That's okay, Robert. Thanks so much for having me. Hey, everybody. It's so great to see you all. There's so many people. This is wonderful. And it's such an honor to be here. I'd like to especially thank Deborah Katz and all the volunteers for IRVA, many of whom I know personally, who've been putting in so much time and so much effort into making all this come together. And I'm the last speaker. So once I'm done, you guys get to go run off and have dinner or whatever else you need to do. And for those of you who don't know me yet, my name is Lori Lambert Williams. I'm the author of Boundless, Your How-To Guide to Practical Remote Viewing. And I'm the founder of intuitivespecialists.com. So I began studying CRV back in 1996 when I met my first mentor, the wise and wonderful Mr. Lynn Buchanan, whom many of you have already met at the IRVA Conference. And under his guidance, I began teaching remote viewing in the year 2000. My life path ever since then has been directed to helping thousands of people expand their consciousness through the discovery of their own potential ever since. Now, let me ask you a question. Do you ever wonder why remote viewers haven't saved the world yet? Has anybody here ever wondered that? Just raise your hand if you've ever wondered, like, what's going on? And he's like, yes, I definitely have. So yes, I think a lot of us have wondered that. I've even wondered that at times. So in this short presentation, I'd like to explore this question together with the intention of seeking solutions and a path forward. Now, for those of you who may be new to remote viewing, the answer to this question is pretty complicated. It's pretty complex. The reasons are many and varied. So I'm going to share what I found in my experience to be the major ones, and then we can always have a little discussion afterwards, okay? So first of all, like psychology and psychiatry when they were in their infancy, the remote viewing community has struggled to get unified. I personally believe that we've been held back by a lack of organization, and we've had a model of competition rather than collaboration up until recently. Excuse me. But things are improving in that area. As all of us are growing and we're becoming awakened to the truly important things of our current existence in these bodies, we realize that we're actually much more alike than we are different. And if remote viewers are ever to make a difference to the future of our planet and our species, we simply must work together and we have to support each other. So in order for us to understand how to use remote viewing to change the world, let's take a look at where we've been and learn from that. And then let's take a look at trends and milestones and see what's changing. And let's try to learn from that as well. So when the Stargate program first became declassified in 1995, several of the men who were in the unit at the time or had been in the unit, had been trainers, they decided to start schools. So we had a number of schools springing up automatically right then, simultaneously. And then in 1999, IRVA was founded. And I set up my first remote viewing company in 1999 as well, which eventually became another viewing school added to the mix of all the viewing schools that were out there. So initially, back in the 90s and the early 2000s, I noticed that the remote viewing path was kind of like a funnel. You know, it's really wide at the top and really narrow at the bottom. And that was because so many people would go in. A lot of people just jumped into it when they found out about it. It was on 60 Minutes and 2020 and Larry King Live and all those. So people heard about it and they wanted to take the training. But so many people dropped out after learning just phases 1, 2, and 3, that rarely did anybody ever make it through to come out on the other end as a professional remote viewer. I mean, it was a very small trickle coming through that funnel. So it was, I think of it kind of like Navy SEAL training, you know, many went in, but few came out. So a few months ago, as I was starting to teach one of my 3-day post-advanced workshops, which normally, I mean, in the years past, I've had just a few students. I looked at this crowd of students who were like, I don't know, 20, I think there were like 27 students in the class. And I was thinking, oh my gosh, things have really changed. A lot of students are really sticking with this. They're training, they're practicing, they're working in groups together, they're attending meetings, they're making it all the way through the funnel. And that isn't easy. I mean, think of it like getting a 10th degree black belt in any martial art. That takes a lot of work, a lot of training, a lot of discipline, a lot of practice. So I began asking myself some questions. I began wondering why so many more students are now hanging in there and making it through to become world-class remote viewers. So in order to answer that question, I really needed to look at trends that I've noted from teaching literally thousands of remote viewing students over the past 23 years. The journey of the student of remote viewing can really be a lonely one. In each remote viewing practice target, we initially find ourselves in what could be compared to like a pitch black place, like you're just waking up in the pitch dark, floating with no solid ground beneath. And as new students are grasping and fighting with themselves while trying to describe this assigned target location or activity or event or person or object, they really fear being wrong. The very act of working on a practice remote viewing session will make many a new viewer come face to face with years of criticism and maybe even punishment for mistakes or failures, bullies in school, things like that. Remember when your parents expected you to make the honor roll, or did you get yelled at when you failed? This is the story for many people. And the early journey of the serious student of remote viewing can be fraught with psychological challenges. And we're really seeing that students are growing in personal development. That's become the personal development has become the goal for many students. Now, due to our noting of the trends, we've become able and better at preparing students for upcoming slumps in their remote viewing. We've noticed certain milestones that appear to the student initially as being a setback. And so we've noticed this in having so many students and working with them so intensely, because we have a lot of different programs that our students go into. And we've really started noticing these milestones. Like, for example, every student hits a slump and suddenly drops off in their viewing accuracy, and they're like, oh my gosh, what happened? I suddenly can't remote view my way out of a paper bag. But then we notice that if they stick with it, they come out even better when that ends, when that slump stops. And that slump is actually something that's been documented in almost anything. I mean, all of us have heard of the person who learns to play poker, for example, and they suddenly are just winning right and left, and then they stop winning after a while. So the first timers affects everything. But the thing is that continues in your journey of remote viewing. You'll have times where you're really accurate, and then times where you drop off, and times where you're really accurate, times where you drop off. But the trend is upwards. It's kind of a curvy line up the hill. So CRV then becomes a journey to self-discovery. And as I mentioned, personal development often becomes the goal during this part of the viewer's journey. And the famous and well-documented slumps in CRV are now clearly recognized to be milestones and not setbacks. So many students used to drop out mid-slump figuring, well, I totally suck at this, I can't do it, might as well, right? But nowadays, students get prepared for the slump, and when it happens, they can say, oh, yeah, here's that slump that I've been told about. This is a sign of growth, even though it feels pretty miserable. I can handle this. I'm going to work through this, and I'll be better for it in the end. And so they're really doing that. And so due to this evolution in training and preparation, a greater number of students are pouring through the funnel. They're coming out the other end. More and more students are graduating from the most advanced levels of CRV courses, and they're ready for more. But what is more? What is the next logical step for the remote viewer who, having paid their dues, having spent a lot of money, having worked really hard to get where they are, get really good, what is the next logical step if they want to change the world? And that brings us to the greatest obstacle that the entire remote viewing community has faced since the program became declassified in 1995. And that is project management. That's the biggest obstacle. It's the rock in the road, not just for me and my students. This is the rock in the road for remote viewing as a science, for remote viewing as a skill. Okay, so that means for everybody. So why haven't remote viewers solved some of the biggest problems facing humanity right now? I think we can all agree we've got some big problems. But the answer is because it has just been too costly to manage big projects with multiple viewers. We haven't had the trained manpower. That's really the truth. And research has shown that for every hour that a remote viewer spends viewing, so research has shown that for every hour a remote viewer spends viewing, a project manager spends 10 hours on that project. So if you think about it, like we did a project where we had 14 remote viewers working on a massive project. We had 4 project managers on that project because with 14 viewers, there was a ton of paperwork to go through and they were getting reassigned. I mean, they were getting retasked over and over again. Oh, now you described this thing. Could you go back in and tell us more about it? Or, where you're asking them to go back in and keep remote viewing. So multiply that. Let's just make it easy with 10 viewers. If you had 10 viewers viewing 10 hours each, that's 100 hours times 10, that's 1,000 hours for the project manager who frequently is not getting paid. Now, there are many duties within any remote viewing project, just to name a few, because a lot of people who just took my most recent project management course, and these are students who've worked with me for years, and they were like, oh my gosh, I can't believe all that's involved in project management. And they said it totally shifted their perspective because they had been student viewers for many years. And they said, all of a sudden now I'm looking at it so differently from a totally different perspective, almost a business perspective. So if you name just a few of the tasks in project management, we're talking about communicating with the potential customer and then thoroughly vetting that customer to make sure that it isn't some disguised terrorist organization looking for viewers. We all have heard some horror stories along that line. Finding the right viewers to work the project, organizing the paperwork, the client agreements, the viewer agreements, getting everything signed, setting up a project log to track who's doing what, when, documenting the deadlines that have been established, working with monitors if there are monitors, and then going over sessions, retasking the viewers, obtaining final summaries, analyzing the results, and finally, writing up a professional report for the customer. Some projects are pro bono, others are paid, establishing fees, and then making sure those fees are paid. All of that can add hours to the time spent on the project. That sounds like a lot of work, doesn't it? No wonder project management has become the biggest rock in the road of progress in the field of remote viewing. So the answer is teamwork. Many hands make light work. I know you guys have heard that before. So we're suggesting a model of collaboration, creating project management teams, a team of remote viewers who have been cross-trained in all aspects and roles of project management, of managing a project. So they can work together, each person taking on one role within the project so that no one is too overloaded. Instead of one overworked, beleaguered person trying to do it all, which has been the classic civilian model up till now, a team can take on the roles of director, project manager, analyst, report writer, viewers, and monitors. Someone could be assigned to be the liaison with the customer. Someone else can coordinate the viewers. Someone else can handle the clerical work, etc. So toward this end, I'm now putting a lot of emphasis on the end goal by cross-training viewers in all aspects of project management. And we have operational projects now running simultaneously. And this is really helping to overcome the huge workload problem. But there are other issues that we're going to face when we eventually take on bigger targets that can potentially save the world. Okay, so let's talk about some of these now. So we've covered a lot of ground so far in this conversation, which has taken about maybe 20 minutes. We've kind of covered the history. We talked about the trends in viewers. We've talked about how we've been working to overcome the problem up to this point by creating teams. So if we were to say, well, great, we've overcome all this stuff. Now we're ready. Now we're ready to take on these big, big questions. Now we're ready to save the world, save humanity. And then you go, wait a minute. We still have some big issues, even if we can do that. So let's talk about that. For example, we could view the best way to mitigate the issues that we're now confronting with flooding or fires or pollution. We could view the solution to provide clean energy that won't damage the planet, like 0-point energy, for example. The potential is truly unlimited when you think about it. I'm sure you guys have thought about it. So what's the problem? Well, first of all, when it comes to viewing solutions to major world problems, to whom do we deliver these solutions? How do we reach the people who have the ability to do something with the information that we remote viewers provide them? Think about that for just a minute. I remember years ago, somebody wrote me and said, I'm trying to get a hold of Bill Gates, and I want to share with Bill Gates that I have this answer to, I don't remember what it was now. But I remember thinking, yeah, how would one get a hold of Bill Gates? I mean, I'm sure there are ways to do it if you're determined enough. And a lot of people have the right connections. Maybe they could get a hold of Bill Gates. There are some remote viewers who live next door to some pretty important people. But generally speaking, it can be pretty hard to reach the people that need to be reached with the information. And then when you reach them, how do you convince them? How do you convince them that, hey, I'm not a nut. I really do have the information that is needed to solve this problem. How do we do that? That's the question. So you're like, I got the answer. We finally have the answer to 0-point energy. Now, who do I give it to? Have any of you thought about that? Has that occurred to anybody? Anybody here ever had any of those thoughts in mind? Okay, so maybe not, but these are some questions that we really need to look at. Yeah, Lori says yes. So that's the thing, is we really do need to be looking at these things if we're going to make progress into the future. And if we don't want to make progress into the future, then essentially we're basically kind of saying, this was a really cool thing for me to learn. This was awesome. Now I know how to remote view and I can do all these cool things. I can entertain friends at parties. I can, I can do these different things, but is it going to make a difference in the big picture? I mean, I'm all for personal development. And I'm amazed at what I see my students accomplishing. But it's like, what kind of a difference will it make as we move into the future? Well, it won't make any difference at all unless we really decide that we're going to do something with it in an organized way. Does that make sense? So that's the thing. To me, that's a huge, huge hurdle. Now, Deborah Katz, when I was talking to her about presenting at IRVA, she said, well, I have all these questions. She sent me a whole list of wonderful questions. And I liked her questions, and I can see where a lot of the questions would be important. At the same time, I feel like the biggest hurdle of all is, even though we can, and we definitely can get the information that we need, and if we can figure out which questions to ask and how to ask them correctly, then the big problem is, once we have the information, who do we get it to? We have to have the right people running the project, and then we have to figure out how do we get this stuff to the right people who can do something about it. And asking the right question is huge too. And I did a presentation at IRVA in New York at the Omega Center on asking the right question. I had a lady come up to me the other day in a grocery store, and she said, I'm the owner of this grocery store, and can remote viewing see into the future? And I said, yeah, remote viewing can see into the future, but the future is kind of a moving target, right? The future isn't set. And so even though we can see into the future, it doesn't always mean that we're going to, immediately have the right answer. Because, and I tell the famous analogy about the rock in the pond of time, that I believe Lynn came up with it, but it's like the idea of, if there is a frog on a rock in the pond of time, and across the pond there's another rock with a juicy looking bug on it, The frog, any action that the frog takes, jumping in the water, sometimes even looking at the bug, will create like a wake in time that will scare the bug away, so that when the frog gets to the rock, the bug is gone. He's flown away, but the rock is still there. So if 9/11 was a rock in the pond of time, for example, maybe, so many people foresaw 9/11. I know I had been having nightmares about 9/11 as far back as I can remember, probably starting when I was 2 or 3 years old. And so you think, okay, a lot of people foresaw it, but no one was able to prevent it. Even so, there was such an unusual amount of people who didn't go to work that day in the Twin Towers that they had to mount a major investigation to find out, was there a conspiracy that kept those people from going to work? And they found out, no, it was just a series of circumstances. Oh, the babysitter didn't show up. Oh, my car had a flat tire. Oh, this had all these different things that happened that kept people from getting to work. Why? Because that bullet didn't have their name on it, right? Some people, there was a bullet with their name on it. And when there's a bullet with your name on it, there's no getting away from that. But in this case of 9/11, those were the bugs that got away. Does that make sense to everybody? Those were the bugs that got away. And the event itself was a rock in the pond of time that, for whatever reason, had to happen. It had to happen. And so let's say, though, that a whole bunch of people that foresaw it got together and said, we're going to do something to keep this from happening. And let's say they even accurately predicted when it was going to happen, which is one of the biggest problems in remote viewing, is determining the timing of a future event. Okay, planes are going to crash into these towers. We know it's going to happen, but when is it going to happen? And if you go to the police and go, hey, terrorists are going to crash planes into the Twin Towers, they're going to be like, and when is this going to happen? And if you're a remote viewer goes, well, I think it's going to happen sometime in 2001, they're going to be like, get out of my office, get out of here. So that's one of the big issues too, right? And let's say that we got banded together. We knew when it was going to happen. We knew what was going to happen. Who do we take it to? Who do we talk to? Do we take it to the firemen? Do we take it to the police? Do we take it to the mayor? Where do we go? And how do we convince them that we're not a bunch of nuts? Right? These are some of the big issues. So let's see. Amy Katz says, I have had this problem a lot with law enforcement issues, how to get them the info. That's right. That's right, Amy. You and your sister have amazing psychic abilities, and it can be really hard to warn people, And then Laura says, too many major leaders don't know remote viewing exists because mainstream academics and scientists deny that it works. I know it doesn't matter that we now have more solid proof through research, through science, that clairvoyance, clairaudience, ESP, all those things are real, then the FDA has proving that aspirin is effective as a pain reliever. So that's pretty impressive. But the old adage, my mind's made up, don't confuse me with the facts, right? It's like, even though now we've moved into a much more scientific paradigm, that's still true. And then Cheryl says, is that not also why or how some science doesn't work? Like science research? Yeah, I mean, the thing too is I truly, they say the true expert doesn't think they know everything. The true expert is very aware of how much they don't know. And I tell you, I really feel that way myself. The more sessions I do, the more I learn, the more I wonder, what is reality? What is reality? That's one thing that I have to ask myself quite a bit, the nature of reality. And for example, some of the experiments that were done with sidereal time, right? The experiments done with sidereal time, James Spottiswood's experiments have been very difficult to replicate. They haven't gotten the same results that he got. So sometimes, and now, of course, we have universities working with quantum physics who are going, oh my gosh, all the things we thought we knew about physics are kind of getting turned on their heads. We're discovering there are parallel universes. There's this and there's that. So even the most stout-hearted scientists are kind of going, oh, this isn't working like we've always the accepted truths that we've always accepted and believed are not necessarily happening, are not necessarily real solid truths. So all that to let's get back to this issue now. So another issue, and this one to me, this is one that Deborah brought to me, but to me it's a little bit lesser of an issue, and that is money. Okay, so in the sense that we do a lot of pro bono projects right now because we have so many students that are eager to do this and to learn and to get their hands-on work with project management. And so because of that, right now, the issue of getting paid for projects isn't as big as it might be. But running major projects requires tons of manpower. Like I said, a project manager with 10 viewers could easily put in 1,000 hours. So we could do pro bono in the interest of saving humanity, right? We could, but we have all this manpower, and volunteers are wonderful and students are amazing. But I have noticed personally that there's sometimes a marked difference, even in my own viewing, in the quality of a paid session versus a free session. And it's not on purpose. It's not because, like, well, I'm not getting paid for this one, so I'm not going to really work hard on it, versus I'm getting paid for this one, so I really better put a lot of effort into it. I don't think that's really the issue. I think it's more a sense of pressure that one feels when they're getting paid. So if you're getting paid, no matter whether you're a remote viewer or a psychic or a medium or any of those things, if you're getting paid, there's that pressure, like, I really need to do a good job, right? And so I think the subconscious mind works better under pressure. And so if you're working as a volunteer and you're viewing as a volunteer, that's great. And I have viewers that are doing amazing jobs and really accurate, great information. But also, I do know that over time, I mean, if you were asked repeatedly, can you work on this project? Okay, now can you work on this other project? Okay, great. Now can you view for me on this? You're going to start feeling used after a while if there's no reciprocity. Like, okay, now I'm going to pay you. Like if you think about doctors, I hate it when I hear people say, well, people are just after money. These remote viewers are just after money. They don't say that about Tiger Woods and his golfing. And they don't say that about the trainers who have trained Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods works with trainers even up to this day. He has never stopped working with his trainers and his mentors, and they get paid, right? So why shouldn't remote viewers expect to get paid? A lot of the remote viewers that I work with have been at this for 15 years or more and have spent tens of thousands of dollars in their training, plus the hours. Time is the one thing we can't get back, right? So they've spent hours working on their skills, building their skills. And I wanted to ask you something. Let's say you had a child, and this child needed a particular type of surgery, and there was only one doctor in the whole world who could do this particular type of surgery. And we've all heard these types of stories, right? There's one doctor who specializes in this rare disease or whatever, right? So you've got this one doctor who is really a specialist in this thing, and your child's life depends on the skill of one doctor. But this doctor is, let's say, in China or Africa or someplace, but yet it's your child's life. Would you not take that kid and pay whatever you had to pay to get that surgery? Is there anybody here with children who would not do that? I have 7 kids that I gave birth to, plus 2 wonderful stepdaughters. And let me tell you, I would do anything, if it were my kid. And I think any of you would. And you wouldn't say, well, that jerk of a doctor, how come he charges so much? Well, he charges so much because he's the only guy in the world who can do what he does. And it took a ton of work to get where he is. And so he deserves to get paid, and nobody questions it. But yet, viewers who can remote view the dawn of time, who can see into the past and figure out mysteries that have troubled us for centuries or millennia, yet people expect them to work for free. No, that's a gift from God. They should work for free. No, it's not a gift from God. It may be a gift from God that they start out with, but by the time they've honed it and honed it and honed it, then it's become a skill that they've put a lot of work into building. It's like the old farmer. He's showing the pastor of his church all his farm. He's very proud of his farm. And he's saying, yes, and then over here I have this barn, and over here I have the fields of wheat, and over here I have this. And the pastor says, now, Farmer Brown, remember, this is God's creation. And he says, yeah, but you should have seen it when God had it. So he put a lot of work into making it this beautiful farm, right? It's the same thing. We may have gifts from God. I don't deny that those are gifts from God. I'm just saying, though, that Tiger Woods may have a gift for golfing, but he still trains every day with expert trainers. Michael Jordan worked with trainers for years and practice, right? Maybe he was gifted, but he didn't just trust on, just rely on his gifts. He would never have become the player he became if he didn't have the training and the practice. And so remote viewers are no different. And that's why when we talk about project management, we not only have to talk about all the different roles and what everybody does, but we also have to look at money. And so that was something that Deborah Katz suggested. She's like, oh, we think we need to also, look at the issue of money. How do we get paid? So the only way we can get paid is by doing enough projects with enough results that where we're allowed to share the results. Some projects we work on are like top secret. Confidentiality agreements exist, so we can't necessarily share them with the world. So we have to be able to figure out a way that, and the way might be by forming remote viewing corporations where it's a corporation. You're coming to someone with a corporation. The corporation has advertising. Excuse me, just a second. I'm going to get a drink. Maybe the corporation has ads out or has portfolios they can show. So that might be an answer to get more respect, to get where people, really do recognize this. We've got to do something to build credibility. And then how to deal with clients who have such dire circumstances that you don't want to charge for them. I think the answer there would be to simply have some kind of a viewing schedule where you allow a certain percentage every year to be donated, done pro bono, but you have a boundary, you have a limit. So in other words, it's not everything we do is going to be free, but it's more like, okay, we're going to do 100 projects this year. And out of those projects, 10 of them will be pro bono. We're going to do 10% pro bono projects. And then everybody votes, or however you set it up to look at the most worthy projects that should be pro bono. And even though we all love people, I don't know if everybody loves people, but I really love people. And, anybody can come to me with a hard luck story and it just breaks my heart and I want to do it. I want to help them, right? But at the same time, if you weigh like, okay, I could help this person who has a really hard luck story, or I could also mount a pro bono session to find the solution to 0 point energy. You know what I mean? In other words, sometimes a project that's going to save millions would overwhelm, or be more important than a pro bono project for one individual. So does that make sense? So and of course, each case would have to be judged on its own merits. Let's see. And then Lori asked, how do you reconcile the subconscious working best under pressure and working best having fun? Is it a synthesis of both, one or the other? Lori, that's a great question. So we know too that we don't want the subconscious mind to give up on us, right? I had the experience of doing for 2 years solid, every single day I was doing an ARV project using CRV as the tool. And I was working for a company at the time and doing it, and I was getting paid. But at the end of the 2 years, my subconscious mind rebelled and was like, I am done. I'm not doing that anymore. And I realized that I felt kind of like because I had gone through advanced before I even started all this. And I realized that I felt like I'd graduated with a PhD from college, but I'd gotten a job coloring with crayons in a little room every day, just paper and crayons every day. And I thought my subconscious is not happy with this situation. So I always teach my students that it's important to have fun and to make sure that the subconscious mind enjoys the process when you're learning and practicing. So this is the difference, Lori. When you're learning and you're practicing, it's got to be fun for the subconscious to want to, okay, here, let's do another one. Let's do another practice target. But when it comes to the rubber meeting the road, there's a child's life that exists that's at stake here, or, there's lives at stake. That's when the pressure causes the subconscious mind to go, okay, no more games, got to get down to work. We got to make this happen. Does that make sense? Did that answer your question? let me see. Yeah, you guys can't unmute, right? Okay, so anyway, so yes, so that's the difference. That's how we reconcile it. Everything has a time and a place. Fun has its time and place. And then the get down to work, somebody's life is at stake. That's really important. And then Dimitri said projects like Stefan Schwartz's Alexandria project would help build credibility when published. Yes, exactly. And Stefan's book is amazing. That's a great book. As well as, let me think of her name. The woman who worked with Stefan was one of the viewers on the Alexandria project and another big project. She published a book called Second Sight Judith Orloff, her first book was called Second Sight. And she also talked about that, she talked about working with Stefan Schwartz and that project. So anytime we can publish more, that does help build credibility. And maybe what we need to do would be to compile, all the books that talk about successful projects and have those in a list as part of a portfolio as well. And Jimmy said, lawyers do that. They have a certain amount of time they devote to pro bono work. Yes, exactly. Lori says, form a co-op and help each other create the best businesses that solve problems and make the old systems obsolete. Lori, I love that. That sounds great too. Amy said, or set up nonprofits and fundraise and seek grants, just like any other social service agency. Amy, as someone who spent my life writing grants and working in nonprofits, that would be the least appealing to me, just because you're constantly living on the edge. When I got my first job as a director of a nonprofit, my dad was like, that's soft money, don't you? That's soft money. You never know when that's going away. And it's so true. The day I got hired, I also got fired from that company because the guy said, I was so excited to call you and offer you this job. But then, right before I picked up the phone, we got a fax saying our funding has been cut. So I can't offer you the job. And so I found that working, and I've actually created nonprofits, 501c3s, and everything, but I found that it's just, especially when it's so subject to the economy, so many things, and the only grants that are really worth getting are the big ones, which require a ton of follow-up, and you have to it's like Caesar's pound of flesh. Did you guys ever hear about Caesar's pound of flesh? It was when the Romans had to give Caesar a pound of their own flesh in order to get some like welfare from the government. Yeah, I'll give you welfare. Bring me a pound of your flesh. I could probably give him a few pounds of my flesh, but anyway, so that's the only reason I wouldn't go for the nonprofit thing. And then Lori says that makes sense because it's under pressure that spontaneous answers come. Yes. And Gio had a question. Yes, Gio, go ahead and type your question in and I'm going through the questions right now. Jimmy says, I work for a nonprofit and we depend on a broad base of small donors so that we're not dependent on grants. We also tried to build a broad base of small donors. I think that's more of a possibility in that, I doubt the government's ever going to sponsor any federal or state government. They won't sponsor this type of thing for a long time, I don't think. At the same time, there are a lot of people who are really interested in consciousness and expanding it. And maybe, people with funding would want to help, but we would definitely have to have a 501c3 so that they would get the tax benefits of it. And then Gio says, if working in search and rescue and start to feeling missing person's feelings or death process or whatever, how do you separate yourself from their feelings so it doesn't haunt you continuously until the target session's over? And Laura said, Pam Coronado answered a similar question yesterday on her talk on being a psychic detective. Yeah, I would love to address that though. And I think the main thing is it's training, Gio. One of the things we do with our students is we train them. We build them up very slowly over time. Like basic students get very, very, very benign, friendly, fun targets. We try to avoid scary stuff with anything scary. Like we do not give the sinking of the Titanic or the blowing up of the Hindenburg to basic students because there's too much emotionality that truly can affect a remote viewer psyche. On the other hand, once they start getting into the latter intermediate stages, the advanced stages, we start building up their ability to handle targets that have more emotionality, but are not murder and mayhem. There's no death or destruction, but something that maybe has a high level of emotional impact. but like, again, nothing involving death, murder, or mayhem. And that way they gradually build up a resistance to that. So I've had to view some really intense targets. I've worked on projects that involve kidnapping and murder and many things like that. But by the time I started viewing those, I had built up a resistance, and you become like a reporter. You know, if you see a report on television and they're reporting the fires or the, you know, the bombings or whatever, and it's going on behind them, you can see that they're controlling their emotions, you know, because they wouldn't be able to report if they fall apart, right? So because they couldn't report if they fall apart, they have to stay pretty stoic. And as a remote viewer, we learn to keep that objectivity. You stay in your place as a reviewer and you're observing it. Like if you watch Mission Impossible, you know, it's pretty intense, right? People are dying and you're watching it, but you know it's a movie. And so it's the same kind of thing. You have to be able to detach as you're working. Otherwise, if you find that you can't detach, then you probably shouldn't work those types of targets. It might not be the best thing for you. And we always say there's no target worth losing a viewer over. So, right, remote viewing, search and rescue, exactly, Gio. So you would need to find out if that's the kind of target you're good at, and you're able to stay within yourself and not allow yourself to get too emotionally wrapped up in it, or if that's impossible for you, and therefore you might want to work other types of targets. And then Mark asked, how can you reconcile the political world we live in with the special interest, lack of truth, and national gaslighting? Any solution, we will have many aspects to consider. Mark, exactly. Any solution, like let's say, again, let's talk about finding the solution to 0 point energy. And I'm just using that as an example because it is an example. But, you could say, well, yeah, but if I find the solution to 0 point energy, then somebody's going to kill me because they always kill off the people who threaten, for example, the money of the big interests, of gas and oil interests. And a lot of people have died mysteriously who have found solutions like, let's use water to power our cars, or electric cars and things like that. So that's the thing. Yes, Gio says blind target, didn't know. Okay, we'll need to develop a thick sins practice. Yikes. Yes, bingo. Thank you for the confirmation. Anyway, so yes. So that, and Mark, I think that among my students, what we do is right now, we just want to include everybody. And we have the gamut. We have people, we have far left and far right. We have those who believe this and those who believe that. But the bottom line is, I think that the answer is really being able to remote view blind targets objectively, because you might find yourself surprised about things that you thought were a certain way when you remote view something blindly and you find it's very different than what you thought. That can happen as well. That's one reason I really love CRV. During the pandemic, when everyone was sending me videos, YouTube videos and all kinds of articles and things and saying, Lori, this is happening and that's happening and there's this and there's that. And to keep myself, so what I did was I went in and meditated, like, what should I think? What should I believe? What should I get involved in? And I saw a vision of a horse that had the blinders on, that where the horses have those things right here so they can't look either direction. And in this, my little inner voice, my guide, whatever you want to call it, said, in order for you to fulfill what you're here to do, you need to be like the horse with the blinders on and just follow your path. Because it would be so easy for you, I have attention deficit disorder, to get really distracted by everything that's being thrown at you from the sidelines as you're walking down this path. Stuff is getting thrown from the sidelines constantly. You're constantly being asked to look at this, look at that. What about this problem of hunger in Africa? What about this problem of pollution? What about this problem of the soil? What about these problems of the lies? What about the problems of the deception? And what I've learned is, as remote viewers, you have to pick a problem and focus on that, and that's what you have to do. You have to you can't be all over the place, right? So pick something, and then work on that. And so there's no reconciling it. Mark, you asked, how can you reconcile it? There's no reconciling it. Lies and politicians have been around since man came to this planet, however that happened. We've been lied to and deceived from day one. Nothing's different now, to be honest with you. It's still the same story. And And so then Natalie asked, do you have your students get RV visions outside of the control groups with project managers? So visions, intuitions happen randomly, or is that not considered RV, but more of intuitive channeling? Natalie, that's a great question. What I do with my students is they learn the structure of CRV first, because that's kind of like the grandfather of everything. That's the big basket that can hold everything else. Then as we get into the further, when you get past the advanced, learning the structure of advanced and the P6 tools, then I teach them ways that they can incorporate all the other things they're good at. Like some people are tarot readers, or whether they are tarot readers, crystal ball readers, palm readers, psychometrists, whatever, you can take any technique that you're good at and incorporate it into the CRV structure as a reporting method, because CRV is really a manner of reporting the stuff that you're getting in a way that it can be data-based. You can have actual statistics and things like that. And to help provide a professional report, a lot of the psychics that I have as my students and people who work professionally as psychics and mediums tell me that one thing they love about CRV is that it helps them provide a professional report so they can get beyond, just like telling people how to meet the love of their lives or where they're going to find Mr. Right and that kind of a thing, and get into helping corporations and working on a bigger scale, if that makes sense. So, yes, we do consider like visions more of an intuitive thing, but I have visions that have saved my life on multiple times. So I'm a remote viewer, but I'll give you an example. I was walking toward our west gate, which opens into the National Forest, and I had my two dogs with me. And suddenly I had a vision of the warning sign about bears that's up further on the trails in the National Forest. And it says, watch out for your dogs because they can incite the bears. And my daughter just ran into a bear with her boys on the trail 2 days ago on Friday. And the bear lunged at them and chased them, and it was pretty scary. But anyway, so I suddenly had this vision. I didn't have a vision of a bear. I had a vision of the warning sign. So I immediately called the dogs and I headed back to the house. And I walk in the house and my husband said, "Oh, our next door neighbor just called and there's a bear in his yard." So that was why I felt like I needed to get the dogs inside. I didn't know why I had the vision, but I was like, I'm getting my dogs, I'm taking them inside. So when you trust those things and you have those visions, they can play a very important role in your life. But we don't consider that CRV. I teach CRV, ERV, and ARV, and those visions can play a role in the CRV process, but are not specifically CRV, if that makes sense. Gio said, how did you develop the language of your subconscious as you were learning how to remote view? Do you have tips and tricks so that the brain doesn't start trying to make something perceived into something that isn't relevant? Gio, what I've learned after teaching thousands and thousands of students is that process that happens in the beginning, where things are kind of crisscrossed and you're trying to separate intuition from imagination, and your brain's trying to show you all these pictures, and in the beginning it feels like it's all garbage and you don't know what is accurate and what's not. That's part of the process. That's totally part of the process. And if you know that's part of the process, then you're more patient with it. You go, okay, this is happening, but it's part of the process. This is a stage that I'm going through, just like the baby has to crawl before the baby walks. We know there are milestones the baby goes through, right? We know there are milestones. The baby goes through these milestones and we expect it. We expect the baby to start rolling over and lifting its head and then starting to get itself up and crawl. Just like that, we're learning that remote viewers go through the same things as they start out this journey. We have all those pictures and you have an image in your mind and you say, oh, it's the target. That must be the target. And then you look and that's not the target. And so, that's, in fact, I'm teaching a class on the 30th of August called Why Can't I See the Target? And it's for all my new viewers that have just started remote viewing who think that whatever they see in their head is what is going to be on the picture that they pull out of the envelope, so to speak. And then they're like, oh, that's not what I was seeing in my mind. But I'll be like, yeah, but look what you wrote down. That's exactly what you described. It doesn't match what you were seeing in your head, but it matches the picture, and so that's kind of a fun thing. And then Natalie said, thank you for that personal example about the bear visions versus CRV. So for professional work, do you then merge RV process with primary and secondary research if you're doing a business research report? No, usually the remote viewer is providing a piece of information to something that's usually much bigger, if that makes sense. So for example, let's say we have a missing child, you already have a team of detectives doing all the investigative work. So our job is just to do our thing, the remote viewing part of it. Maybe the job is describe the location where the missing child will be found, or something like that. So we provide our piece to it, and that piece then becomes an adjunct or a little supplemental piece to the overall investigative work that's already being done by the professionals who do that sort of thing. If that makes sense. I hope that answered your question, Natalie. And then, okay, Lily says that was the last question. Thank you, everybody. Guys, thank you so much.
Yeah, Lori, this
Appreciate it all.
was an absolute pleasure. I really enjoyed that, and I'm sure everybody that participated did as well. And what a way to end the online portion of this conference. Amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, guys. I really loved being here. If you want to get in touch with me, my email address is Lori@intuitivespecialists with an S at the end of specialist, Lori@intuitivespecialists.com. I'd love to hear from you.